official coronavirus death toll in Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks, what Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams a week and a half ago. I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are about, here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the 1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. At 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know.
Good.
There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is,
Oh, it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful. If you need
got
help
it. Okay. Well,
in that arena.
always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers
Yes.
wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's not, that's more of a
Okay.
systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I know you have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. I mean, it's, again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there, I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand
Yeah, I mean,
the
listen,
situation
for
better.
me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, oh, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming?
Yeah, Trump just
regard?
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
So we only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard, and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party. Full stop. Right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story. And whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
yep,
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them. And they're going to
most
vote for
people
Biden.
are. Most people. I mean, remember, listen.
See a lot of
in just real quick in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base. And they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact,
distributor.
I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in Arcata.
Oh, that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like
Humboldt
weed
County.
country. Weed country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
this. And I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party. Yeah. You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, you know, alcohol prohibition, you know, I'm sure a lot of the folks that legalized alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. I don't agree with you. I think there's no doubt. Hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions.
But they did. They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So yes. For me, it is not what
Trump's a fence walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very
Good.
much appreciate it, and I hope that you, make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing? Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work, the ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I thought. Unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
So like one
balance it
example, now
out,
this
which
is
I
something
don't.
Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would
Right.
actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around 125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first 125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a
Right.
way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have
No.
helped.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
All right,
But
my friend. Thank
I
you so
do
much
see.
for the call. I very much
Thank you.
appreciate it, and it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are, there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
right.
also,
So
like
in other
you
words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader
if I
Ginsburg is
say to
leaving too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because, I don't know, like, he's just not the person I want. And it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump. I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let
like
me ask
that
you,
is kind
Priscilla,
of what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
it sounded like you were saying it's not just because, in other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling, I don't know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All right, Priscilla, take care. Have a good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party, or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be. Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed, and arguably if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first-past-the-post, winner-take-all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is, over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee. and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you. We told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good evening, everyone, and we apologize for the slight delay in the start, but this is the May 4th meeting of the Vermont Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. This is being done as a webcast, so just very briefly, members of the audience joining will be muted as they join. If you need to ask a question, you can just email me or text me at 802-272-1714 to say that you have a question. You don't have to write in the question at that point. There will be times during the meeting that we will open basically all of the connection lines, so people in the public will be free to ask questions. The way we're set up, the discussion between individual panelists should be unmuted. I see a number of people have muted themselves, but for the sake of background noise, if anyone, when you are not speaking, please mute yourself. We have, at this point, 40 different people connected to this presentation, so background noise will be a problem if we do not self-mute. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the panel chair, Josh Unruh. Josh, I hope you're here and we can. Yeah, okay, you are here. And hopefully we can actually hear you at this point.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How are you? So the only thing that I need to change tonight is making an amendment to the agenda is our 8:15 status report on the Vermont NDCAP legislation. I'd like to move that to right prior to the North Star update on the VY site decommissioning. So that will move to 6:25 from 8:15. Scott State is going to join us if he hasn't joined us already, or maybe Dave Pearson will speak in his stead. I'm not sure yet. But they have an announcement regarding that legislation. So, and they will not be able to be on the call to 8:15 to make that announcement. So we're going to move that forward if everybody's okay with that. So the next thing on the agenda is the introduction of panelists. I'm not terribly concerned about doing that, Anthony, unless that's something that we have to do, because I think it's going to be fairly cumbersome to try to do through this format.
Okay. Well, it looks like I have a clear picture of who's on the meeting right now, so I will make a note of that. We pretty much have everyone. We have 15 panelists present right now. So
very good. So the next, go ahead.
Tony, can you tell us who's missing? That would maybe be just helpful.
Yeah, right now the only person I see missing is Paul Mark, the representative from the Massachusetts towns. For those of you who don't recall, our New Hampshire representative, Bob Gustafson, has retired, so he is. There is no one here from Vermont, or I'm sorry, from New Hampshire. But right now, who I have on here is Bill Irwin, Bob Leach, Chris Campany, Corey Daniels, David Pearson, Emily Davis, Josh Unruh, June Tierney, Brett Long, Madeline Arms, Laura Sibilia, Sarah Coffey, and Chuck Schwer.
Thank you.
And Lissa Weinman.
Oh, yes, and Lissa. My apologies, Lissa. Yes, you're not showing up on the list.
Quick question.
Just for procedure's sake for this evening, if we do have to do a vote tonight, we are going to do it in alphabetical order. Tony sent out an email with that list in order. If we do end up doing a vote, I don't foresee us doing one, but if by chance we do one, it will be in alphabetical order based on that list Anthony emailed out earlier today. And somebody was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. This is Emily. This is a question for Tony and Josh. How do we want to proceed with video call during the Skype meeting? Do you prefer us to, if we unmute ourselves to talk, do you also want to have video on like I have right now? Or what's the best way? What's the best thing? Those of us who can come in on video.
I would say the choice is yours. I think it would be better to have the video on because that will make for overall a better recording. But that is entirely up to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think at this point the only person we would not be able to see is Lissa.
Okay.
All right. So that being said, I started my video. All right. So what we need to do now is review and approve the January and February 2020 meeting minutes. Those were sent out for your review. So I will entertain a motion on both of those. And again, as we're voting, it will be in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just so folks know, what I had sent out on the meeting minutes, there were some minor changes. On the January meeting minutes, there was a change, two changes on page 4, line 16 of page 4, to complete the sentence, the words "are being held" was added. And down on line 28, doctor was added in front of Bill Irwin's name. Also on page 3, this is something that I had put in, but I had neglected to note because of a typo on page 3, line 33. I have changed the word "actually" to "currently." Those are the only changes that we've had on those.
I had can you hear me?
Yes, Alyssa.
I wanted to suggest that we add a link or include the comments that were made by Ray Shaddis for that February meeting about how the Maine Yankee expenses operated. Those were presented at the meeting, and they're also on the ENDICAP site, but they should also be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, I thought I had that in the minutes. So you're referring to the February minutes at this point,
yes,
rather than the January. Okay,
I looked for them and I didn't see them, but if they're
okay
there, that's fine. But I did not see them in there.
Okay,
so.
well, I'll tell you what. I will. Yeah, okay. If you go to page 4 of the February minutes, what I have noted beginning on line 13 is Clay Turnbull outlined that the written comments that Ray Shaddis provided to the panel on behalf of New England Coalition. These comments may be viewed at the ENDICAP website. So if you would prefer, Lissa, I can put a direct link there to the comments themselves.
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other revisions to either January or February? Hearing and seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
So moved. Bob Leach.
Is there a second?
I second.
So moved and seconded. Does everybody have the voting list? If not, I will call out your name and ask for a yay or nay. Maybe that will be easier. So I will just do that. Let's just make it easy. Yeah. Maddie Arms.
Yes, yay.
Chris Campney.
Yes.
Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Yes.
Emily Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Corey, I think that's you.
Dr. Irwin, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Leach.
Yes.
Brett Long.
Yes.
Mark McDonald.
Oh, I missed him. He is not here that I can see.
Oh, okay. David Pearson.
Yes.
Chuck Shore.
Yes.
Laura Sibilia.
Yes.
June Tierney.
Yes.
Josh Unruh says yes. Lissa Wyman.
Yes.
Okay. So we are unanimous as corrected for both January and February. So as I mentioned prior to the start of the meeting, we bumped up the status report on the Vermont handicap legislation. David Pearson, I believe you're speaking, or maybe Scott State is on the line, I'm not sure. Whomever is speaking regarding that particular line item, please do it now.
Josh, I believe Scott's on the line.
Yeah, can you hear me, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Good. I just wanted to just give a brief update. I know that this particular legislation was obviously of great interest to the NDCAP, and I know that during the process of debates and committee meetings in the legislature, this had been making progress, and then with the COVID issue, it got set aside. And so what North Star would like to do is be a good corporate citizen and make the assumption that this bill would have been passed in normal course. And as such, we would like to make the contribution that was in the bill on July 1st as if the bill had passed. And I spoke with Representative Sibilia earlier today and let her know that was our interest. I think she spoke with Commissioner Tierney, and I don't know the process, but what North Star would like to do is just find a way to live up to the obligation that is in that legislation, and presumably at some point the legislation will be taken back up again and be put in place. But that's really all I had to say about that particular matter. We do want to have a positive relationship, obviously, in Vermont, and we've been very pleased with the year plus a few months that we've been working in Vermont, and as such, that's the commitment we're making.
So, Representative Sibilia, do you have anything on this, or Commissioner Tierney?
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I'm happy to defer to, not defer. Commissioner Tierney will speak for herself. Just a quick status update on where the legislation is. It did pass the House. It is over in the Senate. I know the Vice Chair has inquired as to the likelihood of it passing. She may want to update. It would be my sense that it probably will pass at some point this year. I don't know when. I doubt that it's going to be in the before July 1 stack, but who knows? I appreciate North Star coming forward in this manner. And I think that's all I have to say. I don't know if the Commissioner or Alyssa have anything else to add in that regard.
This is June Tierney. I much appreciate the gesture from the company. Representative Sibilia did contact me about it earlier today. What I expressed to her was that we certainly would try to find a way to make that work. There can be legal hurdles at times having to do with where money goes, who receives it, and so forth. So we will certainly run those to ground. And if we can accept the gesture, we will. And if we can't, we will remember that North Star made the gesture.
All right, very good. Representative Coffey, do you have anything to add to this one?
Sure, thank you, Josh. I just want to add to the appreciation that I have for North Star for stepping forward and giving this commitment and in the first place, and in light of the COVID-19 situation in the legislature, I really appreciate Scott, you coming forward and making this commitment. So thank you, and I'm optimistic that the Commissioner Tierney will figure out a way to accept the money. Thank you.
Very good. So I'm watching kind of the IM conversations that are going on, and Dr. Irwin and Chuck Schuer have a good suggestion to kind of help me through this meeting. If you have a question, which we are going to hold all the questions until after each presentation. So North Star's presentation is up next. If you have a question on that presentation, please wait until they're done and send a little note in the comment or in the IM so I can do it by, so I know who all has a comment to make and I can call on you appropriately. That way we're not trying to talk over each other. So if you all understand where the IM feature is, it's in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Looks like a little cartoon talk box. Click on that, type a message, and say, I have a question. I will call on you, and we will be able to get through our questioning a little bit easier after each presentation. So if that makes sense to everybody, we will proceed with the North Star update on the decommissioning.
Okay. I don't know, Corey, are you doing that?
Yes, Tony, I'm here. I'm ready to start.
Okay. Okay. Can everyone see the North Star initial slide right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, terrific.
All right, good evening, everyone. This update obviously is for 5/4/2020. I know a good part of the conversation tonight will be the financial reporting, so this is a fairly truncated slide deck tonight, and we try to keep it at 15 minutes. But Tony, next slide, please.
It is up on my end. There may be a lag on your end.
There is definitely a lag because it has not switched.
Interesting.
Is it possible for Corey to give Corey control? Does Corey have the presentation?
Yeah, Corey, you should be able to request control if you want to try that. There should be a request since you're a presenter at this point. There should be a request. A request button at the top of the Skype interface.
And I believe Corey would need to be showing it from his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm operating this from a tablet as well, so I don't know if I have that option.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I am out of it's showing on my end here as the presentation. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. Wait.
I'm seeing the present. This is Chris. I'm seeing the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This may be a function of individual internet connections, is what we're running into.
Chris, what exactly are you seeing? Are you seeing the diagram of the plant?
I am.
Yeah, that is slide 1, if I'm correct, right, Tony?
Yeah, and I had scrolled down to slide 2.
I'm seeing slide 2.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Simple priorities is slide 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it just moved on.
Just moved for me too.
Okay, I don't know why it didn't move the first dozen times.
Tony, it's Chris. In case folk don't know, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, the second little icon, it has a arrow pointing at a symbol of a person. That's where you choose the presentation view, or whatever layout you want.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I know what Chris is talking about. In the upper right-hand corner, Yeah, why don't you try switching to content view? And that should give you the slide.
I think everybody's on the second slide at this point. Corey, if you want to keep going, let's do it.
Yeah, let's try it, Tony. Unfortunately, I don't have that menu item, but second slide with simple priorities. Obviously, nothing's changed with safety. We're going to talk about safety and performance a little further on in the presentation. But it's a good reminder, the radiological and nuclear component of this slowly goes away, but the industrial environmental aspect of it remains fairly high. And we're going to demonstrate that we've had good performance for a full year straight. We just wanted to show a graphic with that. So you can go to the next slide, please.
This is
project schedule. You guys have seen this slide before. The data shifted slightly with the large component removal, mostly due to the reactor vessel segmentation work, and sliding a little bit to the right. But with that, we've made great gains with our turbine and steam plant removals and some of our demolition projects. Overall, the schedule's well on track. We have very high confidence we'll be able to complete it well ahead of 2030. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we were going to talk about safety. We've now worked 350,000 person hours with no recordable injuries on site. Pretty good by most industrial standards, very good by decommissioning and deconstruction efforts. We continue to have good regulatory performance. We've had no cited violations in all of 2019 and so far for all of 2020. As I mentioned, our production overall is on track, and we already talked a little bit about the reactor removal project. We're actually commencing a second shift this week with that project group to gain some efficiencies and improve our usage of the reactor building crane. And we're not seeing any slippage in that schedule currently, so we believe we have good control of that. We have some of the harder projects out of the way, which I'll show you in some of the photographs upcoming. Next slide, please. All right, this is a familiar graphic, and again, a little reminder for the arrows along the bottom. It kind of describes the manner in which the reactor vessel is taken apart. It pretty much works from the top down. The progress along the left-hand margin, I won't read all the slides to you, but the more important part is that the steam separator is now done. As I mentioned in the upper right-hand corner, that's a very complicated job. And now that we have those components removed, broken down, and packaged, we're moving through the next couple of steps. Most significant of which is the core shroud, along with feed water sparters, and those cutting operations are in progress right now. Next slide, please. So one more photo of the top half of the steam separator after it was cut up and pulled out of the reactor and slid over before we could segment it. Next slide. Obviously 4 photographs here, so a little bit more complicated visual of what you're looking at. In the upper left-hand corner, now the shroud head is being cut up. And that's with the portal cutting system. You can see the next one over to the right working clockwise. That basket is one of the containers that we use to slide into a larger cylindrical red waste container. And you're going to see a few more photos of those type of baskets in the next couple of slides. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see our portal cuddle system being removed from the dryer separator bit. And that was for maintenance activities. We actually set up a little tent and worked on that equipment and retooled it for the work that it was being used for next. And then you can see on the bottom right-hand corner it being lowered back into the water. So a pretty elaborate operation to pull all that equipment out, tool it up, check it out, perform maintenance on it, put it back into service. Next slide, please. So back to the steam separator. These are some of the photos that show the final segmentation efforts for the steam separator. In the photo that I showed you first of the steam separator in its entirety, you could see all the cyclones sticking up. The segmentation bandsaw being placed into the water in the upper right-hand corner, guiding those baskets through the transfer canal back into the spent fuel pool. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see what those baskets look like with the individual cyclones stacked in them. And that bright light you see in the middle of the photo is just a reflection from a light above. It's not anything exciting like underwater welding, but I know that might get a couple questions, so that is all that is. Next question. Next slide, please. So those are the big items happening on the refuel floor with the vessel segmentation. The other activities of significance are happening in the turbine building. Now that the turbine is gone and we're working our way down through the steam lines, you get a little bit of context for the level of effort into the cutting operations, a lot of physical hands-on work. We're moving small pipes to get to big pipes, slowly lowering those into place until we can get them staged and prepped for transportation. Next slide. So you're going to see quite a few photos demonstrating what I just described. You can see the plastic laid down on the floor. We pick an area that we want to go after. This happens to be near the turbine control valves, which were under the top front end of the turbine, where all the big steam lines come up and used to supply the steam to the turbine itself. You can see the workers placing and holding the smaller steam lines while they're manually cutting them. You get an idea for debris being stacked up, waiting transportation. Starting on the bottom row in photos, you get an idea. Those are 18 and in some cases 36-inch steam lines in the overhead that are being cut up and partitioned and pulled out of the turbine building. You get an idea for how big those control valves are. Some of those valves weigh well over 5 tons each. If you look carefully, you can see the legs and people in a suit sitting on top of one of those valves, dismantling one partially before we cut it out. And then you can see some of the loading operations with the turbine building crane being staged to place in a gondola. Next slide, please. So we have several small teams working in concert, but independently. Part of the way we've managed some of the COVID controls was to redistribute the work with smaller dedicated teams. You see a couple of folks going after the feed water system, a large supply pipe and valve, prepping that for removal. And behind them, you can see one of the feed water heaters, which is close up on the right-hand side after we used a diamond wire saw to segment that in half. Those feed water heaters are too large to place in a single rail car, so we cut those up, rigged them out, and stacked them into the rail cars individually. So the inside of that heat exchanger, about 10,000 tubes inside of that, gives you an idea of how much material is inside of one of those. Next slide, please. So with that feed water system and all the heaters, of which there are 10, actually 4 pairs of the heaters have all been removed and in the process of being shipped. The 2 remaining heaters are built into the sides of the main condenser, which we're maintaining as a storage volume. So that'll be one of the later things that gets removed, but all the other feed water heaters have been cut out. You get an idea for what we consider a manageable size piece, usually on the order of 5 to 10 tons. And you can get an idea for just how thick the piping is around some of those turbine valves and the feed water lines. The bottom row, you can see the steam lines being worked from the top down, and you can see the segmented components of the feed water heaters being lifted and loaded into gondola rail cars. Pretty significant material handling operations, which again, I'd like to remind folks we've had near perfect safety performance and no recordable accidents with all those activities. These are unconventional rigging actions. We're being extremely diligent with our engineering controls. We have a dedicated on-site PE engineer to make sure that we are performing those activities correctly and safely. And we have an experienced team of riggers who know the equipment here on site, making sure all that equipment comes out of there safely. Next slide. So with all that material coming out, you get an idea, we're moving about 3 rail cars out of here a week. We're looking to ramp that up a little bit. And with the current controls in place, our production rates are slowly going up. We expect that to go up by quite a bit with the demolition that's happening with the exterior buildings. But we sent almost 100 shipments today. Actually, it'll be over 100 today. I believe we sent 4 rail cars out of here today. I won't read the slide to you, but the total volumes and weights are significant. For those who may not have audio, we've sent over 10 million pounds of material out of here and over 147 carries of activity. We've upped our rail car inventory by about 18 rail cars with the amount of time it takes to get them all the way across country, transload and offload them and get them returned. Now we have no holdups with our rail transport capability, and we should see pretty strong movement out of the site going forward as the summer months pick up. Next slide. So that's kind of what's happening inside the buildings for radiological decommissioning. Now onto the non-rad side, the characterization remediation efforts. A lot of progress has been made with the help from our friends in the state. We've got the review complete of the site investigation report. We received their comments and input. We've got revisions and changes in process. And the number of AOCs, not all of the changes and adjustments of those were significant. A lot of that was detail and specific sample data and the way it was formatted. You'll notice of the AOCs 3, 7, and 8, the South Warehouse, the fuel storage tank, and the transformers, I have those highlighted. That's because we have corrective action plans under review and out for public comment for those small remediation efforts in those areas. What we tend to call a dig and haul, basically, where we plan to remove a set location of soil and sample the peripheries, validate that we got everything out of there, and then close those areas out one at a time. So next slide, please. As mentioned, so we have the 3 remediation plans so far designated and submitted, or designed and submitted to A&R. That went out on the 13th of April. They've been working through all the comments and issues on those and got a great turnaround considering all the constraints on them from the pandemic impacts. We've completed our 4th round of quarterly groundwater sampling. We've got no new source terms or anything significant identified that we didn't know about. We have more groundwater sampling planned for this month. We'll coordinate with A&R and ATC representatives to make that happen. We've also drilled a couple of additional wells with input from the state on where that would make sense so we can get good sample data going forward. And the annual report is being finalized right now, and it should be ready for submission any day. I think it's just awaiting final signatures. Next slide. So we revised and completed our SWEP plan. We had some mold abatement operations that we had done in one of the old outbuilding structures where we walked through into the plant side of the site. That was all cleaned up and validated. No further activities required. The ongoing iterative process of validating that all the samples for the buildings that we plan to demolition with the state's input is ongoing. We submitted got concurrence from the Agency of Natural Resources on the building characterization for removal of the warehouse and the AOG structures. A good portion of the warehouse came down today. That work started in earnest this morning and will continue on the rest of this week. And then I'm sure the debris load out will take some time once it's all down and separated out. And we had our bi-weekly call with the state agencies today also, and those continue to bear fruit and be quite useful for keeping us aligned going forward with the remediation efforts. Next slide. So you saw this slide before at a previous handicap. It's just a reminder. The large building on the left side with the red circle around it is where we started. That's the warehouse and maintenance office building. The AOG structure just to the right of that will happen a little later, where we're going to get the other building down first. Because it's a metal skin steel frame building, it will require very little effort to knock down with the heavy equipment. The AOG structure, on the other hand, is going to take a little more work. The concrete walls at the base of that structure, about 7 feet thick, was designed to contain a hydrogen explosion, and it's a pretty robust structure. And we have a very detailed plan on how we're going to dismantle that and get the material out of here as well. But both of those are prepped and ready to go. Next slide. So trying to stay under my 15 minutes. I'll open it up to questions at this time.
Okay, so going through my list, Emily Davis, you have the first question for Corey, please.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Corey, for that. I have a question on the corrective action plans. Did paw through on the environmental notice bulletin and looked at those plans. And under what Haley and Aldrich had filed under Section 4, the corrective action plans, there's a couple of sentences that I'm hoping you can elaborate on, and I don't know if this is a question for you or your consultants or A&R, but it says, because of the expedited schedule, North Star understands that for smaller areas of contamination, it is more efficient to proceed with remediation without completing a feasibility study to compare remedial options. In these cases, Vermont A&R will be notified in advance for approval. I'm curious about what, I don't doubt that that's not the best way to move through with this, and I appreciate the expedited schedule, but I'm hoping that you can elaborate a little bit more on what else we get out of completing that feasibility study, that in your there's a judgment that that's not necessary to move through with this. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, Emily, I understand your question. More than likely, one of the state representatives will be able to answer this more completely. But for some of these very small corrective action plans, the high rule is adjusted to effectively allow this interim performance of doing something like a dig and haul to remediate a small section where we clean it up and validate the perimeters and make sure that it's taken care of. But that is only one small part of the non-radiological decommissioning. It doesn't mean you're done forever with that. You still have to verify that if it extends in any direction, that it's completely taken care of. But as far as the feasibility study component of it, I think that's probably better left to either the experts with Haley and Aldrich or someone from the state to help fill in the gaps on that, because I'm probably going to give you a bogus answer.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the state that might be able to shed light on that?
This is Gerald Noyes from the Agency of Natural Resources. I had reviewed the corrective action plans and then filed them up on the environmental notice board. Our investigation and guidance document, or the rule for doing a site investigation, some of that is geared to complex sites where you might have a large release and it might not be immediately obvious how to clean up that release. In that case, a feasibility study might be in order to kind of identify the best cleanup method. These first three corrective action plans, one of them was basically contaminated soil in the vicinity of a fuel oil tank used for space heating. One of them, and I forget, I'll have to review it for the other two, but basically those were pretty clear small operations, and it was clearly the easiest way to do it is just to dig up this contaminated soil and ship it off site, since North Star has the disposal options in Texas and the heavy equipment for the digging, and there really wasn't any need to do a feasibility study to decide what is the best method to get rid of the contamination that was observed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's the short answer there. But I did review what they had submitted in terms of the data, and I agreed with their assessment that in these three locations, the areas of concern number 3, 7, and 8, that excavation was the appropriate remediation.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Emily, my apologies if I put Gerald on the spot there. To add to that a little bit, some of these are pretty simple, small cleanups.
Yeah.
And when you get into the feasibility study, you can spend more time, energy, money, and resources, even of the states, efforting all that than just digging it up and hauling it out of there. And these ones kind of hit that framework. And that's the approach that we're allowed to take. And we're trying to explore and to do the decommissioning effectively and still do it efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Irwin, you have two questions for Corey?
Yes, thank you. First, about schedule of activities. The May 23rd last year, there were numerous documents that were shared with the Department of Environmental Conservation, Agency of Natural Resources. They shared them with health. And among them, there was a schedule of activities for the majority of the year. And I was wondering if you're going to share a similar schedule of work activities for the coming year from, say, March of 2020 onward. And then the second question is about the status of the advanced off-gas building, particularly the structure systems and components inside it, prior to now that you're approaching the demolition of that building. And then particularly if you could, relation of those structure systems and components that service the plant stack and ventilation of the buildings there at the site.
Thanks, Dr. Irwin, for the question. For the first one, if I understood it correctly, you were looking for the more detailed yearly schedule that we put out previously. We are efforting that. We've obviously made some adjustments due to the impacts that have happened here in the last couple of months, but we plan on having that out in the next month, and we'll definitely get it out for the next handicap meeting. Overall, the macro schedule is generally more effective for explaining the level of detail that's usually useful at this handicap meeting, but we'll put something together with more detail for one of the following meetings. So I'm going to take a push on that. We'll definitely get that out in one of the next meetings. As far as the AOG, most of the components in the AOG are skid mount. Most of those skid mounts have been pulled, and that equipment has already been removed. The ventilation system, with respect to the rest of the plant, will be separated out from AOG. The way that's designed, the AOG is no longer in service. None of the ventilation components are required from AOG to maintain ventilation in the reactor building and to the stack. With respect to the other infrastructure items that support any of the equipment that runs in the rest of the facility, AOG is completely separable from that, and that is also one of the reasons it was designated as an opportunity for large component removal and early in the schedule, because we can effectively fully separate that out, take it cold and dark, remove all the equipment on the inside of it, and demolition the structure.
That's great. Thank you. And one follow-up question. Well GZ10, which is just east of the advanced off-gas building, is there water in that ground there where that well samples?
I'm going to have to take a look up on that one, Bill. I don't have real-time data on that, but I can get that for you pretty quickly, and I can call you outside of this if you want and follow up with you.
Great, yeah, and if you've got any samples from GZ10, it would be great to see those, because that was where the condensate leak from the AOG tunnel occurred, and obviously it's one of our areas of concern relative to water being dammed up from the east side towards the river by the large concrete foundation of the advanced off-gas building. Thank you very much for your answers and for that assistance in the future.
Thanks, Bill. I'll see what we can find out about GZ10 data, and we'll be in touch.
Lissa, did you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, I fixed it. I might have missed it because I was trying to fix my system here, but you mentioned there was 4 additional wells that you'd begin sampling in May. I was just wondering, how that determination was made to increase the number of wells.
A good amount of that, Alyssa, was input from the state's consultants, ATC. But they're also in locations that make sense for the monitoring with the site and the hydrological gradient. It all kind of runs from north to south and west to east. So those wells got put on the back corner between it and the river.
I see. Do you know how many total wells there are that are monitored on the property?
I don't have an exact count of which wells are all monitored at this time, but I believe it's right around 30 or 32. But I can find out that data as well, and I can share that with you.
Yes Thanks, Troy.
Kicked off.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for Corey. So we can move on to the state agency's assessments. So let's start with the PSD.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service.
Yes, I know.
Hey,
Tony,
Anthony, we can hear you.
Fucking meow.
Tony, would you be able to pull up the presentation as well?
Eric, this is your boss, June Tierney. You're doing a great job so far.
Thank you.
My apologies if you heard that, folks.
No worries.
Edit that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tony.
What are we talking about?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the presentation to show up. I'm not seeing it, at least on my end. I can go ahead and start
No, we're not seeing it here either, Eric.
Okay.
We all were sent copies. We might be able to open those and follow along with you.
Yeah, it's on the Endicap site.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start just in the interest of time while Tony gets the presentation up. Like I said, my name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service. And I'll just be providing a brief summary of the department's annual reporting review that was submitted on April 1st by North Star. And joining me is Nicholas Capik and Mark Gamir from 4 Points Group. They're the department's consultants, and they've been contracted to assist the department with its project and financial oversight role. And they are helping the department assure that the issues that would challenge successful completion of the project are identified and timely addressed. And so moving on to slide 2, just pull it up here. Just as a general reminder of the department's role in the Vermont Yankee decommissioning, as a part of the department's financial oversight of the project, the department receives monthly expenditures from North Star, and those are also submitted to ANR and the Office of Attorney General. We also receive 30-day notice of disbursements for the Site Restoration Trust. We received the annual public certification detailing work completed versus work that's remaining, and funds remaining versus the amount estimated to be required for completion of the project. We also receive monthly and annual financial disclosures and reports. And we receive monthly updates on the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and the Site Restoration Trust fund balances. And these documents are submitted to the department on a regular basis and forwarded to our consultants. And the department reviews essentially the financial performance of the project to determine the financial health of North Star and assesses the viability of the financial assurances. In coordination with ANR and North Star, every month we review the work performed or reported by North Star and determine whether it's reasonable and consistent with the SRT and NDT of withdrawals. We also evaluate the project to identify any risks or concerns that could challenge successful completion. And the department continues monthly coordination with the other state agencies and North Star to follow up with any questions or concerns resulting from any annual or monthly reporting. I'm sorry, Tony, I don't think you're muted right now.
Actually, I'm getting text messages from Tony. This is Josh, the chair. He can't hear anything at this point. So as you need to change slides, please let me know. I will text him and he will change them.
Okay. And also the department conducts regular site visits to verify the progress reported by North Star. And we can go ahead and move to slide 3. So as I mentioned, the memorandum of understanding signed by the parties in the Vermont Yankee sale docket 8880 requires North Star to provide 2 groups of submissions to the department on an annual basis. Those are the annual public certification documents and the financial disclosures. The public certification is required under the MOU under 2H, and that's submitted to the department, ANR, Department of Health, and the Office of Attorney General.
Yes, I know.
The financial disclosures are submitted solely to the department under Section 2I. And then we can move on to slide 4. So under the MOU, under 2H, the annual public certification, apologize here. So under 2H1, the annual public certification is required to detail any work completed as a result of the corrective action plans approved by ANR. As North Star in its presentation earlier described, there is not an approved corrective action plan to date. However, that is currently being addressed with public comments. Under 2H3, the amount of funds that are available for site restoration at the end of the calendar year are required to be reported. And that balance of the site restoration trust as of the end of 2019 was approximately $62 million. The balance as of March 31st is approximately $64 million. And the amount of funds estimated for completion of the projects right now reported at approximately $23 million. If we'll move on to slide 5. So under the MOU 2I, as I mentioned earlier, there's financial disclosures reports that are provided only to the Department of Public Service. Those were provided April 1st, and under the MOU that requires audited financials from North Star, audited statements of fund balances from North Star. If we want to move on to slide 6 here. A current deal model, the completion of partial release and site restoration, as well as a variance analysis are required for submission, and those were submitted to the department, and our consultants at 4 Point received those and reviewed those within the last month. Go on to slide 7. So slide 7 is just a list of the disbursements that were made under the NDT and SRT since the last IndyCap meeting in May. As of March 31st, the balance is $425 million for the NDT trust and roughly $64 million for the SRT. The NDTs, just as a reminder, use to complete all work that's needed for removal of radioactive material and radiological contamination, whereas the Site Restoration Trust is used to clean up any non-radiological contamination. Disbursements from those funds are disbursements from the SRT are for work already completed. All SRT disbursements require a 30-day notice, which the department receives, and the department has 30 days to submit an objection if the department finds that the work performed does not match up the Site Restoration Trust disbursement request. I want to go on to slide 8. So in addition to the annual report, we received the annual radiological effluent release report, as well as the radiological environmental operating report. Based on the department and its consultants' review, there have been no identified concerns related to project safety, work control, radioactive waste management. in addition to the current pandemic, there has been no identified concerns in that area. And as far as progress goes, the department finds that the estimated work completed to be reasonable based on the monthly submissions as well as the annual reporting. And it is the conclusion of the department that North Star is on course to complete the project with the current available funding. And North Star has completed completed 15 months with approximately 15.5% of the project, and has calculated an earned value of completion of the project at about 17.3%. And so, based on the reports provided, the department finds that North Star is on course to complete the decommissioning. And so I can go ahead and end it here and open up to any questions. 4 Points is available on the call to answer any questions regarding their review as well.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Sibilia, you have the floor with the first question.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That was a good presentation. We've had a number of conversations about the financing, and just a follow up from our last conversation, maybe for 4 Point. We had talked about what type of red flags they would be looking for with regard to the decommissioning expenses and drawdowns. And I asked this question, as a project that is ahead of a lot of other projects in the state or in the country. So not because I am thinking that there are red flags, but what types of red flags would you be looking for?
Yeah, Nick or Mark, would you like to answer that question for Representative Sibilia? I don't know if they are able to connect right now. I know that they were on the call, so it might be an issue with sound.
They have chatted into the chat box that they are muted right now, and if they wanted to respond, they'll have to be unmuted. Tony, are you able to unmute them?
I don't know that Tony can hear us at this point. I'm communicating with him via text because he seems to have lost partial connection at least. So we're doing the best we can right now.
Okay, I can now hear you again because I dialed in.
All right, there we go. So Tony, Mark, and Nick of FPG are all muted, and we need to get them unmuted so they can respond to Representative Sibilia's question.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Who do you need unmuted again?
That would be Nick Kapik at FPG, as well as Mark Gamir.
Okay. Oh, lovely. I'm not finding Nick right now.
It looks like Nick has been unmuted on my end.
Okay, I've just unmuted everyone.
Tony, Mark, or Nick, can you hear us? Can you talk to us?
I can hear you, but I did not hear the question.
This is Mark Amir. I can hear you.
This is Nick. We're on now, too. So the question was, what are the red flags that we'd be looking for? I think there are three primary red flags. The first one is a change in scope for the project that would significantly increase cost. A good example of that is finding unexpected contamination, particularly soil or concrete. The second is a substantial change in schedule that would also increase costs. And then the third would be some kind of financial change that would make North Star unable to satisfy the financial assurances that have been made.
Mr.
Representative Sibilia, I believe that was you, but you were echoing pretty bad. Nobody could hear you.
May I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, have any of those types of situations happened during North Star's decommissioning to date?
To date, there's been no change in the scope of the project. There have been changes in the schedule, and North Star is taking appropriate corrective actions at this point. Those relate to the vessel segmentation project. And with regard to financial assurances, the situation has improved from what it was when the MOU was entered a year ago or a year and a half ago.
Thank you very much. I'm finished with my questions.
Okay, so the next question on the list, Dr. Irwin, do you have a question?
Yes, hopefully it's not reverberating, but my question is, the 4 Points group, do you publish reports for people to review your fine work?
We provide reports to the Department of Public Service. Many of them contain confidential information, so beyond our providing them to DPS, I don't know where they're distributed. Eric, you may be able to answer.
Yeah, so they, 4 Points does provide monthly summaries, which do, like Nick said, contain which do contain confidential information. So those are limited to the department's review.
Dr. Irwin, do you have anything additional?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions for the PSD. Let's move on to ANR, please. The Agency of Natural Resources.
I believe a question came up for Lisa.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it come up. Lisa, what do you got?
I was just interested in the site restoration work, and I noticed in the past 4 months it sort of doubled from the spending doubled from the previous 4 months. And I guess I'm just not really sure what kind of work goes on with the site restoration right now. I mean, what does that work consist of is what I'm asking, and was there a reason why the expenditures doubled relative to the previous 4 months at the end of the year?
Nick, do you have
Yeah, this is Nick. I can certainly answer, although do you want North Star to respond to this, or do you want us to respond?
I don't care. I don't care.
So most of the site work, there really are 3 site pieces. One is characterization, a second is preparation of buildings for demolition, and then a third is soil removal. So most of the characterization, or virtually all of the characterization of accessible areas, have been performed. And that's what a lot of those costs have been. The second part relates to non-radiological remediation like asbestos. So both of those activities have gone on. most of the characterization is done and the non-radiological remediation continues. So that jump in expenditure is related to the progress on those projects.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead. Is that Emily?
Yeah, sorry, this is Emily.
Yep, go ahead.
So the nature of that work, that's just more expensive.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, and I heard an echo. I took myself off mute quickly, but the nature of that different work that you were describing, is that just inherently more expensive work then? So it's not necessarily that the overall productivity is different, but it's just a more, expensive kind of work?
No, the contract that's been set up is one where North Star recovers from the trust funds based on its progress. And with regard to site restoration, North Star has not recovered the full extent of the work it has done. So that was an attempt by them to true those up a little bit. They still believe that they've completed much more of the characterization work than they've recovered for. But that's why the change in recovery. And there was some pushback from us and A&R, which is why it's not continued. North Star is keeping more effective contingency in those accounts by not claiming compensation for work it believes it has completed.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I believe that ends our questions. If you are not talking, please mute yourself. That should help take care of our echo that we're having. A&R, if you are ready, please begin.
Okay. This is Gerald Noyes from the Waste Management Division. You can, I guess, go on to the second slide. That's the first, get away from the titles. As Corey said earlier, Haley and Aldridge had submitted their supplemental site investigation on behalf of North Star. This investigation was basically to follow up on the initial investigation that was submitted in July of 2019. It further explored some of the areas of contamination that were identified. The state received that report end of January, and it basically updated the initial site investigation results, took some additional samples of the areas of contamination that were identified. Much of this was soil sampling for polyaromatic hydrocarbons, for semi-volatile compounds, volatile organic compounds, and total petroleum hydrocarbons. These are things associated with petroleum fuel storage areas, vehicle maintenance, heating fuel storage like fuel oil, diesel. Also, then there are transformers which have oil coolant in them. Next slide. That'd be number 3. The supplemental site investigation did not really find anything significantly new or unexpected from what was previously identified in the initial site investigation. It did, however, refine some of the degree and extent of contamination that has been previously identified. And this information gets used to develop corrective action plans for the areas of contamination. Next slide. As Corey said, quarterly groundwater monitoring was performed through 2019. 4 rounds were completed. Some of those results were initially reported in the supplemental site investigation. 3 of those 4 rounds had some split samples with the state technical consultant, ATC Group Services. And what they did was they basically stood alongside the Haley and Aldridge technicians and collected duplicate samples, which were shipped off to a different lab. And the purpose of this was for quality control. Basically, was Haley and Aldridge doing the work as they said they would in their work plans and according to their standard operating procedures, and were the results comparable between the 2 labs? And there is going to be a groundwater sampling report issued soon. I've spoken with Haley and Aldridge. They had initially said end of April, but I've been told that it will be coming quite soon. The first quarter for 2020 has been planned for May 2020, and that will also include split samples with ATC. Next slide. In addition,
hey Gerald, can I interrupt you real quick? Is anybody able to see the slides right now?
I'm seeing them, and
Bill Irwin is.
Yes, Chuck Suarez.
Yes. I see them, Lissa.
Okay, great.
This Bob Leach here, I'm not seeing them.
I think there's a handful of us that are seeing them, a handful of us that are not seeing them. So
I've got the presentation in my hand. I'm kind of following it with that anyway.
Okay, I'm on slide number 5.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So as Corey said, Haley and Aldridge has overseen the installation of a groundwater interception system. This is designed to prevent clean groundwater from infiltrating in turbine building basement, and once it gets in, then it needs to be disposed of as radiologically contaminated water. So the purpose of the system will be to intercept that groundwater while it's still clean and discharge it to the Connecticut River without going through the building basement. That system's been designed, and Haley and Aldridge has submitted the groundwater or the discharge permit application to the ANR. Next slide, number 6. So that that permit is in review, and that is on the environmental notice board along with the corrective action plans. So there is, or that permit will be placed on the ENB for public comment. Moving on, Corey talked about the corrective action plans which were submitted. Haley and Aldridge submitted 4 plans on behalf of North Star. The first one is kind of a site corrective action plan containing general approaches of what they propose to do at individual AOCs. AOC number 3, the first of the 3 individual corrective action plans, was the excavation of approximately, by the testing that was done in the supplemental site investigation, they basically delineated an area containing of about 300 yards of contaminated soil from the south warehouse. This soil, or the warehouse, was used to store used and virgin motor oil, battery storage, vehicle maintenance. I mean, this is a large site. They had a lot of vehicles. So not unlike what might be found in a typical garage, automobile garage. Next slide. Okay, and the next AOC was They identified a fuel oil, above ground fuel oil storage tank at the shipping and receiving building that had an area of stained soil under it from just ongoing use. Again, and nothing huge, and they're proposing an excavation of approximately eight yards of soil, and that soil would be shipped off site to Texas WCS. And then the third corrective action plan was for AOC number 8, and this was again stained soil from a transformer pad that was located at the former East Cooling Tower. Again, really no, other than the investigation to figure out how much and where it exactly was, no feasibility study or anything like that was necessary. It was fairly obvious this is just spilled oil or cooling oil for the transformer. They'll dig it up, ship it off site, and then do confirmatory samples in the empty hole to prove that they've got it all. Our next slide is number 8. So the ANR DEC is doing, we're doing reviews of the work that's being submitted, the supplemental site investigation. That was reviewed by the DEC and the technical support contractor, ATC. We've submitted the comments to Haley and Aldridge. The wastewater program is reviewing the groundwater discharge permit application from Haley and Aldridge, and the Department of Health has developed groundwater testing criteria for the ANR to use for the discharge permit. And yeah, we can move on to the next slide. It would be number 9. The 4 corrective action plans have been reviewed by the DEC and have been approved subject to public comment. So they're still draft, and they've been placed on the environmental notice board for public comment. Here is the web address for that, enb.vermont.gov, and then just do a search for, I would like to say do a search for Vermont Yankee. Unfortunately, the site's been called VT Yankee or Vermont Yankee, and there's several different permits. But if you search the address for 320 Governor Hunt, that will get all of the corrective action plans and all of the permits that are publicly searchable, such as the discharge and the stormwater permits. All right, next slide, number 9 or number 10. The ongoing work for the demolition, of course, as there's asbestos abatement going on in all the buildings as they're being prepared for demolition. Our consultant ATC, they've been present for some of a site-wide asbestos review that was done with Hillman, which is North Star's asbestos contractor, and then ATC has gone on site to inspect particular sections of each asbestos removal. That is, they've checked for that the containment facility, the area has been properly sealed off before the work gets done, that the asbestos crew for North Star is doing the work in an appropriate manner, and ATC has been reporting back to us, and they have not reported any significant anomalies. Pre-demolition building material characterization is also occurring. Is there lead paint on some of the? There is lead paint on some of the metal. Some of the caulking has small amounts of PCB in them, so they have to do these inspections to make sure to identify these areas, and so that they can be appropriately disposed of so the material can be appropriately disposed of. Next slide is number 11. Additional ongoing work will be more of this groundwater sampling. We're doing split sampling of that. The sample results basically are showing some areas of low-level groundwater contamination, like what might be found at a gas station or where there's been some fuel spillage. The comparison between the labs has shown acceptable precision on sampling. And initially, there were some minor procedural deviations between what was the Haley and Aldridge technicians were doing and their quality assurance plan. They were noted by ATC. ATC reported back to us and let H&A know about that, and they were corrected. So, but they're still going out. ATC is still going out there as kind of a second set of eyes. If we move on to the next slide, number 12. So ATC will continue to be used to provide their evaluations of the submitted reports and work plans, continue with the split sampling, and continue with the ongoing asbestos work and reporting conditions and evaluations of what they see during their site visits. And we'll probably be doing some, they will be doing some split sampling of once the wastewater permits get implemented. They will also then take up some split sampling there, because there will be sampling program to ensure that the water that gets pumped out of the ground is not contaminated before it gets discharged to the Connecticut River. So they will also be doing some sampling alongside Haley and Aldridge. And I guess that is the last slide, or one more slide, and then I can open it up for questions. So our future work is going to be more of the same, what we've been doing. Continue to review the work plans, the environmental permits, disposal documents, sampling results, corrective action plans, site remediation, pretty much anything that North Star submits or Haley and Aldridge submits on behalf of North Star. We'll continue to use our technical support contractor for abatement observations, split samplings. They also have been reviewing some of the submittals and the work plans. So anyway, that is what the DEC has been doing, and I can open it up to any questions.
Emily, I believe you have a question for Gerald.
Yeah, thank you for preparing this presentation, Gerald. I have a couple questions, if I may. First one, easy one. On the ENB, I'm looking at the what's posted for 320 Governor Hunt Road, and under what's there. Under the status column, there are a few that say in review, and then there are some, the corrective action plans are under draft decision and comment. Which one of the, where do each one of those sit in the timeline of in the process of these permits, and which one is first?
Okay, I don't have the ENB in front of me. My understanding is that the permits that I won't say permits, but the corrective action plans that I worked on, those are out for public comment. So they have been approved subject to comment. So if there is no public comment on them, they will be approved. they'll be sent. I'll just write a letter back to Haley and Aldridge and North Star saying, do what you said you were going to do. If there is public comment, I'll review the comments, talk with Haley and Aldridge, and we'll see what those comments, what if anything needs to be changed because of the comment. The other permits, they're not programs that I work with closely. My understanding is that the stormwater and that the discharge permits, they are being developed. I've sat in on a couple of meetings on that. Bill Irwin sat in on the last one. So, the permit application was submitted by Haley and Aldridge on behalf of North Star. The A&R is now writing the permit, reviewing the permit, and we don't have someone here who can say what the exact stage is, but I could get back to you on that and let you know.
I think what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when it says in review, it is just, that's not necessarily a certain, chronological stage in the timeline, but rather it's just internal staff review. And like in review means that it's looking at, it's being looked at internally in the agency, and under draft comment, that's in public comment period, right?
That is correct. If it's in review, it just means that the permit application was submitted to the A&R, and now the application is being reviewed, and a permit will be written if the application is complete and there are no questions. Okay. But the four that I mentioned that I work with directly, which are the corrective action plans, we're waiting on public comment to see if there should be any modifications. But until we get any comments, we're not expecting needing any modification.
That was going to be another question, was if you had any public comments yet in the probably the 21 days or 20 days that it's been posted?
I have not on the 4 corrective action plans.
Do you typically get public comments on these kinds of plans?
On corrective action plans, very rarely. I mean, most of my corrective action plans have been things like gas stations and after this investigation is done, the consultant then comes up with a plan of how to clean up, and very rarely get any corrective action, any comments.
Would you remind the panel and myself, mostly myself, what's the process that the public becomes aware of what's posted on the environmental notice bulletin? And I'm wondering also, as just a broader process question, if there's any other way that these corrective action plans have been posted so that folks can see them.
Well, they get posted on the environmental notice board, and then the A&R sends out a letter to individual landowners of abutting properties.
Okay.
And basically that individual notice is a reference to that, yes, there's corrective action going on. Please check the environmental notice board for details, and gives my email and name as the project manager as a contact for the A&R.
Okay. I do have one more question, but I'm tempted to, it's a little bit technical, and I'm not sure that it'll necessarily serve the purposes of this panel. It's just an
I just lost the rest of your question there.
Oh, I got muted.
You got muted. Can you repeat the question?
I said it so nicely the first time. I was just saying, I think I do have another question, but it's a little bit technical. I'm not sure that it really serves the purpose of the panel and the work that we're doing this evening. So I might just pause and see if there are other questions, and let the conversation move on. But thank you.
Okay.
So there are no other additional questions that I see in the conversation area of the Skype meeting here, unless somebody has something that they have not presented yet. And hearing nothing, Emily, do you want to ask your technical question, or do you want to save that as an email to?
I would love to. It's a technical question about documents, which is really exciting. Gerald, I might just be missing something, but when I look on the ENB and again search for 320 Governor Hunt Road, I see 4 documents that are those in review permits, which sound like those are outside of your purview, but within the agency. And then I see 4 other documents that are the corrective action plans that are in draft decision and comment. And those all have different ENB IDs, but the same permit number of the corrective action plans. So when I click on each one of those, I can see the 2 plans for AOC 3 and AOC 7, and those make sense to me. And then for the other 2, the final 2, I'm looking at this document from Haley and Aldrich, which from February 2019. And I think that this is what you were referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this is what you were referring to with this this general approach to these these 4 AOCs. But the idea is that for each one, and they're discrete and simple enough that you don't necessarily have to have a full-blown plan for each. This is more of your general approach. So my question is that right? Is that how you're going about this? And I guess maybe I'm asking if you could help me understand what I'm looking at here and where, if there's going to be corrective action plans for those 2 other AOCs.
Well, there's the AOC 3 and 7. The last one was number 8, and I think that was the transformer ones. Now, did that not? Pardon?
There wasn't a 4th. I could be.
Well, there were 3 individual AOCs, and then there is one kind of a corrective action plans for the 3 individual AOCs, and then there was one general one for. That's going to be kind of a site-wide, so that will apply to, because there are, I think, 17 or so of these areas of concern, and they will get individual corrective action plans, but there will not be another general one put out.
Okay.
But
okay. And that all falls under this same permit number that you have here, whether it be an individual corrective action plan or the general site restoration plan.
Correct. The way the ENB works, there are some small glitches in it. I mean, I was attempting to use the general one as kind of the master corrective action plan and have the other 3, the AOC 3, 7, and 8 as corrective action plan amendments. And when I was working on my computer to get that to get into the ENB that way, it wasn't happening.
Okay.
So as long as you can read the documents, you can get the documents, that's the important thing.
I can read the documents. The connective tissue between them was my question. I think I might let the rest of the panel move forward. Thank you, everybody, for humoring that discussion of documents. And thank you, Gerald. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And feel free to email me if you have any individual specific questions.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for ANR. I don't believe we have any additional state agencies on that are ready to present anything. Do we have any additional panel questions for North Star or for the state reports? Hearing none, as long as everyone is okay with it, I believe we will skip our break because we are all sitting in the luxury of our homes anyway. So we'll move on to public questions for North Star or on any of the state reports.
Okay, all lines for the public should be open.
Okay.
Please remember to unmute yourself.
All right, not hearing any questions from the public. We will move on to general public comments. If anyone has general public comments, please unmute yourself and do so now, please.
This is Ann Darling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I actually did type in a question, and I have two questions. One was to know, I would like to know specifically what precautions are being taken to protect the workers from coronavirus. I know that was mentioned that the state felt that the precautions being taken were good and effective. I just wanted to know more detail.
So Corey and or David Pearson, if you can field that question, please.
So I'm here. Hello, Ann.
Hi, Corey.
Hi. This could be a really long conversation because it's an extensive list of items that we're doing, but we've managed to comply with the state of Vermont's executive order, all 12 of the addendums. We're monitoring folks at the beginning of their shift. They take their temperatures. Folks are wearing masks when they're in the proximity of each other. We've even provided meals for folks for their lunches and dinners so that they don't have a point of vulnerability for transmission vector, traveling to get food and going to the grocery store. We've done a detailed task analysis for all the job groups. We've broken people up into smaller teams. We've limited our meeting sizes. We're working remotely where people can. And we're employing all the precautions that are known from the CDC and WHO that are reasonably employable. Hand washing, sanitization, wiping down systems. We even have extra cleaning people coming in, looking at all the common areas. And we're monitoring it carefully to make sure that folks are thinking about it every day too. So that the task analysis is an iterative process where we ask our people to watch each other and tell us how they can do their job more safely. And we made process changes wherever it makes sense to do so. If you have anything more specific, please let me know, but hopefully that's answering the question you're asking.
And so how has that impacted your ability to move the work forward? I know you said you had to kind of rearrange a few things.
So that's a good question. And fortunately, the teams that are doing the vessel segmentation, the type of PPE and the equipment they're wearing already lends itself to meet all those requirements, as does the demolition activities for the folks cutting out the steam lines and the equipment out of the turbine building. Now, when we get into the demolition of the exterior structures, that requires a little more active participation on our part to manage the work groups, to keep them small and the way they interface with each other. So it does have an appreciable effect, but it is manageable. And so far, we've been able to continue successfully. And, knock on wood, we haven't yet to have a case here at the site. Our goal is to keep it that way. And we ask everybody to treat that as a team sport because we're all counting on each other and our families are counting on all of us to make sure we do everything right and safe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing I wanted to say was Tony mentioned earlier that the representative Mark from Massachusetts is not present. And as I've said before, as a resident of Massachusetts, I've spoken with him. He is not a member of the panel, and I've asked that you try and find someone from Massachusetts to represent the interests of folks here on the panel. So I've been asking for quite a while, so I don't know what the problem is, but I'd like to see it remedied.
Hi, Anne. This is Tony Lashinsky. The way the panel is set up and the way the appointee for Massachusetts and New Hampshire, for that matter, are appointed is the governor's offices from the individual states must make the appointment. Right. We can try to reach out to the governor's offices again. I know in the past week, New Hampshire has contacted me about, well, what needs to be done. So I relayed information back to Bob Gustafson's department so they know what's going on. But I would say what we need to do is perhaps have the Vermont governor's office contact the Massachusetts governor's office again to get a new appointee. But I don't have a way of, I don't want to say force, but emphasize to the governor's, Massachusetts governor's office that this is important.
I understand.
Mr. Chair, June Tierney would like to speak.
Go ahead, June.
Yeah, I'm aware of this request, Ms. Darling, and the request has been forwarded to the governor's office, and I am very sorry that it is taking so long to get an answer back or an appointment back. My memory is that the last dealings I had with the governor's office on this were shortly before the onset of the pandemic, and I'm sure you can understand that the state has been fully engaged since, I would say, mid-February in dealing with the public emergency that the governor declared.
Right.
So I realize that's not a satisfying answer to you, but that is the state of affairs.
Well, I certainly understand this is not as high a priority, and I'm glad he's trying to protect us here in Massachusetts. When you said you last had contact in February, can you tell me what about that contact? What?
Very simply, I let them know that we need somebody appointed and they need to reach out to Massachusetts and their counterparts. And beyond that, I'm not going to go into it.
Is this just the governor's office? No, perhaps citizen contacted might help.
You're certainly welcome to contact the governor's. I think it's called Hiro. It's their portal for constituent or public interest concerns, and you're certainly welcome to make a query through that. I'm sorry, I can't recall the details of how to do it, but it's on the website, and I can think of no reason why you couldn't do that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will accept any additional public comments at this point or questions.
Wow.
I believe someone named Deb Katz is trying to speak, but you are very
far out.
Yeah, something like that. I can't even put a word to it. All I can think of is Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah. Deb, if I can suggest, can you text your question or use the instant messenger feature? Maybe that'll help.
So we'll hold just a second and see if we get a question come through IM from Deb. And Deb, IM is in your lower left-hand corner of your screen. In the meantime, do any other public have questions or comments? Okay, so I did get a question from Deb come through IM. This is for North Star regarding COVID protocols for workers. New workers coming in, what procedures do you follow for new workers coming in the COVID era? Corey, I believe that one's for you.
Protocols for workers. So the protocols for new workers coming on site, we require, if they're coming from out of state, that
Hey, Corey, I believe you're muted.
Is that better?
Yep, you're back now. So we didn't catch anything. We heard the very beginning sentence.
Yep. So new workers that come onto the site are required to self-monitor and ensure that they have not been exposed to anyone who has tested positive for the virus or suspected have had the virus. And then they're also required to follow all the social distancing rules, wear masks, and continue to self-police, including taking their temperatures at the beginning of their shifts, and follow the protocols that are still in alignment with Governor Scott's executive orders. And I believe it's addendum 7 through 12 as they changed. And the last executive order 12 has some additional information as we're starting to bring the businesses back online. But effectively, they have to self-monitor and follow all the rules and prove that they do not have it and continue to not have the virus. Does that answer the question?
Deb has an additional question. Has anyone tested positive on the site?
No one's tested positive for COVID-19 at the Vermont Yankee site to date.
Okay, I believe that is the end of Deb's question. Do we have any additional public questions or comments, please? Seeing none, we will move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the panel pursuit of national decommissioning and spent fuel issues. And for this particular section, I will hand it over to Lissa, as this is something that she asked to be added to the agenda. So the floor is yours, Lissa.
Thank you, Josh. In reviewing the legislation regarding NDCAP's duties, I was struck by some of the language about our duty to advise on issues related to decommissioning, and it seems to me that we haven't really taken a position and advised much on issues as a panel. And I think the big issue for me is always the redevelopment of the site and the future, those 26 years after completion of decommissioning, where we're still going to have the spent fuel, likely maybe even longer on site. And I just think that the panel should potentially take a look at this issue and consider having an advisory opinion on some of the legislative efforts that are out there. There was a number of pieces of legislation that were presented in this last Congress, and of course now due to the pandemic, a lot of the stuff gets put on the back burner. But then again, a lot of stuff tries to get pushed through at the final hour too. And I think that it just behooves us as a panel to potentially take a position on one or more of these issues, if only to try to stimulate some national action on this intractable problem regarding how we deal with spent fuel nuclear waste. And I know that there's probably nobody who wants to address this more than the people at North Star. And there might be opportunities for the panel to support North Star in some of its legislative pushes, potentially for the waste control specialists interim storage facility to be actually licensed and brought on or not. We did take a position as a panel. I know I've mentioned it before. I'll just address it briefly. Under Kate O'Connor, there was a letter that was signed that with some of the other Yankees that puts us on the record as supporting consolidated interim storage, the development of such the kind of waste control specialist facility that North Star would probably like to see developed. But I guess I just wanted to put it out there. I reviewed the procedures for advisory opinions to be considered by the panel. Someone like me would potentially write an opinion, maybe form a subcommittee, maybe working with someone like Corey or someone else who's interested in this issue, and then bring it before the panel for discussion, and then see if it's something that we would like to vote on. So my main concern is just to clear the record for regarding this consolidated interim storage position that we unwittingly took. And if indeed that's something that we want to back as a panel, then I think we should actually have a vote on it. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think in terms of there's bills about local compensation for having the waste and having to protect it while it's here. There's considerations regarding timing that these different pieces of legislation address. And the other piece is just for us to be able to network with other sites where the stranded spent fuel is, and potentially add our voice to the national mix so that there could potentially be some action on this issue sometime in the future before those 26 years are up. So that's just what I wanted to address the panel regarding that, and hear if anybody else had any opinions or insights, or felt this was something that we should take up or not take up, and if so, how to proceed. Should I present an advisory opinion and have us discuss it in the future, or is this something that the panel just doesn't want to touch? So I turn it back over to you, Josh.
Okay. Representative Coffey, you have a follow-up to Lissa?
Yes, thank you. So Lissa, I know that this has been an issue that you've raised to the panel before, and I'm wondering now that in one of the obstacles I think has been, in terms of getting a deeper understanding of some of the issues, has been a financial one in our ability that we did not have any kinds of funds to bring in some experts or speakers. And one thought I had is that it seems that there's a real opportunity with our panel to, at minimum, hear from some some members of our federal delegation or their staff to give us some updates on federal legislation that could help inform some of this. I think it could be, if others think that that's a good idea, I mean, that might be something for us to be working towards on a future agenda. I'm not opposed at all about having an opinion, but I know that I guess I'm not the newest member of this panel anymore by a long shot, and it might be worth educating this batch of panelists a little bit more on some of the issues. So, and with North Star's generous, or this offer that we have some funding to do that, that's now possible where that wasn't possible before. So those are just my 2 cents, and I'm looking forward to hearing other people's thoughts, because I think this could be an important role of the panel, and I think there might be a number of topics that we might want to consider.
Bob Leach here. I know a little bit about what's going on. As of right now, there's no money in the budget for processing the license at Yucca Mountain. I don't exactly know what's happening in reality, but I do know that the next budget year, they've got no money in it to continue the processing of the license for that facility. Horrendous amounts of our dollars are the money we have paid into the fund for that particular issue through our rates. It's in a fund, and the Department of Energy was supposed to take on responsibility of starting up a site. Congress picked Yucca Mountain as that site, and a horrendous amount of funds have been spent in developing that site. Nevada does not want it there, and as of right now, they're not funding it next year. Now, there's a move in Congress to put money in that budget for it. I don't know exactly where that's standing right at the moment because of all the stuff going on with this Corona-19 issue. So the other thing that keeps popping up, they want to find someplace off-site where they could gather up this spent fuel, i.e. like what we've got stored in Vermont Yankee. That doesn't appear to be moving anyplace. The best place to put that, if we do it, is right there at Yucca Mountain. They've got the area, and they can certainly set up someplace to accept that fuel and store it there until such time as they do something in the final issue. The facility that we are part of down in Texas is also moving in the direction of trying to establish a storage facility down there. I don't think there's been any serious movement on that other than by the group that owns that particular facility, but that's all I've heard. Can't help you much more than that.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else have a question or follow-up regarding this particular topic? Are we interested as a panel?
Yeah, Josh, I can add something to this as well.
Great. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. One of my duties is to represent the state of Vermont in what is called the National Transportation Stakeholders Forum, which is Department of Energy's means of consulting with state governments regarding spent nuclear fuel shipments to either a permanent repository or an interim repository. So most of what Bob Leach has described matches with what I have garnered through that consultation. I don't know if I can add anything more to it right now, other than the fact that if we do want some expert presentation on this. I certainly have contacts in Department of Energy and also the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that can discuss the status of this. Some of you who have been on the panel for a few years will recall that I believe it was in the end of 2017, I made a presentation on the status of spent fuel storage in the United States and its history. Admittedly, it has not changed much since then, honestly. So that's about all I will add at this point. But certainly, if there is specific information that the panel wants, let me know, and I can find the people for it.
Haley from Senator Sanders' office, can you sent me a little IM? What can you add to this discussion, please? And make sure you're unmuted so we can hear you.
Yeah, Haley, you should be unmuted. On my end, she looks to be unmuted. No, we're not hearing you right now. Did you self-mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Haley Perrow from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. I've attended some meetings, particularly when they're in person, and I know Tom Barry is also on the line from Senator Leahy's office. And as our offices have done in the past, I just want to reiterate we're happy to give, kind of a general federal update. Typically, that's going to look like a summary of any legislative action, any new bills on nuclear issues, decommissioning, and budget issues, particularly with Senator Leahy's role on appropriations. So we're happy to do that. I'm not sure it's the level of detail that you may be looking for to take an advisory opinion. If we have advance notice, we can certainly draw on some of our resources. We have, obviously contacts in Department of Energy, the NRC, and we also have access to the Congressional Research Service. They can provide some memos on particular issues. So I just want to set expectations that we aren't, experts on this issue alone, and I wouldn't rely purely on us, but at any point that you would sort of like an overview, and if you want to do that either on a regular schedule, I'd be open to that, and imagine the other offices would be as well. Usually when issues come up between meetings, I'll email Tony and or Josh and Lissa as well to keep you apprised or mention any comment periods, anything of that nature. So again, I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're looking for, but just wanted to let you know what role we can provide. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything to that.
Tom, do you have anything for us? Nope. Looks like he's all set. Any additional comments regarding this topic or an idea of how we would like to pursue this or not pursue this particular issue?
Josh, Bob Leach here again. One thing that I've kind of mulled over in my mind is this whole issue. We've got one representative and two senators, and it might be worth our time and effort to draft a letter off to all three of those individuals supporting Yucca Mountain so that they could kind of get that darn thing rolling. It's close to being ready to accepting fuel. It just mostly just needs the money in the budget that is already there. It's money that the ratepayers have put in there in a fund to go ahead with the licensing and open that thing up. It was our Congress that picked that spot out of all the different sites in this country that were looked at. And if they're the ones that set it up, then let them finish it. And let us put together a letter telling our representatives to support that activity. It's just an idea. We could put it on the the next time the committee for our issues to discuss by the panel, we could look into it a little bit and set it up for the next meeting if the panel is interested.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, I want to open up because I would completely disagree. I mean, first of all, Yucca Mountain was just recently not funded. It came up in front of the Congress and they didn't want to fund it. The people in Nevada don't want it. It's on an Indian reservation and it's been deemed geologically unsuitable. Further, it would already be full. I mean, we're creating nuclear waste every day and we have no place to put it. Even if we could use Yucca Mountain, it would already be to its capacity, according to what I've read. So it really is an important issue nationally, and I do feel that the panel should at least educate ourselves about it a bit because it does affect us greatly in many different potential ways, having that spent fuel there for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. What does that mean? Their government is creating a new nuclear waste administration agency. From what I understand, it will no longer be under the auspices of DOE. At least that was the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission that Obama set up. It seems to be something that the Trump administration is following in the footsteps of them. So these are important issues, and I think, we as a community that has waste should really weigh in at whether you like nuclear power or you don't like nuclear power. We can't keep creating nuclear waste if there's no plan for dealing with it. It hurts everyone. So I do think it's something that we should take up. How we do so is the question I'm putting in front of you guys. We talked about having Jim Hamilton come in. He's with the National Spent Fuel Collaborative. I don't know if it's still called that. But we need more advocacy on this issue.
So I would suggest, since we're already about 2.5 hours into our meeting, that we obviously have varying opinions on this particular issue within the committee, and it's really hard to do a whole heck of a lot through a Skype meeting like this and work through an extensive issue like this through this particular avenue. I suggest that we move this on to the next meeting, which I'm assuming will probably be in person. Chris Campany did send me a message that he has a comment to make. So, Chris, I'll give you the floor before we close up this topic and move it to a next meeting.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So,
Josh, this is Bob Bates again. Just let me add one little tidbit to this waste transportation. Way back when they were originally looking at sites for where they were going to put this waste, Vermont was one of the sites that was being considered. Congress elected to put it in Nevada. They elected to put it there because the federal government owns most of that state, and there's not a lot of people there. Well, Vermont, the federal government doesn't own a lot of Vermont, but it is a state that doesn't have very many people and doesn't have a lot of representation. So before we shoot down Yucca Mountain, we may pick a new site, and it might be Vermont. Just a tidbit. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bob. As I mentioned, we will move this on to the next meeting. Representative Sibilia, you have something for us real quick?
Just a comment listening to this. I'm not sure that advocacy so much as public facilitation and education is our role. And I've heard advocacy on this issue being discussed. So I just want to flag that will be a concerning word for me in future discussions.
Well, we're already advocating for consolidated interim storage because we're already on the record as supporting that without a vote. What I'd like to see is a discussion, and if we are in favor of supporting federal efforts to create an interim consolidated storage facility, then we should talk about it. We should vote on it, because right now that's what people think. That's what the advocates are using the letter that we signed to do. So you talk about advocacy, it's already being used as a tool of advocacy by others. Our position taken without a vote on this very important matter. So, I'd like to move that we create a subcommittee to draft an advisory opinion on this matter. I'd volunteer to be on that subcommittee. If anybody wants to join me, I'd like to actually put something in writing to present at the next meeting rather than just kicking this can down the road, which is in fact what happens nationally and what's been happening for the past 50 years. So yeah, I mean, it's not something people are always eager to get into, but for those who'd like to produce more nuclear reactors and for those who are concerned about the buildup of waste at sites throughout the United States, it matters. So I think it matters for this panel to keep moving. And if anybody would like to join, maybe I'd make a motion that the issues committee create a little subcommittee that can sit together or Zoom together and create a document that might start drafting an advisory opinion on the matter. That's what I'd like to put a motion for. Does anybody second that? Guess not.
I second it. This is Sarah.
So moved and seconded to establish a subcommittee to discuss, I guess, spent fuel issues and the direction of the panel as, in an advisory manner. Laura, Representative Sibilia, you have an additional comment?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't know that you captured the motion that I heard. I think I heard a motion to have a small group draft an advisory opinion.
Correct.
So if that were to go forward, I would want to understand how. I would want to make sure that there was plenty of time for public participation in that.
I agree. So there's a there's a motion and a second on the table to establish a subcommittee regarding this particular issue. Let's take a vote to see if we want to establish that subcommittee, and I will go down through the names. Please say yay or nay as we go down through. Maddie Arms.
Nay.
Chris Campney.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Nay.
Emily Davis.
Yay. Yay.
Reluctantly. Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Bob Leach.
Nay.
Brett Long.
He ain't here.
Did we lose Brett? Okay. David Pearson.
Did we lose him?
Nay.
Chuck Shore.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Representative Sibilia. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I'm going to vote no, because I need more information on what we're doing here.
Commissioner Tierney.
This is a tough one. The reason I think it's tough is I really want to see the citizens guide this panel But my view is no.
Okay. Josh Unruh, that's me. I vote nay. Alyssa Wyman.
Yes.
Back to Chris Cantley.
Yeah, my concern is that, sorry, I know the echo is bad. It's just really hard to have a good conversation in this context, where we're having to do it remote. I'm okay with having a conversation. I just think it needs to be when we can actually meet face to face again. There can be actually more public engagement. So I'm inclined to no right now. Defer for another time.
Okay, so the motion has been defeated, and if I'm doing my numbers right, Anthony 8-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here as well.
Okay.
Well, now we can see why nothing happens on a national level.
All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, schedule remaining 20.
Oh, dear.
I'm still here, Tony. It's Sarah.
Yeah, okay, can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to eliminate some of the echo, and I think I accidentally muted everyone.
That's okay. So everybody get your calendars out, and Anthony, I'll ask you to take the lead on this one with your calendar as well to schedule the rest of our 2020 panel meetings, or at least our next couple, being that we're in the situation that we're in and not really knowing what tomorrow holds.
Okay. Okay, so going by what we did last year, we met in May and then we did not meet again until October. We had tried to meet in September and we just had conflict after conflict. So I guess my first question is, do people want to try to meet, say, for example, in June? That would have to be another webcast because we're not going to be able to get a facility. The schools are closed. My suggestion would be to try to meet again in September. Mondays and Thursdays seem to work best right now, so I'm moving forward in my calendar to September, and pardon me just a second here. I went a little too far. Yeah. We would have to rule out September 7th because that is Labor Day. We would have to rule out September 28th because that is Yom Kippur. But I don't see any other significant conflicts. So what would people prefer, meeting on a Monday or a Thursday at this point? Or is there another day of the week that works for people?
Mr. Chair, June Tierney here.
Go ahead.
I am agnostic on whether it's a Monday or a Thursday. I have very strong views about whether we're meeting in person or not. I don't see us meeting in person anytime soon. So we need to get used to this format, if you ask me. And that should open a few dates up if the panel wants to use it, because it's much easier for me to participate when we're participating in this manner, as opposed to having a 2-hour drive down and back to get to the handicap meeting. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'll be honest, I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum, and I really wish everything would reopen right now. but
Somehow I'm not surprised.
yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't concede that I'm not a capitalist, but I've been eating, living, and breathing COVID-19 response, as have many people in leadership positions in the state, and I'm not going to be somebody who's giving back any of the governor's gains. So I'm staying safe, and I want everybody else to stay safe too.
So I got a couple suggestions popping up on the screen. One is September 22nd. The only concern that I have September 21st. The only concern that I have is that seems kind of far out. Looking at Thursdays, as Anthony had mentioned, would the 3rd work for people, the 3rd of September?
Josh, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
For those legislators, we're talking about having to be back in session for sometime in August and September, which we will not know about for a while. But I do know that Mondays will always be a free day for me. So if it comes to pass, so I could potentially say okay for a Thursday, but it would be a little bit harder for me to be able to say with complete confidence.
Okay. If Mondays work better for you folks, because you will be in session at that point, how does the 21st work for everybody? That was one of the suggestions. My only concern is that the length of time it is away from today. But if we don't have anything pressing, which it doesn't seem like we do, anything we need to make decisions on, September 21st is an option. What do we think about that?
Bob Leach here. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have our issues committee meeting, at which point I will re-enter a discussion about the future of the spent fuel at Vermont Yankee.
Okay, so that settles it. Let's make September 21st our next IndyCap meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes,
question,
go ahead.
Request.
Sure.
I want to thank Tony for putting this meeting together. There's a lot of people here. Facilitating these types of meetings is incredibly difficult. This is in no means a comment on Tony's work, but I have been participating in nonstop virtual meetings through all bunches of mediums, and this was by far the worst quality. I would like to suggest that we go to GoToMeeting, or the state is using Microsoft Teams. If Zoom is not a possibility, the legislature is using Zoom. So just something to think about. It doesn't need to be debated here. I just offer that as hopefully something to be considered for the next meeting. I agree it should be planned to be virtual just in case.
Okay, Anthony and I will work together on that particular issue. I agree this was a little cumbersome, but honestly, this is the first virtual meeting that I've had throughout this whole COVID thing, because I've been working 60 hours a week, so in person. So this is my first experience with any of this type of thing through the COVID. So Anthony and I will work for a better solution going forward, and I think that is it. We'll send an email out regarding the Issues Committee meeting prior to the September 21st meeting, and go from there. Does anybody else have anything from the general public? Comments to the panel?
Okay, all lines to the public should be unmuted.
Kevin Camps, if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Okay, Kevin, try it now.
How about he type the question, Tony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
There it goes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Kevin Camps with Beyond Nuclear, and I just had a couple of questions. I tried to ask them earlier, but couldn't get through, and I had a couple brief comments. I'll keep it brief. The questions I had were regarding a Susan Smallher article in the Brattleboro, Vermont newspaper, The Reformer, back on March 2nd, that described North Star getting a waiver from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding how long it takes for the waste shipments to travel to Texas. It was an increase from something like 20 days to 60 days. And my specific question, I guess, would be what takes so long for that train journey? And a related question is, are these rail cars resting in rail yards for long periods of time? And if so, what kind of dose rate is being given off? Because the workers in those rail yards or residents nearby would be exposed to that dose rate that whole time. That's one question. A second question, I guess, for North Star as well is, has the radiological surveying where you said nothing surprising has been found, unexpected, has that yet extended to where those leaks were taking place back in like early 2010, late 2009, the underground pipes that were leaking? Those are my questions. My quick comments, I was really concerned to hear the advocacy or the support for the Yucca dump in Nevada and even for the consolidated interim storage facilities. So I'm speaking on behalf of our members and supporters in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts who are directly impacted up there. But I just have to point out that Yucca is not going to happen. I mean, as was said, the state of Nevada and the Western Shoshone Indian Nation and many others are adamantly opposed, have been for 33 years. It was mentioned the Western Shoshone land title. That's going to be a bit of a problem to overcome, for one thing. But on consolidated interim storage as well, Beyond Nuclear has a lawsuit against both the Texas proposal and the New Mexico proposal because it violates the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, and that's going to court. And we're joined by others, a coalition of environmental groups across the country in the host states. Just to name one, the Sierra Club, the biggest environmental group in the country, is opposed to these proposals. So I just wanted to get that out there as a concern, and really you can't depend on those anytime soon. That's why hardened on-site storage for the foreseeable future is the only way to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Corey, I'll turn it over to you to answer the couple questions at the beginning of Mr. Camp's statement.
All right, the first question with respect to the waiver has to do with the reporting requirements. Whenever a shipment leaves by rail, the reporting requirements are that we track that and we know where it is at all times, and it should arrive at its destination within 20 days. If it does not, we file a report with the NRC saying we understand where that material and shipment has been and why, and where we are in Vermont and where the waste facility is in Texas. We're about as far across the country as we can get. And unfortunately, we were learning that 20 days regularly does get exceeded, and it has mostly to do with the rail operations. But the postings and the placarding and the controls for all the materials and the shipments are in compliance with all DOT regulations. And where those shipments are and the rail yards go, I can't give you a definitive answer for the exact dose rates that any member of the public would receive, but it is within the Code of Federal Regulations governed under 10 CFR 39 and the Department of Transportation rules for shipping materials like the ones that are being shipped. So it's really a reporting requirement. We extended that periodicity to 45 days, and we've been able to meet the rail turnaround time for that. But to answer your question, yes, rail traffic is complicated, Sometimes trains do get stopped, broken up, recoupled, and shipped part way. And often it does take longer than 20 days to get a rail shipment from Vermont to Texas. As far as the second question goes, there is significant monitoring around the area where the tritium leakage from the condensate drain lines did put water into the ground back in 2009 and 10. A good component of that area has extensive monitoring. The well that Dr. Irwin specifically asked about, GZ10, and sample data for it, which we'll find out about and get some information in. There is no source term there anymore, and we have seen an extremely appreciable degradation in tritium values ever since the plant shut down, and actually well before that when we did all the mitigation efforts with the half-life of tritium. The values of those, for the most part, all the wells that are outside of those areas, we've seen well below the drinking water standards. So to answer the question fully, we have seen an expected reduction in the tritiation of the water that's in the ground in that area. And in most cases, it's down to non-detectable or well below the drinking water standards. I think I got this question, but I'm open to follow up if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I guess in addition to the tritium contamination, I remember there being other forms of radioactive contamination. I don't remember the exact isotopes, but there were several, I think. So are you going to do more extensive testing of that area where the leakage was, or is that well the only testing that you're doing?
Some of the wells that are associated with that are in the groundwater monitoring sampling program for our radiological samples, so that's an ongoing process. But for specific radiological constituents, I'm not familiar with what you're describing, and I'm not sure how to answer a question that's not defined.
Okay, is there any additional public comments or questions?
I thought we had another one coming in. I'm scrolling back to see.
I don't see any. I've been paying attention to it as well.
No, I'm not seeing anything else.
All right, very good. So I make a motion to adjourn.
Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, everyone, thank you for bearing with the Skype meeting this evening. With regards to using Teams, Teams more or less has the same interface as this, so I do not think that's a viable option. I suspect that some of you heard me swearing when the entire interface on my laptop disappeared in the middle of the meeting, so I thought the entire meeting had crashed. So my apologies for the unprofessionalism there. I'm not sure what we can do to make this a little bit easier. If we can go back to GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar, I would certainly be willing to do that. I was much happier with that setup than Skype. Zoom is a possibility, assuming I can get it installed on my work laptop. However, what I see on that is unless we pay some additional money for it, the meetings all cut off at 30 minutes, which would not work here. So that may be a reason to tap some of the funding that North Star has offered. But thank you very much, everyone.
I'll second Josh's motion.
Very good. So moved and seconded to adjourn. Let's see. Let's go around. Well, we probably don't need to go down through the list. Please unmute yourself and say aye.
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 All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
we'll call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock, 6:01. Are you all set, Rich, from BCTV? Okay, and then I don't see, now I lost him. Oh, Peter, you all good?
I'm good.
Okay, so, hey, Dwight, how are you?
Hello.
So, just so everybody knows, I swore at Kate last week on Friday, so she's now official. So, Kate, welcome to the board. Thank you very much for signing that paper. I figured you weren't going to do that and you were going to take off on us, but we appreciate having you here. So, does anybody have any additions or deletions to the agenda? Mark, do you have any? Mark, is there any public around?
No.
Okay. We have the minutes of the April 20th, 2020 meeting. So if we can get a motion to approve them.
Before that, Barry Pearson was not a board member in attendance at that meeting.
Yeah, I got a couple other ones. Does anybody else have anything to add besides the Barry Pearson? Okay, I also had, and I thought I sent you an email, Peter, but I may have missed it. We came out of executive session probably around 7:35, and Richard and Rick were going to keep the board informed of where we stood. And then I don't remember.
7:35.
And then I think Rick motioned that we adjourn, and everybody agreed. And I don't think we had a roll call vote because I think everybody got off TV really quick.
So between when you emerged from the meeting, from the executive session, somebody was going to do what?
Rick and Rich were going to keep the board informed.
Good, thank you.
And then Rick moved to adjourn.
Got that.
Like 2 minutes later.
Noted.
I move that we approve the minutes of April 20th, 2020 as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dwight seconds it?
Yes.
Roll call vote. Rick Thorpe?
Aye.
Dwight?
Here. Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And Kate?
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. We all voted. And then next thing is correspondence, which I have none. Matt or Tammy or Bill, is there any correspondence I'm missing?
I have nothing.
That has nothing. Tammy's shaking her head, and Bill ran away. He'll be back. Okay, so all business. We have equity, and that was a placeholder for future discussions. And Laura's not here, so hey, Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Okay. Website design, Mark, I believe you were gonna talk, you had some stuff you were working on.
Yeah, I went through the RFP from last April, I think. My recommendation is that we update the dates and take out the financial information and send it out as is. I know that's not the typical way educational RFPs get sent out, but in the business world, that's how we would send out an RFP for a website and let companies come back with a price. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, did we send that out? Was that part of the minute?
Nope,
meeting
never
packet?
sent out. Was never, the board never, board put it on hold at the time.
No, I meant, was it sent out for this meeting?
Uh,
No,
nope.
Bill
I
said
can send it out quickly.
Okay, well, why don't you send it out and then, but let's talk, we'll put that top on the agenda next meeting, because that way people get a chance to look at it. I know we've had it before, but it would be brand new to Kate.
All right.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah. Works for me.
Okay, cool. So Bill did submit us a calendar for the work plan. It looks like multicolored pieces of paper. Did anybody have any comments on the work plan?
No, I think you just updated those two things, right, Bill?
I updated those two things, and then just to update you on May 18th, we have on the calendar IB update. So Matt is preparing that for May 18th.
I was going to bring that up. I wasn't sure if we were going to do that again or do that still.
Yeah,
I think
I'll let Matt talk about it.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you that we talked about doing that the second meeting in May. And so I just wanted to let you know I'm ready. We'll be ready to do that. I should have something to send out to you by this coming Monday in preparation for that. So you have time to look over those survey results and read the administrative recommendation.
So Bill, on the agenda, on the next agenda under old business, we're gonna have website design. And then we're gonna have the IB review. And Matt, you're running away. You go the dog. You're gonna let the parents know that had written letters about this, right? So that that they can participate via whatever system they want to participate by.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put something out through the Power School alert system that lets them know that not only those parents in particular, but lets all the parents know that this will be a topic for that board meeting.
Yeah, I think we definitely, to those specific parents, we definitely need to let them know because they had concerns.
Yeah, I'll send them a specific email.
And then Mark, will they be like on this will they be one of the squares? Will we look more like Hollywood squares or?
Unless they call in on a telephone.
Okay, but somebody will be able to monitor if they have questions or comments, correct?
Yep. That's part of that procedure that I sent out to you guys before our first meeting. I'll send it out to everyone again.
Okay.
And,
Is everybody? Oh, go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
I was just going to suggest that it gets sent out to all the Wardsboro parents as well. I didn't know if you have separate lists or how that works.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Tammy?
What is the ask, Mark? Can you just clarify that for me?
Just whatever message that Matt's going to send out to the Dover parents in regards to the May 18th IB review meeting that gets sent out to the Wardsboro parents as well.
Okay.
So everybody's good with that? Okay, cool. Anything else on the work? Anything else on the work plan for anybody? Dwight?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at it. Is this something, I mean, under normal circumstances, would we kind of be having a get together where we'd be designing what we want to be work on for the coming year, or if we should be filling some of it, or is this something kind of a homework project, or, is this a work in progress? Or what's the plan going to be for the plan?
Yeah, if you see something that we're missing that you want to get in there, that this would be the time to bring that up.
Okay. Just saying, 'cause maybe we don't have any meetings in October. Or wait.
It's not that we have a meeting, but just when we're doing certain things.
No, I understand. Okay. No, I'll be happy to come up with some ideas. I just wondering if it's more of a collaboration, if there are other things we need to be discussing or.
Yeah, I think Bill and Matt and Tammy, we, one of the things too is like, I know in November you got to identify budget priorities. But we also talk about making sure, looking for efficiencies. Even though we have an approved budget, with Lori and stuff, and I don't have that in there. So maybe that's something you guys can talk with Lori and maybe we can add that somewhere here in the future. Okay, Dwight, is there anything else you're thinking of specifically, or was that?
No, I didn't. I just was kind of wondering about the process. Like this, we'll add to this as the year goes on, or that's what I was looking for. I didn't have anything to add specifically.
Yeah, it's definitely not like locked in, set in stone, and we can't change it. We can add and we can delete and we can move things. It was just kind of a framework so that people think of if there's something they have some interest in. And then also part of the thing is, remember last year while we were doing some of the budget reviews, people wanted to know when it would have been a good time to come and talk about that. And I think that November, identified budget priorities in the format.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rich. I think part of during the budget process last time around, there were questions about when certain things will be discussed. So, so parents could come to the meetings they thought would be most effective for the issues they were looking to talk about.
Yeah. So everybody else good, or anybody else got any comments on that? Okay, then moving along, our next item is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So I have talked to the 3 people that had expressed interest. Last year, Robert McIntyre was one of our auditors from Eastover, Randy Capitani from Eastover, and Matt had talked to a Danielle Salway, who's a parent, and she has a bookkeeping business, part-time keeping business, and lives up in Dover Hills. Unfortunately, they're all 3 from Dover, but they all volunteered. And the one thing they asked me was, what do we have to do? And I said, pretty much nothing. We just have to appoint, and they're willing to be appointed, and they're all willing if, we need to have something done, or we can call on them. So, I know last time we advertised and we had a gentleman from Wardsboro who was willing to do it if we couldn't find anybody else. And that was almost as hard a position to find as it was for a school board member. So if you guys want to appoint somebody, make a motion to appoint those 3, we could do that. And then just next year we need to, oh, my screen went away. We need to make sure we discuss it at the school district meeting.
So I'll move that we appoint those 3.
Peter, Robert McIntyre.
Yes, sir. Randy
Randy Capitani.
And Danielle Galloway.
Danielle Salway, Salway.
Yes.
Matt, is it Danielle or Daniela?
Danielle, no A at the end.
Okay, so
I remember
Mark,
she was at a meeting before.
Okay, so Mark made the motion. Rick, you want to second it?
Sure, I'll second that.
Cool. We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll go through roll call. We'll start with you, Rick.
Aye.
Dwight.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so again, everybody's in favor, so the motion carries. Does anybody have any old business? Anything we missed from the minutes? Seeing none. New business, we had a written principles report. I know everything had something in it, but financial efficiencies. It's hard to have financial efficiencies during a COVID epidemic. Any questions, comments, Rick?
None here.
Dwight?
No, looks good.
That,
Can I get a hold of a copy to append to the minutes?
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Peter,
Hang on.
I'll send you a link to all the documents. The financial efficiencies, I'm just showing a bullet point with nothing else there. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's what my comment was. There are no financial efficiencies, so that's why there's nothing there. Kate, you have any questions? You got a copy of it, right, Kate?
Yes, no questions.
Okay. Anything other, Matt and Tammy, that showed up on the principals report that you want to bring up? Okay, we don't see anything, so moving right along. Superintendent's report. We had a 4.5-page superintendent's cabinet report. Did anybody have any questions on the written cabinet report?
What color are you painting in the inside of Dover? Same color?
We're going to stick with that nice mauve pink color. What do you think?
Oh, Bill doesn't like it.
No, we're doing it's a kind of a slate blue on the bottom and then a institutional off-white on the top. It looks really good. It looks nice.
The mauve came from the addition people and nobody liked it.
Yeah, it's going.
Bill, no questions on the superintendent's report. Do you have anything additional for the superintendent?
I do. It'll be brief, but I just wanted to update the board on the conversation that we had today. There were VSBA and VSA with the director of the Joint Fiscal Office, Mark Peralt, the Secretary of Education, Dan French, and the legislative aide from Peter Welch's office. And kind of the three big takeaways to keep you all informed is that Ways and Means is spending all day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week trying to creatively come up with a solution, hopefully by the end of the week, to find 153 million, which is the projected shortfall in the ed fund for next year. In the superintendent's report, I gave you guys a copy of the latest from April 29th that was presented to the Ways and Means Committee about how to try to creatively use some of that money underneath the regulations that are tied to that money. They have some other ideas that they're trying to figure out, because the belief in the Ways and Means Committee is that absorbing 153 million on the backs of the property tax is just too high of a bar to try to accomplish. So I just wanted to make you guys aware that this week there should be a lot of movement on that. The Secretary of Education, without being explicit, intimated that the return to fall will not look like pre-COVID times. He was not explicit on what that meant, but he wanted to kind of start dropping the crumbs down that the fall is going to look something different than what we all have normally experienced in the fall. His operating principle is that we should be spending our time this summer planning for the fall and not trying to catch up what happened right now. I kind of think we're going to try to do both because I don't want to miss the opportunity of, if there's an opportunity for us to do some robust summer work with students in small groups, I really want to take advantage of that, and so do the principals. So I think we're going to do two parallel paths where we're going to use the summer to plan for the fall, and we're going to use the summer to try to catch up at the minimum our most vulnerable students. But the fall could look very much like it looks right now. It could look a hybrid where we have kids coming in on certain days. It could look like back when I was going to kindergarten and you had a group come in the morning and a different group came in the afternoon. I don't know. But over the next 6 weeks, that's the kind of plans that we're going to be working on based on the guidance from the state. So I just wanted the board to kind of understand those contexts, or that context. Mark, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to watch the meeting from this afternoon, the VSBA will be sending it out to all board members, a link to it tomorrow. And Katie, I'll make sure that I send it to you so that you have it.
Thank you, Mark.
The biggest thing I took away from that meeting today was that they're very concerned about students were missing, students that were not being able to access, and I think there's going to be a lot of time and effort put into that. And I noticed that there was a new memo from the Department of Ed today about Medicaid and billing for students, for phone stuff. So it seems like almost every day there's a new memo from the Department of Ed that's creating a lot of work for everybody, making it like people jump through hoops. I wish, if they think that they're not going to have school in the fall, as it was pre-COVID-19, that they tell us now so we can start preparing, because that's going to be really tough on parents, especially in our area where, if ski area is open and the businesses get going again, sometimes the school is more than just education. It also does act as daycare for people. And if they don't have that, that's going to be a huge, I think they're going to go somewhere. If they don't want school, they're going to go into some kind of daycare situation or something. So I know, and you guys can push at the Superintendent's Association and Matt and Tammy, the principals, that if that is what they're thinking, they need to really push hard on that to let us know as early as they can, because that's, I think everybody's assuming that we're going to go back to school, at the end of August, beginning of September.
Yeah.
The VSBA has an emergency meeting this Friday. I can push it then as well.
Yeah, I really think if they're really considering that, then they really should start letting us know now. I don't know. Does anybody else have any thoughts?
I don't think it's just the schools that are in this boat. I think the daycares are also in the boat, because I have a child in each age bracket. And right now, my current daycare is closed. I have no idea when they're going to reopen or what it will look like when they do reopen and how many spots they will have. Right now, my employer is having us all work remotely. So I'm working from home with people coming and going, as you guys see. And this is the COVID normal at this point in the game. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see where we go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dwight.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, Bill, can you give us any idea of some of the things that are being bounced around to either, one, make up the shortfall, or what school may look like in the fall? I mean, some of the things that they're talking about, or do they even know themselves?
No, I mean, I think they're being really creative with the shortfall. I think actually this board has been very prescient to kind of wait and see what these discussions were going to bear fruit instead of diving into the worry right away. Because once they learn the rules of the 1.25 billion, then they came up with some interesting ideas. So kind of modeling the $1,200 check to citizens of the United States. They're considering grants to all property taxpayers, because that technically is not backfilling a loss of revenue. It's giving something to the citizens. So it's kind of in that gray area, but I really like the idea. And then they would just do it to match that 26 cents that is estimated to be lost. So everybody would get a grant on their tax bill that actually would gobble up that loss, but it would look like everybody paid, that the tax rate would rise, but then you'd get a grant to bring it back down to normal. That's one idea they're looking at, which I think has real promise. At least the Welch people felt that way.
This is a federal grant you're talking about now.
Well, no, the state has the money, and then the state gets to distribute that 1.25 billion however they decide. They just have to follow the rules that are provided.
Gotcha. Okay.
Secondly, when you talk about what it's going to look like in the fall, everything's kind of on the table. It could look exactly like it looks right now to start. It could look like it looks right now and bringing in small groups of kids. You know, Kate's first grade daughter might come in on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, but she's home on Thursdays and Fridays. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we meet with the secretary on Thursday, so we'll be asking these questions that you guys are talking about. I think that Friday, May 8th is a big deal because they're going to talk about graduation ceremonies. And so I think that's going to be starting to show us kind of what their thinking is. And then back to a point that Rich talked about the most vulnerable kids and being in touch. I would let you guys know as a board, you should be really proud of your team because you have really high percentage of kids engaging. Just as an example, in Wardsboro, after 9 days off for vacation, 100% of all of their students engaged right after vacation. I mean, that is huge. That is a real connection to the school that is just gigantic. So you guys have really set a nice connective tissue that people want to be a part of. So we're going to have less kind of making up because we have a very engaged family and community.
I would say, yeah, and for the summer, you know, I've never been a big fan of summer school, but I think the engagement is really important for the kids. And if they don't have other things going on in the summertime, just the ability to reach out to their friends in the community and, you know, have a little bit of a learning experience, I think probably be a good idea. So I'd be interested to see what they come up with or what we come up with the summer months.
Yeah, we're operating on starting that planning after we hear from the secretary on Friday.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Is everybody all good with Bill's superintendent report? Okay, so part of that, under that, Bill's got a half day for professional development in school focus. You want to have a discussion on that. And we also got a email from Tammy and Matt, or a part of one of the packages was Steve and IB program development proposal. So I think these are kind of like go together hand in hand. I believe Matt and Tammy, are you okay with that? So Bill, why don't you start, and then Matt and Tammy, you can come in and tell us what's going on.
So basically, Matt, Tammy, and I have been discussing since August how to make sure that we are really developing the programs, really developing STEAM, really developing IB, really reflecting on not only implementing a program, but developing a program. And we have a model in West River that is going into its third year next year of developing. We needed to have some unification of all the schools that were working together in West River. And so we came up with a plan to do 6 half days throughout the year so that we could have all the elementary schools start working together and have the middle school kind of develop its middle school world while the high school was developing a reaction to their test scores, really. And it's been highly successful in getting the deep kind of development that we want in West River. And so I've been discussing this with Tammy and Matt for about 6 months. And I asked them to kind of collaborate on kind of a one-pager to share with you guys where our best thinking is right now. But we really would like to encourage the board to support 6 half-days next year for the development of the STEAM program and the development of the IB program above and beyond the winter sports days. We're finding that time is super critical, and we can really make some high-level, long-term, durable investments, but we just need to have that time. So that's kind of the broad strokes, and Matt and Tammy, if you can kind of flesh that out, that would be awesome.
Go ahead, Tam. Do you have anything to add?
I think you nailed it, Bill, really. I mean, basically, we're looking for some more time. I know, especially, you know, STEAM is really in the infancy stages here at Wardsboro. And in order for us to really, you know, develop a high quality program and get to the place where we want teachers to be integrating this within their classrooms, we need a little bit more time as a team, as a school-based team, in order for us to work on that.
Yeah, I think it's the same. What we're finding with IB is the same thing. The winter sports time is great, but we're looking for something that's a little more spread out throughout the year. Every 4 to 6 weeks, a new IB unit starts, and there's quite a lot of turnover that needs to happen in that time. And a lot of it is based on reflection, where teachers are reviewing the work that they've done and the effectiveness of that work. And it's really important after the job is done to have a look at it and try to determine whether or not it was successful and what you would change to try to improve it. So by the time January, February rolls around, you know, the iron has cooled down, for lack of a better word or a better analogy, with those 2 or 3 units or 4 units that have been taught in the fall. So we're just looking for those times to try to grow the program, try to build the program, rather than just maintain the program in the case of the IB, to try to keep the status quo. We really want to we want it to grow. We don't want it to just stay the way it is. And we're finding we're struggling with the time.
Any board members have any questions? Do any board members have any questions? Mark, do you have a question? Bill or Matt?
Katie had her hand up first.
Oh, I was saying, sorry, I thought Tammy was talking and adding something after Matt talked, and I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, I was muted and I thought I was not. Sorry. Thank you, Kate. No, in addition to that, I'm just wondering and hoping that the additional time could also lend itself to some collaboration between the teachers and the schools, given more time.
Okay. Mark?
So 2 questions. One, are half days better than full days? And you're basically talking about 3 full educational days. I could be wrong, but I would think that from a parent perspective, a whole day that they could plan for would be better than 3 whole days and having essentially 6 half days, which for a working parent would be a whole day. So just a question.
Yeah, no, the design is so that the school day counts. We don't
Okay.
have in our contract enough professional development days to take those as full days.
Okay. And that answers my second question. So thank you.
All right.
Anybody, Dwight, you have a question?
No, I think that was kind of similar. My question was, how many days do they currently use for professional development and how many are contracted? So is this addition to what they are contracted for, or is this the same?
No, we
Yeah.
would have, oh,
Go ahead, Rich.
well, so I was just looking, we contract for 186.5 days. And I was trying to figure out, because I can't find it really quickly, but there's X number of days that are student contact days, and certain dates can be used for professional development. So maybe Bill, run through us out of those 186.5, because we did make some changes for the SU also to give you some additional days at the SU, and then we wanted to give Matt and Tammy some time to for in school besides. So can you run through that for us?
Yeah, so you run 186.5 days, and you run 176 student days. So that gives you 10.5 professional development days. Half of those, 5 days, you work in collaboration with the SU, and then half of those, 5.5 days, are specific to River Valleys. And those are spread throughout the year, but those are primarily about building up, preparing to teach the Common Core, the whole broad range of education, rather than the specificity of STEAM or IB. And thus, that's why we use the winter sports days to focus primarily on STEAM and IB. But the additional 6 half days would allow for the development of the programs, and as Tammy mentioned, also the opportunity for some merging, because you can imagine how it would make a whole lot of sense that some IB units are heavily influenced by STEAM, and we can get some cross-pollination that could be really helpful and beneficial to our students.
So then
I have a,
okay.
I have a question too. So, this ask is definitely like, it's reasonable, but is it adequate given the part that, the landscape of, the schedule may change pretty drastically next year? Do you think that this allows for that scenario as well? Or do you think that would bring, some other planning challenges to the table to work, IB and STEAM lessons in a distance learning or in a, 3 days a week in the school setting learning? Like, is that going to be adequate time, or how does that look?
So the honest answer is I don't know. But I think that it's a good place to start as we navigate whatever the world looks like. One benefit is that people are getting much more comfortable in this environment. So you can imagine where if we wanted a collaboration in October on a Wednesday, you might use part of the time in your own building working with the teachers in Wardsboro, and then you might spend part of that time collaborating over a distance learning with the teachers in Dover. So you could do both, and you could, adapt to the environment that's happening. So that's one of the benefits, that we're learning how to do this and be functional in this environment. But to be quite honest, until we know the rules of the game, no, I don't know if it's enough or not, but I think it's a good place to start.
Are you good, Kate?
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions for Bill or Matt or Tammy?
So I'm understanding, Bill. So we would have a total of 16 and a half PD days now?
No, you'd still only have 10 and a half. It would, so you could look at it both ways. You could have, there's still student days, so it's still part of that 176, but the students would only be there for 4 of the 7 hours of the day. So you could cobble those half days together and make that count. I think you're right, 16 and a half. But they would both be student days and professional development days in the eyes of the AOE.
Okay, so the students are missing out on a half a school day, right, though? That
is correct.
Okay.
But it
But
counts
I would say, actually, now in this environment, they could go home and do distance learning, because now that we know how to do it, it would make quite a lot of sense. That's
But
what
who would
looks
teach it?
like. There's a lot of independence that's going on with distance learning. You don't have to have, you know, synchronous action.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make it clear.
But so where does, I think Rick is right though, because we also have those half days, the 6 half days from the winter sports too.
No, Rick is right. I'm taking half of those 6 days, these other 6 days, you combine those together, that's 6 days. And that adds on to that 10.5 that I referenced earlier. So Rick did the math faster than I did. That's 16.5.
And I thought our contract had 181 student days.
You changed that 3 years ago.
Wow. Okay. Is everybody good? I guess I don't know if I think if everybody's kind of in agreement, you know, I think we can say that, yeah, we're good with this for the time being. But I think until we know what the calendar is going to look like, I think maybe we just say that, yeah, this is something we'll go forward with. But until we know what the state's planning, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I think. Then the other part, are you going to be able to put that many faculty together? Because you're not allowed more than 10 people now in a meeting or in a building or in a work environment. So I don't know how that plays into it and when that's going to loosen up and, you know, if that changes. But so if everybody's good, I think we can give it a conceptual approval. We won't take a vote on it, but then Bill and Matt and Tammy, when we get closer, you know, to the new year and the new budget time, you know, we can bring this back up and just see where it stands. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Dwight, you're good with that?
Yeah, it's
Kate,
good.
you're good. Mark?
For me.
Mark's good. Okay, so guys, Matt and Tammy and Bill, we're good with it. We'll just, you know, let's pay attention to what's going on and where we move forward and what the new lay of the land's gonna look like. Okay, so then the next thing I have is the COVID-19 update. Bill, is that something you put in or is that?
I just wanted to make sure I had it in there in case anybody had any questions. I think it kind of got taken care of by talking about it during the superintendent. I don't have any additions.
Does anybody have any questions about it? You guys are making this too easy. Last thing we got is contractual and personnel. I do know we will probably hopefully make a couple decisions tonight. So I don't know, how do we deal with this, Mark and Bill and Rich?
We'll kick everybody out, and then I'll lock the room. And Rich, you can come back into the waiting room, and I'll unlock it when we come out of executive session.
Yeah, that works.
Peter, are you okay with that?
Yes. Would you like me to come back afterwards?
Yes, because I believe we're going to have a couple tonight.
How will we know?
Come right back in. Gonna kick you out. Come right back in. You'll be in the waiting room, and I'll open up the waiting room when we get out of executive session.
Will that make a little bell sound or anything? Or shall I stare at my computer?
I honestly don't know whether it will or not.
Okay. I'll leave the sound on. You can all yell at me.
There you go.
Rich?
Yes, Bill?
Could I ask that to start the executive session, that is just the board and myself for a real brief moment, and then let Matt and Tammy go into the waiting room and then bring them in?
Well, we got Yeah, we can do that.
Right, I have one thing to talk about and then, right, okay.
Okay,
So if
are-
I was just gonna say, Rich and Peter, if you could wait 5 minutes before you come back in, because I can't let
Okay.
individual people in. I can only open up the whole waiting room.
Right. Yeah, that works. Just please don't make the decision before we come back in.
I think it'll be more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
But that will let Matt and Tammy back in.
Yep, that works.
Got it. So we'll abandon you for 5 minutes and then come back in and we'll get in the waiting room.
Yep.
hang on a sec before you move, before we kick anybody out. I need a motion to move into executive session for contractual issues and personnel issues.
So moved.
So Rick moved. Do I have a second?
I second.
Kate seconds it. Roll call vote. Any discussion? Hearing none. Rick? Aye, Rick?
Aye, oh, absolutely.
Dwight?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Okay, so we're all in favor, so we're moving into executive session, so kick them out. Make sure there's nothing good in that way.
Oh, they're in.
Okay, Peter, are you all set to get some motions?
Am I speaking? Yes, I'm all set.
Okay, so by unanimous consent, we came out of executive session. The first contractual issue, the superintendent's gonna bring us more information to our next meeting about the first contractual issue.
Yes.
The second contractual issue, I need somebody to make a motion.
I'll move that we approve the Wyndham Central and NEA, or Wyndham Central NEA contract with River Valleys, and give the chair permission to sign the agreements.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so Dwight seconds it. Peter, do you have that?
Yes. I
Okay.
do.
Roll call vote, Rick,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so it's all in favor, so the motion carries. And then the third contractual issue, do we have a motion on that?
All right. I move that we give administration, I don't know what the right word is, permission or instruction to hire, move to approve the recommended candidate for teacher position at Dover.
Move to approve hiring the candidate.
For the administration to
Yeah,
offer
for teacher position at Dover.
That
Bill,
all
you were
got broken
muted.
up.
It's a River Valleys contract. We want to maintain the flexibility where we place people. So on the contract, it'll be with River Valleys. So we don't want to make the motion Dover.
Oh, I apologize.
So
I amend
how's it
the
worded?
motion.
Hiring a candidate. Approve hiring a candidate.
Approve the administration to offer a contract to the candidate.
Offer a contract. Great. Okay.
Okay, so Mark, you're good with that motion?
I am.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, so Kate seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We have to do roll call for everything, Bill. Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, Rick,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Move forward, Matt, Tammy, and Bill. So our next meeting is May 18th at 6 p.m. And if you have anything you can think of that we missed to put on the agenda, please let us know ahead of time. And if there's nothing else, Rick, you ready to make a motion to adjourn?
Just a clarification. Mr. Shaw will move to approve the administration offering a contract to a candidate. Is there a position involved here?
As a teachers.
Teaching contract. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn at 20 p.m. and reconvene on the 18th at 6 p.m.
Cool.
May the fourth be with
Second?
you.
That work?
What's be with you?
Yeah, do I have a second?
I second.
Second.
Mark seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Thank you, folks. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Thanks, everyone.
Same bat channel.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, yes.
So I'll call us to order at 6:01. And the first thing on the agenda, recognition of groups. So we do have Mary and Lyle with us. We have our soon-to-be new superintendent, Andy Skarzinski, with us. Andy, wave and say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here.
We've got Scott Norrens with us. We've got Brian from BCTV, just keeping an eye out that I don't screw this up royally.
And Frank is supposed to be joining us soon as well.
Okay, good. Good. All right, so clerk's report. We have the minutes of April 13th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. I read the minutes and they look good to me. I'd like to move, we accept the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
This is Hannah. I'll second.
Okay, any questions, concerns, critiques? They looked good to me. All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of passing the minutes of April 13th, say aye. 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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Communications. I don't believe I have had any. Has anyone else had any communications or anything we need to know about Mary or Lyle? Nope. Okay. Moving on to finance. Would someone like to move the warrants? Yes, everyone got the warrants. I confirmed with, there was an email glitch, but I did follow up. So I think everyone got them. So would someone like to move the warrants?
Hey, Carrie's Chad. I'll move the warrants.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. I have to do that often. I'll second. Any questions, any concerns, any things we need clarification on? Okay. All those in passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that's done. Finance, I'm sure we're gonna, when Frank gets on, we'll let him talk to us about where we're at. So I don't think the SU has had a meeting. I think we're good on SUSD negotiations, Lyle. That's on our agenda. I feel like that's done. Okay.
That should be all done.
Okay, I will get that off for the next one. So I think we're moving right into administrative report. So Lyle, you want to go?
Actually, am I unmuted? Yes. Mary and I are doing a joint report because I took so long last time. Mary is going to start this time and I'll just fill in at the end.
Thanks, Lyle.
You do share well.
We try to share.
We do. So good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well on this rainy and nasty day. Maybe the snow will turn things into flowers. I'm gonna do a screen share if that would be okay.
Sure.
Because I kind of wrote up a few things and it might be easier to read and listen. So bear with me just one second.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing I think I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order. So kind of starting right here. Classroom teachers right now meeting with students via Zoom, meeting with students in full groups and small groups. Some teachers are recording videos for students to watch at a time that's convenient for the families. Meeting with parents, touching base with parents. And in addition to what the classroom teachers are doing, we have private band lessons going. We have an all-school sing happening. Individuals working with guidance counselor, behavior interventionist, PE, art lessons, library resources have been provided for teachers. For example, Audible is doing a free thing right now for students. And Epic is another thing that's doing providing some free resources for students right now. Special education teachers are working with distance learning plans that have been created while we're doing remote learning, tied to IEP goals. They're doing, I participated in an IEP meeting today, and our special education teachers are becoming really facile with making those, I think, as comfortable as possible and as similar to the real thing as possible, which I appreciate their work. Our nurse and our member of our custodial staff are helping out over at Oak Grove School because they're doing childcare right now. We found out today from John Sessions, the assistant principal over at Academy School, who's working very hard with a team over there, which includes Vernon staff, to distribute meals that over 3,000 meals, including dinner, are being distributed per day, which is incredible. Lots of work from our custodial staff, hardworking 4-member staff. They are doing vigorous cleaning, but also kind of starting on some sort of summer projects, moving bleachers, painting way up high in the gym, being very safe. And then going up to the top, wanted to talk to you about attendance a little bit. I think our partner board had asked for some information about, families that we're reaching. So I'm right up here. Right now, out of 357, there are 0 families that we have not heard from or been in touch with at all. No radio silence, so to speak. Last week, there were about 6 students that we've been in touch with, the kids and the families, trying to support families to get children to complete their work. And sort of, there's a story behind each one. But basically, I want you to know as a board that classroom teachers, in some cases, special educators, Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, various other staff members, including myself, are in touch with families saying, what do you need? What support would be helpful? One of the resources that's been nice is Paul Smith and Gary Parzik and Adrian LaPierre, thank you. I've never met Adrian. They put together a helpline, kind of a tech-based hotline for families if the technology is wonky. And I've had some good feedback from, I think, 3 different families that helpline has been really useful for them and met their needs. And so 150 out of 157 are engaging with work regularly, in constant communication and contact with their teachers. So I will be sending out, I've been trying to do kind of a weekly robocall to not overwhelm folks. And one of the things I'm going to send out on the robocall is sort of a new protocol for attendance, that, we want to hear from you. If it's been 3 days or so and no one at the school has heard from you and we've kind of reached out, folks are going to contact Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, and say, hey, can you give a call? And if she still doesn't hear, I will try to reach out to one or both of us. Basically, at some point, probably after about 4 days, we may reach out to the Wyndham Sheriff's Office to do a well child, just to, be checking in on families like we can't do when the kids are, we can't do visually like when they come to school. So the intent there is to make sure we're, knowing that kids are safe, not to be intrusive. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Office is very supportive and kind of knows those calls might be coming. But like I said, we've been in touch with all the families. I don't anticipate that being something that we will go to, but I just want to give families a heads up about that. We'll talk a little bit about budget, I know, when Frank comes, but basically, to kind of name the elephant in the room, our budget has passed. The other schools' budgets haven't passed. And we know that there are going to be folks who are really challenged with paying tax bills with everything going on, and we're aware of that. So I am putting the part-time Spanish position and the permanent sub position on hold for now. And I'm going to kind of communicate to the staff that, we'll probably be looking for ways to trim the 2021 budget, even though it has been approved, so that potentially we can apply that money to the fund balance and use that in the 21-22 in case passing a budget is challenging, in case tax revenues are down. But I hear from staff pretty regularly, have you heard anything about being furloughed or laid off? And I'm letting folks know that, sort of when I know, you'll know, but that I don't anticipate reductions in force at Vernon for next year at this point is kind of what I want to communicate to the faculty on Wednesday when we do our weekly staff meeting. Andrew, nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, so this is kind of a funny way to meet, but at some point down the road, if you would like to meet with me or hear a little bit about Vernon or attend one of our faculty meetings at some point this year, we'd be happy to have you. So.
I would love to do summer. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Great, thanks. That's me. I'll kick it over to you, Lyle.
All right, thanks. So just thinking a little.
Do you want me to keep sharing? Sorry.
It's okay. I know what I had in there. But to follow up with the budget and contracts, though Vernon has passed a budget, we have not sent out contracts to Vernon teachers because they're part of the WSESU negotiated agreement. So no contracts are going to be sent out for probably mid-May earliest until we have a better handle on what we may end up with for a budget. So just so that you know, in case you start to get questions about contracts and where contracts are. The other piece of my report is just around Diversity Day. Normally, Diversity Day would have been this coming Friday. This year, we're doing diversity activities throughout the month of May. The WSESU Diversity Equity Committee meets pretty regularly, and right now they have quite a nice diverse option of activities for students, parents, families. One of those is going to be a panel with hopefully, and Mike Sostak setting this up, hopefully run by students that will include a physician's assistant. They're trying to get a custodian, a teacher, students, and how the virus is affecting them and what their life is like now under the virus. They have, actually they being Michaela Sims, has organized a session. Vanessa, I'm gonna remember her last name, it's in the notes, who is a climate activist. And she's going to be doing a session that students can jump on to. And she actually has her last session, I guess, was with Jane Fonda. So her next session is with us. So we're feeling pretty important. Though, of course, Jane Fonda has some connection to our area. Her daughter lives in Putney, I believe. So the diversity committee is putting together books that will be sent out to students across the SU. Ellen Tumaviscus, the art teacher in Putney, has put together a coloring page for younger students. So that with some crayons will be sent likely through the lunch delivery system. But we're still working out some of the details around that. So instead of a diversity day, it'll be diversity month. So look for opportunities throughout the month. And I think that's it for me.
Any questions for Lyle or Mary?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. Question for Mary. I mean, this is obviously an incredible inconvenience isn't the word, just where we're sitting. But what can we, is there anything as a board that we can do to help out the situation? Is there opportunities you've seen and presented themselves? You're just thinking something that we could do?
I think I've been kind of thinking with Teacher Appreciation Week coming up in the month of May next month, maybe something in the way of even just like a note or an email, some kind of message from the board that just says, I've been telling teachers that truly everything I'm hearing from families is really positive feedback. And sometimes they say, oh, really? Because they're sort of critical of themselves and wanting to do their very best work. And I'm saying, yes, everything I'm hearing is so overwhelmingly positive. So maybe just some more positive feedback, like if you're a parent right now of a Vernon elementary student, how their kid is feeling, how your kid is feeling, you know what I mean? Because of their teacher, or, just kind of a little, keep up the good work kind of thing, I think would probably be well received.
Okay, can do. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Jen.
have to say what's strange about this whole thing is the one place I used to connect with people on school board stuff, and it used to drive me crazy, is the grocery store.
Yeah.
And now you don't have that anymore. Because you can't tell who anybody is because you're all wearing a mask and you're in and out so fast. But I actually miss being
You miss it, yeah.
I miss being accosted in the grocery store. This is so sad. But that's where I would see people and feel like you had that connection, and we don't have it. So I like that idea. If we could all just email or call a teacher we know and just say thank you.
I'm sure it would be well received. And I did hear, I heard from one teacher today. I'll never forget, we had kind of our quick staff meeting after we found out about the governor's order and that it was going to be the entire school year. And I mean, it was just, everybody's in tears and it was awful. And so I kind of have that point from now to this point, coming back the day after a break. And a teacher said to me today, I'm really starting to feel like I've got my feet under me and I'm starting to settle in. I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with this. I don't want it, I hate it, but a little comfortable. And so I think that feeling is starting to happen for some. And so, yeah, I think just keep up the good work. You've got this. The sun will start shining sometime would be helpful. Yeah.
Now, it's probably too soon to talk about this, but it's going to hit us fast, probably. Oh, Carrie's waiting to get in. Let me get Carrie in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to interrupt. She just texted me and said, I'm waiting.
Sorry, Carrie. Welcome. Sorry, I'm late. I gotta learn to look at the thing. I'm learning. We're getting there. So, Carrie, we're talking with Lyle and Mary just about what we can do as a board, being more out of touch than normal to support the teacher. So the recommendation was really just to reach out to any teacher you are in contact with and say, thank you. We got your back here. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to think ahead. What do we do for the end of the year? What do we do for graduation? What do we do for retiring teachers? It's going to be so different and weird and
yeah.
So at this time, the Dan French, from the Agency of Ed, has said that on May 8th, he will be announcing end of year sort of guidelines for graduations, end of year celebrations, that type of thing. So we've still got a couple more weeks, but the Agency of Ed is supposed to be putting out those guidelines for us. I worry about seniors. I know, sixth graders are moving up to BAMS or to wherever they've decided to go. But I worry about seniors who are leaving and leaving the area, many of them possibly, and for them not to have closure, that's very sad. So that's hopefully on May 8th, we'll have some more definitive information. I still have not heard that we would not be doing 175 school days. So our school year will likely end pretty close to whatever it was going to, somewhere in the middle of June.
Okay. And then the only other issue I've heard is some parents who have been very happy with us, with Mary, with Lyle, with teachers and all of that, but just a concern for the future. And it's almost more of a concern for what's going to happen to my kid next year when they move up. Are they going to be behind? And, parents who are trying to do the best they can, but some parents are still working and trying to juggle I'm lucky. I got middle schoolers and a senior, so my kids can go off and do their own thing, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it done. But I don't know how Hannah and Carrie, you guys are handling, Chad, you guys are handling elementary school kids and keeping them on task. And so I think there's that guilt of the parent of, is my kid going to be behind next year?
Yeah, parents should not feel guilty. Parents aren't educators. And when we come back in the fall, and Andy, this is going to be more on you than on me. We are going to be, we're already making plans, and Andy's joining a central office meeting tomorrow, and that's one of our topics. So when are we going to start planning and looking ahead to how we're assessing kids when they come back, so we know what it is that they're going to need, how we're really meeting their social emotional needs, because we know for people that have kids that have been out of school for 5.5 months, not with their friends, they're going to need to come back into a really strong community. And one of the things that we need to be careful about it when we're making any sort of reductions due to budgets is the fact that our students are going to come in on such a different range of abilities and what they've been able to accomplish in the last 5.5 months. So we have to make sure that we're still providing strong teachers with academic coaches, good curriculum. So that's all of those things we'll be talking about over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Hannah, you've got a question?
No, that my hand was raised a long time ago to let Carrie in.
You gotta learn how to unlock your hand.
She's here.
I'm gonna lower your hand for you. So, other questions before we maybe see if Frank wants to talk budget? And this is gonna be scary.
Well, before Frank's scary, I just want to add one more, just reiterate what Frank isn't scary. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing similar to what Lyle said. You know, I probably said it at least 50 times to different parents that like the analogy I use is nobody's going to crack the first page of the 3rd grade textbook and say, go. Like our teachers are highly skilled at working together on teams, even if they're a grade level where there's only one of them, and, you know, differentiating work and tapping all the resources that we're lucky to have to meet the needs of kids, because 15 different learners, you know, exist in a classroom. So I think, you know, teachers will be ready for it. And I just encourage parents to not sweat it, like love them up and we'll get them in the fall, you know?
Okay. It's a hard conversation to have because they're so well-meaning, and I think they really are taking it on themselves, and it is trying to convince them your kid's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
And reach out if there's something the school can do for you as the grown-ups.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Frank, you want to tell us what you might know and what we might not want to know?
You're muted, Frank.
I can unmute, I think. I never know. It's like, I'm always worried if I do it, is he about, oh, there he goes. He's good.
We get it. Okay. Yeah. I was in a few different applications. I couldn't find the Zoom group, but hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. So I'm the messenger on this one. I'm not the spokesperson for the great state of Vermont. So keep that in mind. And also there, everything is developing every day. So what I thought I would share with you is you may have seen it in various web sources. I'm going to click on the Mark Peralt's issue brief that he presented to the legislature. It's probably been 2 weeks now, but if I could kind of quickly go over the highlights of that briefly, and then we could talk about any questions you might have. But has anyone seen a sort of synopsis of the joint fiscal office update to the legislature? Okay.
Did I send that to you guys? I can't remember if I emailed the video link for what it was. It's worth a watch. It's scary, but it's worth a watch.
Okay, so I won't go into the detail. I'll just look at the first page here with you. I assume you can see the document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. in summary, obviously with the loss of the major sources of revenue that goes into the ed fund, there's a big deficit. They're estimating for the current fiscal year, you see right there at the first paragraph, 89,000. I'm sorry, 89 million. I did hear from Brad James at a business manager meeting a week ago that actually that's been reduced a little bit, actually quite a bit, because there were more revenues in March than originally thought. So it looks like they're looking at more like 69 million, but it's still obviously a very unfavorable development. That's for the revenue shortfall. Fortunately, the state of Vermont has had some reserves in its education fund, much like Vernon School District has in your own education fund. So that's going to carry most of the burden for fiscal year 20. They're still projecting some sort of a education fund shortfall. It's unclear how the Federal CARES Act is going to be, filtered through, Vermont's education funding system. That's 30 million. On the surface, what we're being told is that because Vermont is sort of one of a kind in the nation as it relates to school funding, the supervisory union is the LEA, and that's the entity that the funding will go through. So as we learn more about what that means, we can share that with you. At a very summary level, what joint fiscal, in this article here, you can see this brief refers to it, but Brad James again has indicated that that may look like something similar to our Title I allocations. So, for the supervisory union, it could be nearly $1 million of aid through the Federal CARES Act. So those are some little bit of relief points in a very difficult looking environment. As both Mary and Lyle have noted, the big concern, and as you go, if you look at this document, you'll see that in pretty much every place, no one really has a good estimate for fiscal year 21. Meaning, to what extent will the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax and the other sort of sources of funds that pay for so much of the ed fund, to what extent will we start to see that activity, economic activity resume? We just don't know. We don't even have a clear date from the governor as to when when we think it's safe to fully engage. So again, to Mary and Lyle's point about the current fiscal year and then preparing for next fiscal year, you may recall we did schedule 270,000 of our surplus in the FY21 budget as as an offset to taxes, and to whatever extent we can mitigate that, not spend it, as Mary's already started to consider, with the new program, the sub position, that's going to be prudent of the school board, of the administration, to be careful about how we utilize resources. We always are, but in this environment, it's going to be until we have a clearer picture of when economic activity starts up again in Vermont, and to what extent will the ed fund come back to a more normal level. We should do everything we can to manage our reserves so that we can sort of smooth out the programs and avoid having our 5th and 6th graders take the worst of maybe a 3-year cycle. We want to try to even out programs as best we can. So here's Mark Peralt's summary. Maybe a couple other things that I didn't mention. Most of the taxes have been paid in the state of Vermont, the school property taxes. Vernon does have a payment due, as residents coming up in just a couple weeks, or maybe it's next week. The concern there, you may have heard a bunch of speculation about, well, how our town's going to be able to pay when residents are, being laid off and facing these really severe circumstances. The legislature has wrestled with a number of school funding issues, but one of the things that they are not doing that I am aware of is changing the town's obligation to pay the school within the 20 days of school property taxes due. So what that has always meant for probably 100 years is that if a resident of Vernon has not paid their school property taxes by the due date, it's the town's obligation to borrow those funds, pay the school, and address, delinquent property tax issues, again, through existing statutes. Hopefully we see some other mechanisms that provide, both the town and the resident some relief from, the really difficult circumstances we're in. But from a cash flow point of view and from a business operations point of view, the Vernon School District should be in a stable financial condition through the end of this fiscal year. And because we do have a very solid fund balance, starting the new fiscal year, we'll be in reasonable shape. But again, we need to wait for the update before we make those commitments, like Lyle was saying, particularly 100% of your employment contracts. That's obviously where most of the money is in terms of spending. So we want to be careful about that. Maybe one last thing I'll mention is typically it's now that the legislature has set the income yield. So that's this last point that you see on the document I'm sharing here. And at this point, they're saying we just don't know what to do in the event of no clarity around revenue. So unfortunately, that might mean that we do see a delay in the property tax bills being issued. It's only a probability. I can't tell you if that's actually going to happen or not. But Mark Peralt from the Joint Fiscal Office is raising that as a likely scenario. And obviously that has more consequences for the town's cash flow, right? If they don't issue property taxes, the folks that can pay aren't going to pay. But again, the school district should be, insulated from that initially, anyways. Another, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a bright spot, but it's something that I've heard that the legislature is considering, and that is, I think I'll stop the share on the document. But as far as when we look at fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22, we know 21 is totally unknown. 22 is, it just seems no chance that it's not going to be particularly, it's not going to be normal. It's going to be difficult. And one thing that's being considered, I don't think it's a bill yet, but you may have heard of it. I would hope that it gets more support. The idea of the state borrowing over a 3 or maybe a 5-year period so that fiscal year 21 and 22 are not just totally hammered in terms of cutting educational programs statewide, but that there's a mechanism, much like when we build buildings and we engage in a bond borrowing. We spread the cost over multiple years. That's being considered. I hope it gets more traction because I think that is a way to sort of stabilize the way we invest in programs, the way we engage our kids and our families and our employ our teachers. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. It's been very encouraging to see the level of advocacy that school board members, I know Lyle, myself, many administrators have been engaging in with our legislators, both locally and at the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee. So a lot of folks are really helping the legislators understand the challenges, the concerns, the fears, policy implications of the various things that are being discussed. So there's a lot being done on behalf of public ed, and I compliment the school board members that have been engaged in that, and certainly Lyle's been sort of just unrelenting in trying to help steer us through this. So we're doing the best we can.
So board members, any questions? I mean, I think if I want to summarize, tell me if I got this right. It sounds like we and Vernon are in the lucky position of at least having a budget. But Mary is going to work to spend every dime prudently so that maybe we don't have to spend all that we did budget, because going into next year, it's going to start getting really tough. And if we don't have to spend that reserve money, if we can walk out of this year with more reserve money, we're in a better position for the upcoming years. But it sounds like it's also too early to tell based on what the state is saying yet as to where we're going to be.
It's a good summary. Maybe to put it into numbers, if you were looking at your annual report, I know you're not now, but you would see in our summary page that we had about 500,000 in projected ending fund balance as we start fiscal year 21. And then we were going to use 270,000 of that. That's the number I had mentioned, which would leave us about 250,000 to go into fiscal year 22. So that's the number that we're all talking about. The more we can retain of the 250,000 as opposed to maybe 300,000 or 400,000, the better will be for sustaining programs.
Questions for Frank? Chad, you got a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was going to actually ask the information he just provided. So I want to say, hey, well done, Frank. I was curious
Okay.
our fund balance was going to be walking into 21, but you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and I was talking about the general fund, by the way. The capital fund, in addition to that, the capital fund has $660,000. Again, we know we have a number of capital improvements under these kind of extreme circumstances. It might be the one where we consider asking, it would be through an article on a public vote, but we consider asking the town to repurpose what has previously been restricted. That is the only way that you can repurpose a reserve, is by an article on a warning for the electorate. But hopefully we don't come to that. But it is, again, a good financial position to start the year with.
And I was going to ask that question also, Frank. So basically, if we wanted to, if we said, hey, you don't really need that capital fund money to offset for the taxpayers, we could potentially have an article at the town meeting next March. And
that's right.
About doing that. Yep. Okay.
All right, I didn't realize that, so I'm glad there's another lever we might be able to pull if we need to. I do feel like it's still so early to tell. And I haven't sensed anything with the town yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. I am worried about that first payment, or I'm probably less worried about the payment in May. I'm more worried about the first payment next year. What's going to come into the town coffers, and what might they have to borrow, and that could be tough.
Yeah, that's where there's just the growing uncertainty that we are all facing. Yeah, we're very concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Frank? All right. So I don't think we've got any unfinished business, but there's something I just want to bring to everyone's attention. So normally we do the Steenbruggen scholarship. So I was hoping to advertise it this year and get it out there that it's open, but then I stupidly opened my own 401k at the end of March and saw that like 15% just went away with the wind. And I realized the Steenbruggen is based on, I think, earnings for the previous year. So I'm not sure there are going to be any. So I talked to, is it Laura at the central office? Who am I dealing with? Laura, and she's working with Sally to see if there actually will be any money to give away. At this point, we think there might just be a little bit. So we might still be able to do that scholarship, but it's probably not going to be what it was last year. But so at that point, I said, let's not advertise, because it seems crazy to advertise and then say, oops, sorry, there is no money to give. But we will see where that comes back. So then we've got the code of ethics. I think, and I meant to look this up, I think we're required as a board to sign a code of ethics. Is that in statute? All right, Lyle's shaking her head, so I think it is. I think we have to do this. So I'm going to email you guys a code of ethics, and then we can put it on our next agenda. And how in the world we're going to sign it, I have no clue. I can mail it to you or something if we all just say we signed it. But I will email that to you guys so we at least can stay somewhat compliant.
Does it have to be physical signatures, Carrie? Or...
I don't know. I'll ask. I don't know if that's.
It has been in the past. I think if you put it on the agenda after you've all had a chance to read it, discuss it, and then if you can all agree to it verbally, it'll be in the minutes that you've all agreed to it. And then when you finally get a chance to sign it, people can sign it and we'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a very easy option on Adobe Sign that, sorry, my dog will be next to me. There's a very easy way to do it through Adobe where you just email it around and everybody just clicks and signs and it puts a date and it tracks when everybody did it. So that's an option and I'd be happy to help with that if you needed.
Oh, you might be our go-to person on that. So.
I do it all the time for work. So.
All right. Anything else? I think I've gone through all my scribbles. I guess next meetings. So May 11th would technically be our next meeting, as would May 25th. But I believe May 25th is Memorial Day. Do people care? I know one day runs into the next now. We could do May 11th, and then we could do either May 25th, or we could push it off to June 1st and figure out what we're doing in June. I guess the real question is, Lyle, Mary, Frank, what do you guys see on the horizon that we need to be around for, be aware of?
Well, maybe by May 11, we'll have some more information on end of year celebrations. So you can think about that. Okay. I can bring that to you on May 11th, and we could wait on and decide on another May date if we need one after a meeting on the 11th. Okay. Because you have a budget passed, I don't see that as needing a lot more discussion. Mary, do you feel like there are things coming up that?
Yeah, I don't have anything that's real urgent on my mind thinking between now and the end of the year. I have a lot of things that are urgently on my mind. I don't think that, I don't think that scheduling to is I think May 11th, and then we go from there is fine.
See if we need another.
I defer to other folks who have busier schedules.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with May 11th, and we can decide then what we want to do for the next one.
Okay. Who knows what we'll be doing on Memorial Day? Maybe we'll have everything lifted and we'll all be out running around doing something fun.
Anyone have anything else? Andy, thank you for joining us. This must be a strange introduction to things, but.
Well, no, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. Either way, it is a bit of a bizarre introduction to the district, but
well, I like to
we're all in the same place.
We're the fun board. We're the easy board.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't think it's any a specific action. I just want to throw out, we don't normally have to borrow in anticipation of taxes, but it is a very common practice. It's, a tax anticipation note. So I just want to mention it. It's something that, given the uncertainty about the road ahead, I just want you to be aware that it may be something that we have to consider. Seems unlikely in Vernon, particularly given the reserves we just talked about. But if the town, changes their collection dates, or if there's something unusual about the way the legislature issues tax, the tax rates to the select board, it's something that I just wanted you to be aware I may be bringing up. It seems to me if it was an issue, it wouldn't be until the June meeting that we would need board action.
Okay. Now, we had to do this, if my memory serves, 2 years ago, or it was when Vernon changed their tax collection system because they were spaced differently. All of a sudden, we weren't getting the ed payment we were used to, and therefore we had to borrow. And you talked us all through it, and it was, we're having to borrow, but we're about to get a huge check. It'll be okay. So it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's what it's that kind of thing. It's purely a cash flow issue. It's nothing to do with a deficit or
okay.
It's really a statutory kind of thing. Yeah.
And now you're going to be thinking of one more thing, and I don't know if this is you, Mary, or Lyle, but how are we doing right now on the current fiscal year, given that I am sure, I don't know, do we have a lot of extra expenses from we're sending packets out to everybody? How's the food service working? Is that going to hit us, or are we okay for that?
I think everything's so different right now. It's hard to get a really clear read forecasting between now and the end of the fiscal year, but because some things are more expensive, but sub costs are way down, building use costs are way down. So I think we'll be okay. And I think we're being fiscally prudent, except for buying some things that we know we'll need for next year, math workbooks, that kind of thing, for example. So I think that I don't anticipate a huge change one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, knowing that the governor, requested all contracted employees, through the school systems to be paid their normal contracted rates. That really locked down the majority of the budgets through the end of the year. So as Mary said, where there are discretionary changes, they're a much smaller portion of the budget, but so we should be on track, certainly with the elementary school, and maybe a little bit favorable.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, and maybe this isn't the time or place to ask this. So this might be a down the road question, but I am curious about the implication of the rec and their rental fee for our facility and how that all plays out with their decrease in revenue from their preschoolers, since that's all paid per month. I'm just sort of, and I don't know if that's a question I should be asking Frank now, or if we just want to talk about it later, but I know there's a trickle down thing that's a little unique to our school that they don't have other places.
Yeah, it's something that we want to understand. It really has to do, with a budget implication and the way it affects the tax rate. I did talk with Seth sort of informally about the analysis, in terms of whether we should collect the 200 and something thousand at all, from the Vernon taxpayers' point of view. So yeah, I don't think we have what we need this evening to really analyze that, but it's a very good topic for conversation. I would think, if we have an August meeting, that would be a good time to understand that, and or if there are any kind of contract implications with private providers. Those usually come up in July, actually, so it wouldn't be too early to start talking about that in June.
Well, and I would guess too at that juncture that they would have a better sense about whether or not they were going to be opening the pool, and they were going to have any other outside funding streams that they typically rely on as well. So I see all those layers, and I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
so
there are a lot. Yeah, with the Act 166, there's a lot of components to that.
Okay. Other questions? That's a complicated one because I still have not wrapped my head around how it actually works. So to pull the rug out from under makes it even more complicated.
Maybe just a quick, summary on the concept. And Andrew, I don't know to what extent you've read or are familiar at the elementary level with the Act 166, but on a very macro level for Vernon or any district, we know that we start from a place where for every child that accesses the certified program, the school district is obligated to pay, about $3,500 per child, and then you go from there, And when I say go from there, I mean, does the school district employ their own early educator? Does the school district do what Vernon does, which is host a program that's a third party, or does the school district pay a private provider, one, two, or maybe 6 or 7 private providers? But it all starts from Act 166 saying that for any child that wants to access the certified preschool 10-hour-a-week program, the school district is obligated, to budget and to pay that approximately $3,500 per child per year.
This will get
Thanks
fun next year.
Yes, thanks for that overview, Frank.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? Wow, we're doing these in record time. We might have to Zoom more often.
we're way more fun in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Especially when Hannah and Chad get together. That's always.
It's always good when Hannah bakes as well, I have to say.
Oh, that's true. I am missing that a lot.
Before you leave.
Huh?
I said before she leaves, we'll give her a package on her.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if someone would like to move that we adjourn.
This Chad, I'd like to move that.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 6:56. Thank you guys. So we'll meet again on the 11th of May, and I will send you the code of ethics. That's on my list.
Bryn's name's here, but I don't see Bryn.
There she is.
Hi, Bryn.
Good morning.
I don't want to belabor the point too much, but the House had language that would have allowed a first and second DUI to be to wait, and their concern was with a third DUI. Then we'd all decided to just take DUI out of S-114 and deal with it separately. Can you just give us a little update on where we are? And then it was Matt's suggestion in the first place, so then we'll go to Matt.
Sure. So for the record, Bryn Hare from Legislative Council. Good morning, committee. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a accurate synopsis of what happened in the House. The DMV testified in House Judiciary that they had some concerns with the suspension of the timeframes for license suspension hearings for second and subsequent DUIs. Their concerns were primarily public safety related. There were also some concerns of some House Judiciary members. So the decision was made to expedite the progress of S-114 and make sure that they didn't hold up the bill with the rest of the important provisions, to strike the section regarding DUI civil suspension hearings and pass the bill without it. And there was conversation in that committee about dealing with it a little bit differently in another bill. And I think that the proposal that they landed on was to suspend the statutory timeframes for first and second DUI civil suspension hearings, but for third and subsequent to leave the statutory timeframes alone, so that they would unfold as they do currently under statute. So that automatic civil suspension would happen, and then the 42-day rule would apply for third and subsequent DUIs.
Okay. Any questions about what happened? Matt, do you want to?
Yeah, the issue with DUI civil suspension timeframes only came up frankly when the court suggested suspending them. The bottom line is,
Matt, can you wait a minute? There's a great deal of background noise someplace. It sounds like gurgling. If people could mute their.
Who's W. Manoli?
Commissioner Manoli.
you want me to continue?
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you because of that.
All right. Well, in any event, if someone has a vested right in a license and that right is going to be suspended or taken away, you need a hearing within a reasonable amount of time to pass constitutional muster. So in the event that the time frames for DUI 3s and above end up getting their right to have a hearing on whether their license is suspended, I don't have any problem with that. And if they're waiving it for 1s and 2s, and you know the license would stay in effect until they have a hearing, I have no problem with that. Senator Sears needs to unmute.
Excuse me. Any questions for Matt? Pepper, are you available, or is someone else going to speak for you?
No, I'm here. So James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I brought along Heather Brochu, who's the state's traffic safety resource prosecutor. She's kind of the foremost expert on DUI prosecutions. And I only brought her along to just kind of say that we don't have a real problem whether the language, whether these civil suspensions are halted for DUI 3 and subsequents, so long as it's a temporary halt, temporary pause. We think that there are enough kind of safety mechanisms in place currently that protect kind of the public safety, highway safety interest for people that are committing kind of DUI 3, 4, 5. And so I just wanted to have Heather touch base with you quickly on kind of our reasoning, and also just give you a quick update on the DUI numbers since the COVID state of emergency has been in place, just to kind of give just a sense of what we're dealing with, the scope of the issue.
Hi, Heather Gray, formerly Heather Brochu, State's Attorney, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. So I, for DUI 2s and above, essentially anytime an officer arrests someone for a DUI 2 and above, they have the ability to then reach out to, at the end of processing, they could reach out to a judge and have conditions set for their release. And one of the conditions that is routinely set is a no driving condition or some sort of no drive without alcohol. Oftentimes on 3 and above, it's going to be a no driving condition that is set by a judge after has set under Rule 3. The judge would review the affidavit and talk to the officer about the facts of the case. And they can set that, and that certainly would give us the protections of not having the more serious offenders on the road and protect the public. As far as our numbers, I kind of went back and took a look. Keep in mind, not every DUI is there a civil suspension. There are times where civil suspensions, if someone has a DUI and they're under the per se level, they're not going to have a civil suspension. Or if it's a DUI drug and they've consented to giving a blood test, there won't be a civil suspension. There are also times, and I'm not sure if this has been brought up, but a majority or a fair amount of the civil suspensions, the offender defaults and never requests a hearing. So that never becomes a civil suspension. It's just a judgment against them, and and it goes into effect. And that happens fairly often. I would say, going back at looking at the cases, I had about a third of them, the civil suspensions. I'd say 2/3 to a third, someone in there, they were automatic default. Because the offender chose not to have a hearing. As far as our numbers from going from March 15th to today, we've had 1 civil suspension that I can tell within our system for a DUI 2 or above. That was a DUI 3 on April 1st of this year. And we, from March 15th forward, for DUI 2s and above criminal charges, we've had 39. From February 29th to today, we've had 251 criminal DUI charges. 67 of those were a DUI 2 or above, with 13 civil suspensions, and 2 of those civil suspensions being for DUI 2 and above. Certainly with the criminal case, just keep in mind, their license still it can ultimately be suspended. It just takes longer. It would be at the end of the criminal process versus the civil. So they still have the civil suspension hanging over them. It's a longer time period before it happens.
So 251 people could have their driver's license suspended if the time frame's not met.
Well, out of those 251, majority of them are DUI number 1. So those time periods would not come into place, and as long as they requested a license suspension hearing, they would still have their license at this time. Out of those 251, 67 of them from February going forward were 2 or above. They could potentially, within 11 days of the offense for a 2 and above, you automatically, as it stands now, lose your license even if you request the hearing. So those 67, I would imagine, are under suspension at this point because it's past the 11 days. Best I can tell, only 2 of them requested a civil suspension hearing, but those numbers, there's room for error in those numbers a little.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for Heather or Pepper? So what's your position on a statute that requires, I guess I'm not clear. I guess I'm losing touch with your position on this.
Yes. So the way that it passed out of your committee and through the Senate was to halt civil suspensions altogether. I think there was some ambiguity in the language, but the state's attorneys would support either the halt to the civil suspension because we think there are adequate safeguards regardless of whether the license is actually suspended. or just leave things the way they are. I mean, we're fine either way, honestly. You know, we recognize the kind of constitutional issues that Matt's talking about by not having these hearings, but the numbers are so low right now that we could, you know, we would be fine either way. We think that there's adequate protections.
All right, thank you. Questions for the state's attorneys? Wanda Manoli, Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Morning, Senators.
Good morning.
Is that working?
You're working.
It is working.
You're live.
I'm live. How are you all doing?
We're doing fine, considering.
So I think Bren did a fairly good job just summarizing to the committee that we were asked on the House side, House Judiciary and House Transportation, to testify on the language that was laid out in S-114, Section 5.3 or 5C, I believe. We first started looking at the language and we were very concerned because we did think there was ambiguity because it was telling the courts to suspend license in accordance with Title 23, 1205G and H. Judge Grierson did testify to the point that it is somewhat confusing because of the way the statute is laid out. The Department of Motor Vehicle issues the suspensions. And so as conversations occurred, I want to say that we did not support the suspension of suspending driver licenses due to DUIs. In the first instant that I just want to talk about, DUI 1 offenders, I have a choice to request a hearing, which holds a suspension in abeyance, or to begin the suspension, which is 90 days. Many Vermonters do choose to just move forward with the 90-day suspension because they get the process done quicker. Some of those individuals choose to go to the ignition interlock system fairly quickly, so they don't even have to have that suspension for 90 days so they can continue to drive. DUI 2s, their suspension currently is effective on the 11th day. In the same scenario, their suspension is for 18 months, but many individuals choose to participate again in the ignition interlock program while they're serving their suspension, and they move through the process over the 18-month suspension. One of our concerns with the language, the way that it was written, is that we would now not be able to offer that service to the individuals so they could serve their time, in which it is a choice, and we were concerned about that. We have serious concern over the DUI 3, 4s, 5s, 6, and 7s in suspending their suspension. I do have Dave Evans, who's the unit chief for driver improvement, who manages all of these suspensions. And if you'd like, he could give you some detail on the number of suspensions that are coming in and the number of DUIs that go beyond, 2s, 3s, and 4s. The other concern, the way we were reading the language as it was proposed, we're required when an out-of-state individual gets a DUI in the state of Vermont to immediately report that to the other states. And the way we were reading the language as proposed on the Senate, we would not be allowing that to occur either, which could have an impact that we're not aware of in other states. So, our preference is to leave the DUIs the way they are in the statute and not to modify them from a public safety standpoint.
I understand that, Commissioner, and that's certainly a concern, but we still presume people are innocent until they're proven guilty. And I guess if you can't meet the guideline in terms of the court hearings, that does create a problem, and that's the problem we were trying to solve. So whether we didn't do it in a way that was acceptable or not, there's got to be a way to have people's constitutional rights to be presumed innocent until found guilty protected. And so that's what I would be looking for, if we can rewrite it in such a way that I think Pepper's suggestion, I have less sympathy for a second or third DUI, but I am concerned. So I guess
Senator, would you mind if I ask Dave Evans if he has any
No, not at all.
suggestions?
Not at all.
Dave, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Based on the senator's concerns and the testimony you've heard so far, are there any recommendations, since you know the program so well, that would help support the courts and allowing these individuals with serious offenses to move forward through the system without burdening it?
Well, I think the concern, especially the concern that I have surrounding this, are the repeat offenders. First-time offense in many cases, in a majority of the cases, someone's made a mistake, and they're not repeat offenders. And we have that small population that comes back for a second offense, and then it goes on from there to third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Arnold Gardner up in the northern part of the state had 20 or 30 DUI charges over the course of his life. We're trying to protect the people from the vulnerable here in our society from these repeat offenders. And I think the logical thing at this point to do would be to suspend the practice of suspending on first and possibly second offense, and continue to hold hearings on the third and subsequent offenses. I think that would suit the judicial system. They seem to be open to that. I think that goes a long way to keeping our roads safe. And I think that is a method that would work during this limited period of time where we're going to be doing this.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Any questions for Dave Evans? Matt, or Judge Grierson, would you like to comment on that at all?
To me, the only concern is that before we suspend someone's license, they get a hearing. So if we don't have the hearing, then the license has to stay in place. And if we get hearings, fine. If you want to do them for all of them, it's fine. If you want to do them for 3 and above, it's fine. Just so long as they get their due process. And that's the only concern that I had.
Thank you.
Judge? So remind the committee, for the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, that this process started because the Supreme Court, under Administrative Order 49, suspended all hearings except for certain emergency hearings, and civil suspension proceedings were not included as one of those emergency hearings. So if the committee took the language in the bill as passed by the Senate and changed the wording to say that the Department of Motor Vehicles, as opposed to the Superior Court, could not suspend, then there would not be a need for, across the board, in other words, all DWIs, there would not be a need for any civil suspension hearings during this emergency period. And as Pepper pointed out, certainly in these subsequent offenses, it's a matter of routine to impose a condition of not operating. If the committee goes in a different direction that's been suggested, that allow third and fourth DUIs to be suspended unless they have hearings. I would, if that's the direction the committee was going, I would go back to the Supreme Court and ask them if they would then open up or add to their list of emergency proceedings, civil suspension proceedings for third and fourth or subsequent offenses, third and above. I just can't represent to the committee that the court would follow through on that request for me, but I would certainly let them know the issue as it's developed since the original administrative order went into effect.
Thank you. Questions for Judge? Bryn, do you have enough to draft something?
Yes, I think so. As long as I have it clear that the committee does want to move forward with that, only prohibiting the license, only suspending those statutory timeframes for the second DUI offense, the first and second, and then continuing with third and subsequent as provided in statute. Is that what the committee would like to see?
I think so. Wanda, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. In listening to the conversation, would the committee somehow consider language? Because when you read 1205 and you start with the first offense, it clearly references if a hearing is requested. The suspension is held in abeyance. Otherwise, it takes effect on the 11th day. What I'd like to be able to do for individuals that choose not to have a hearing, be allowed to proceed, especially with DUI 1s and DUI 2s, as the statute allows them. I think the number of, and I don't know how to, maybe Bren could, we could be very clear that if, in the language that you're proposing, if the hearing is requested, then what occurs, otherwise, all other applicable statute is in place. Because again, I think the number of DUI 1s that don't request hearings is significantly high. And I think, I don't know if Dave has that data in front of him. And the same with DUI 2s. When they don't request a hearing, they go into suspension and they start with the ignition interlock program because they want to drive.
They don't request a hearing within the 11-day period, right?
That's correct. And then their suspension is in place, and then they move to the ignition interlock program. And Dave, I don't know if you have any data or if you want to just confirm that for the committee.
I don't have any fresh data in front of me, but the numbers that Heather Gray used when she was testifying is very close to what the last numbers I had. It's about a third of the people on a DUI 1 apply for a hearing.
And the remainder just start the 90-day, and then we have quite a few Vermonters who are enrolled in the ignition interlock program for DUI 1s and 2s. Correct, Dave?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be my request, Senator, if you're going to move forward with this and support the potential of suspending until a hearing can occur in accordance with what judiciary is trying to do. But let's allow for the ones that don't want a hearing, the suspensions and process to continue.
I just think I'm comfortable with that personally. As long as people have their rights protected, that I know, some people who may be charged with DUI who were at 0.08, for example, may or may not have been there, and there may be arguments one way or the other. So I think this just protects people's rights, that's all. But if they choose to start the process, then that's their choice. Senator White.
So
Then
this
Senator
isn't
Nica.
this isn't exactly on topic, but I think when Bryn was, I don't remember if it was Bryn or Heather that was talking about people who are charged with DUI 1, but who are under the 0.08. How can that be possible? Did I misunderstand something?
Well, I'd let Heather answer that, but I think it's pretty simple.
I did mention that, and so we charge under the influence versus, so we can charge either under the influence or under the per se. And there are times where people, because everyone has a different tolerance and reacts differently, where I can tell you there are visible effects of someone being impaired in their OA so that they are impaired under that 08 number. So there may be a DUI that's an 07 or an 06, and because for that person, they are impaired by the alcohol to the slightest degree, that a DUI charge criminal is charged, but our civil suspension statute states that we have to have a test of 08 come out of that data master. So we can't do relation back. There's also relation back with chemists that they might be higher of the 07 at the time, but for purposes of civil suspension, the data master ticket has to be 08 or above in order to proceed with a civil suspension.
But they can be charged criminally.
Correct.
Even though, okay.
As long as we can show impairment.
Impairment to the slightest degree is the.
To the slightest degree. Actually, I'm impaired to the slightest degree when I don't have my morning coffee. But anyway, it's a very interesting conundrum.
The coffee or the?
No, no, our whole kind of attitude toward impairment and drinking, and it kind of smacks of Puritanism, but that's beside the point.
Well,
anyway,
I think roadside safety is.
Oh, I agree with you, but impaired to the slightest degree is a kind of subjective. Anyway, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Senator
Senator, this
Nicka.
is Wanda Manoli again. I'm just curious if the committee considered just extending the statute on the time requirement for the Superior Court, the 7 days and the 21 days, instead of just doing a suspension of suspension.
We hadn't. I don't think. I don't remember. Senator Nicka, you had a question?
Well, I just wanted to address the issue of the ignition interlock, and I think that I certainly would want to keep that in place because that's a great opportunity for someone to address their own potential alcohol needs, or one that's going on, so that they have an opportunity to say, yikes, I don't want this to happen again. And I have, you get a second chance there, certainly. That's very good for many people to kind of slow down what they're doing with regard to alcohol.
Okay.
So certainly I like them to have the opportunity, as Wanda said, to engage in getting, the interlock system. I know several people whom that's worked very well for.
Yep. So, Bryn, does that leave us with a proposal for next week to look at?
Yep. If I have the committee's permission, I'll work with the various stakeholders on some language. And
please, yeah.
The committee
and just one other question: what would be the time period that this would be in effect?
Till the end of the emergency.
So right now, the date is what for the end of the? We don't know it yet, or is
who knows?
No, the way was originally written, it was for the duration of AO 49. So when AO 49 was terminated, then
okay,
it would no longer be effective.
Okay.
Which is part of the problem that many people have, is there's no time frame here to, it could be September, could be July, we don't know. Okay, moving right along is Sarah Robinson's not available. So I thought, and I want to make clear, since I had a lot of concern about this, if there is a bill dealing with relief from abuse orders, I believe it will start in the House. And we've had a lot of discussions about the problems regarding domestic violence while we're in this stay-at-home situation. But this has nothing to do with H610 and the firearm issues. I know a number of people see the word RF relief from abuse and immediately jump to the conclusion that we're taking up H610, which we're not doing. It is not, to my knowledge, hasn't passed the House yet. So obviously we wouldn't be able to take it up, even if we could. So it hasn't passed the House. But we've been concerned about protecting victims of domestic and sexual violence. And so Karen's here to talk about an RFA issue that has come up. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody. Karen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Senator Sears, and thanks to the committee for inviting us in to talk today. We want to make sure that we express our sincere thanks to the courts to continuing to make access available to survivors who need RFAs. The court's taken some pretty extraordinary measures to make sure that that happens, and we're really appreciative of that. In fact, we're hearing from our colleagues across the country that this is not true in other states, and so it's really heartening for us to know that once again Vermont is leading the way in centering the needs of survivors around this issue of life-saving protection orders. In particular, I'm really happy to report that we're hearing that things are going pretty well out in the field. There are there's differences across jurisdictions. Some courts are handling this better than others, but we got a report from one of our member organizations in the Northeast Kingdom, Umbrella, this week that in fact things are going great up there. And so we're hopeful to work with the courts to make sure that those things that they're doing in the Northeast Kingdom can be replicated across the state. So as you know from the committee, from the memo that was submitted to the committee, along with this identical memo submitted to House Judiciary and signed on by the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Vermont Police Association, the Vermont Association of Chiefs of Police, the Vermont Sheriff's Association, of course, the network, that we have just this singular issue with the system, and it presents this gap in court protections for survivors. So in the current system, when the temporary order is issued, it expires at the time of the issuance of the final order. And final orders have to be served in person to the defendant. There are some, so if the defendant is in court, it's no problem. The defendant is considered to have been served if they're appearing in court, even in the conditions that we're in today. But there are some defendants that are not coming to court, and then it seems as if they might be evading the police service of the final protection order. And so then what we have is a situation where the temporary protection order has ended and the final protection order hasn't yet come into effect. And that gap can be fairly long depending on the evasion skills of the defendant. And in these times, what's really troubling is, now we've got police departments who already are, resources are stretched. They're, driving around town trying to find this defendant. And then also we have police officers who have to be in this position of possibly being exposed to COVID-19 in order to get this service done. So what we're suggesting and what we all have agreed to is that we create a solution to the gap. It's a simple solution, we think. We hope that folks are supportive of it. The language specifically says that an ex parte temporary order shall remain in effect until it's either dismissed by the court or the petition is denied at the final hearing. And if an order is issued, the final order is issued, the temporary order shall remain in effect until personal service of the final order. So this eliminates the gaps. And we think it's just a really important change. As you know, this timing around accessing protection orders is very critical for survivors. We know from all the research that it's probably the most dangerous time for survivors when they're leaving this relationship and going into court and getting these orders. So we're hopeful that this can be an easy fix. And we really appreciate your concern about this and your interest in it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Karen? Thanks, Karen. So, Senator White has a question.
So when you're making this suggestion, this is a temporary fix. It wouldn't be permanent.
Thanks for asking that question, Senator White. Ideally, it would be a permanent fix. It would fill this gap. Again, it's not, many cases the defendant shows up, but in those cases, folks that are not showing up to court and evading the police are probably the folks that present a higher risk anyway. So if it could be a permanent fix, that would be the ideal.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to get through, folks, but because Josh Diamond has to leave at 11 o'clock, we're going to break from this subject after we hear from Matt Valerio and hear from Josh on intercepts, and then go back to Pepper and Judge Grierson on this issue of the RFAs. Matt, would you like to? There you are. You have to unmute.
What would you like me to comment on? What Karen just talked about?
Yes, Karen's position on that.
Yeah, the thing about any of these orders is when the government is basically compelling you to do something and you have a right to a hearing before an order goes into place long term, you have there's these concepts of due process that basically say you have to get notice. If somebody's in court, they would have notice of whatever the order is. And I understand that there's a gap sometimes here between the issuance of a final order and service of that order if the person doesn't show up in court. But the ramifications to an individual, now I don't doubt that there are some individuals who are attempting to evade the order, but there are others who are they don't understand it, they don't take it seriously, they don't know what it's about, and the ramifications of violating the order are criminal charges. And to be in a position where you get criminal charges without being on notice of what the order is because you've never been served is a severe consequence for individuals who are unwittingly kind of in the process and not being served. So there is a concern there, and I wonder whether or not it rises to the level of a constitutional concern if you don't have notice prior to a final order being issued and served upon you. I'm sure that would be a challenge if this came up. I also have a little bit of concern that in the context that we're doing things right now, that perhaps other groups might be interested in commenting on this, and we're sort of in an emergency COVID legislative mode here as opposed to passing something permanent. But even if it were, I think you'd have constitutional issues about putting somebody in criminal jeopardy without having actual notice of what the order says.
Thank you. A question from Matt. I'm going to, unless Pepper or Judge Grierson have a pressing next hearing, I'm going to move to Josh Diamond and then Cameron Ward from the Department of Labor, because both of them are on a tight schedule and aren't available later. And if I had known that, I would have scheduled this just slightly differently. But it is what it is. So zooming away to Josh Diamond on the intercepts, which is the whole issue of should we do legislation to prevent the intercept of people's unemployment checks as well as their checks for child support and the stimulus check. And then we'll hear about child support. But Josh, if you'd lead us off, please.
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My apologies for the confusion on scheduling this morning and my schedule. As you all know, the Attorney General's office issued a directive with regards to the stimulus checks, essentially rendering an opinion that under 12 VSA section 2740 sub 19I, that those checks were not eligible for collection, in particular by those in the private sector. I know in the course of our discussions, probably a week or so ago, questions arose about intercepts, most likely from the federal government for purposes of child support. Those issues may also be applicable to unemployment as well, but I will defer to my colleague on that. And as it pertains to the policy issue, the Attorney General's office, expressed previously that we would hope that our the folks in government who may not be subject to this statute would also abide by that policy. But I will recognize that in my discussions, at least with the folks at Child Support, the Office of Child Support, there may be federal guidelines that are requiring these intercepts. And if so, that could raise questions of supremacy clause and conflict issues, preemption, if you will, on that. I have not done the analysis, but that would be one issue that would have to be considered. I think to the extent that legislation would be brought forth that would address issues that might be governed by federal law.
Actually, when we hear from Robin Yarnell, I think we'll get a better idea, but, and I don't know if the committee's gotten it yet, but Michelle and Damian Leonard did a memo regarding this, and it looks like there are ways within child support, and we can hear more from Robin, but the person I think needs to prove that there's some difficulty in if that stimulus check or their unemployment check is attached, that their other family or whatever needs to be dealt with. So basically, there may be, we were asked by the Senate to look at the issue of where there should be legislation. And what I'm hearing from you is that, at least in terms of the private attachment, that there is not a need for legislation. But in terms of the government, there may be a need for legislation, but if we do it, it would probably be usurping federal law. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say that further analysis would be needed to determine whether there are conflicts where federal law may be applicable. And certainly our office would not object and welcomes further legislation in this area as it applies to the private sector. But I think there is a statute in place that provides some protection at this stage.
Good. Question for Josh? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Josh. Good to see you. Good luck with your next press conference or whatever.
Thank you.
Cameron Wood is the Director of Unemployment. And I guess we could all understand that he's on a very tight schedule. But thank you for making some time with us this morning. I think you understand our basic question is, what can we do to protect people's stimulus check and unemployment check from creditors at a time when this may be all that's sitting between them and dire straits?
Yes, sir. Good morning. For those who don't know me, my name is Cameron Wood. I'm the Unemployment Insurance Director for the Vermont Department of Labor. I will say that the Judiciary Committee has the Senate Judiciary Committee has somewhat of a special place in my heart. It was the first committee I got to sit in on when I was interning in Legislative Council. It's also the committee where I learned what a scone was. For those of you who may not know me, I'm originally from Alabama, so didn't know what a scone was. I will defer that story to Michelle Childs if you want to hear from her. Appreciate you guys having us. Happy to talk about this topic. I'll kind of go through what I've kind of outlined for things that we are authorized to offset and then turn it over to the committee for any questions. Just for starters, we as a department did not offset any of the $1,200 that came out a few weeks ago to those individuals who hadn't yet received an unemployment insurance benefit amount. We were trying to get those benefits to those individuals as quickly as possible, considering that they had been waiting for weeks and we didn't have an immediate path forward to get them paid within the next few days. So for those individuals, we did not offset any child support and we did not offset any potential overpayment amount. We were considering that to be kind of a prepayment of the additional $600 from the federal government. And so we didn't offset anything because we didn't have the time. So for those individuals with the $1,200, they received the full $1,200 from us as a department. But moving forward just to the unemployment insurance and how we generally administer the program and what we offset, we are obligated by our USDOL partners to offset for child support. And we work with the Office of Child Support, and I see that Robin is here this morning. Her and I spoke yesterday afternoon, and we do offset for that. We have information we transfer back and forth, so we understand how much to offset. And we never offset more than 50% of an individual's unemployment insurance payment or their benefit. So in that case, the person who owes child support will receive at least half of their eligible benefit. We are required to withhold child support for the additional $600. It's called FPUC, one of the programs in the Federal CARES Act. We are obligated to withhold child support for that benefit as well. And we are working to get that put in place. We currently don't have that built into our mainframe system. So if you're asking me, as of Wednesday morning, we're not offsetting regular UI, the additional $600 for child support. So someone may have their underlying UI benefit amount offset for child support, but they are getting the additional $600 currently because we wanted to get those payments out the door as quickly as we could, and we will circle back and build in the programming to offset for child support there. But we are required to do it by our USDOL partners. The other thing that we would offset is in the event that someone has an overpayment to the unemployment insurance division. And in that case, we offset their entire weekly benefit amount until that is repaid. That is also a federal requirement. We're required to offset their benefit amount in order to repay any overpayment in UI. In that instance, the individual is eligible for the additional $600. So we can offset their underlying UI amount, but we can to repay an overpayment, but we cannot offset their additional $600 federal benefit. And we've been working over the past week or so to try and address that issue in our mainframe. We don't have or didn't have the technical capacity when we started issuing those payments to identify the people that are being offset to give them the additional $600. But we feel that we've been able to work through the programming, and we should have that in place this week is our intent, and working with our ADS partners to get that in place as quickly as we can. So the people who are having their benefit offset currently, to repay an overpayment, they should be getting those additional $600, hopefully within the next week or so, once we're able to put that into production. I'll pause there.
To clarify, Senator Nitka has a question, but to clarify,
So to clarify,
has the $600 gone out yet? I spoke to somebody.
Yeah, to
Monday,
clarify,
I think,
to clarify, the 600 is
who had
not.
received her $250, I'm going to use rough numbers,
Mhm.
$250 unemployment check, but had not received the 600.
Mhm.
So her total unemployment check was 250 and not, it was a little less than that, but I'm
Mhm.
rounding.
So that's a situation I would be curious to look into. And Senator, if you could funnel me that information, of who that individual was offline, we can look into that, because we've added the $600 into our system. So the programming is in there to, it basically is, if you get $1 of unemployment benefits, you get $600 added to the end of your payment amount. So I'd want to look into that one. And see if there's something on that individual's claim that would be causing a problem.
Yeah, it didn't show up in what she was supposed to get. It was just the 250, or it was a little less than 250.
So this is Jess Ventura with the department. There's a couple of different things. The $600 is, she was an individual that hadn't received.
hard to hear you. Too hard to hear you.
We can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Yes.
So if she was an individual that hadn't received any back pay yet and she was getting caught up, those, the $600 only applies for claims filed after the week ending the 4th of April.
Well,
So
what I can do is just send you her name,
Sure,
and
yeah.
you can look into it, and
Yep, but
you can get
I
back
just
to her on it.
I just wanted to make it
to.
clear that the 600 isn't for all benefit weeks that someone could be getting paid. It's only from a certain date per federal guidelines.
Yeah, I just don't, she's been on the unemployment thing. So, she applied almost before, even before the $600 was announced. I think she got laid off the week of the week after the 13th, so right after the emergency declaration. But I will send you her name, and then you can look into it, Cameron. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Nitka had a question.
Thank you. So with regard to people who are newly receiving UI, but were on a payment plan with you prior to that, did all of their money get intercepted that they would be entitled to now for the new stint of unemployment?
I apologize. I'll start apologizing for the train in the background.
Nice.
So
person on a payment plan,
yep.
Person who's been on a payment plan has been paying off, and then they get unemployed, they become unemployed. And now the question is, did you intercept all that new unemployment until that past debt was paid off?
Yes, ma'am. That is how our system is programmed. It is programmed to offset any amount that is received in an unemployment insurance check until it is paid off in full. And again, we're working to get the additional 600 to those people right now. But yes, ma'am, that is how the system is programmed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, so again, it's those are the only things that we will offset are for child support and for an overpayment to the unemployment insurance division. We do not withhold or offset or allow private creditors to attach someone's unemployment insurance benefits prior to them going out.
So,
we provide those benefits directly to the individuals, except the offsetting that I described there, child support and overpayment.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Cameron, Wood, or Jessica? Thank you both very much. And I'm sorry, Senator Benning. What I do is I point to your picture on my screen, but you can't see who I'm pointing to.
Nope. It's not a question. I just wanted to thank Jess. You've been very helpful with a lot of the folks that I've been sending names on. So I'll pass that message on to everybody. If you've got somebody that's out there stuck somehow, Jess has done a great job clearing that up.
You are Jess. Thank you.
Yes, I am Jess.
Yes, thank you. Thank you from all of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Cameron, it's good to see you again. I didn't recognize you. I think you've changed a little bit, as of all of us, but Michelle, I can remember that now. And Michelle is somewhere on there, so say hi.
I'm here. I'll tell you the quick story, which is when Cameron was in committee early on, and I had rushed to committee and didn't have a bite to eat. And I texted him in committee and said, I'm sorry, really sorry to ask you to do this, but would you mind popping upstairs and grabbing a scone for me, because we're in committee until noon? I said, I'm really sorry to ask. And he's like, absolutely, absolutely. Unbeknownst to me, he had to text his aunt, Rebecca Ramos, and say, can you tell me what a scone is? And Rebecca's response to him was, Cameron, it's a Yankee biscuit.
Small world. Thank you very much, Cameron and Jessica, both of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
just
all you
saying
do.
thank you. Thank you for having us, and happy to always come back and answer any questions you have on unemployment insurance, and appreciate the kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Now I hate doing this, but now we'll jump back to relief from abuse orders. And the issue is whether or not, hopefully I'm stating it correctly, the issue is whether or not service is required in order to continue the relief from abuse order. And we heard from Matt, who had concerns regarding a person not knowing that they had a relief from abuse order and not having been served. And we heard from Karen that it creates a problem for the victim because the order isn't effective until it's been served. So hopefully I've summed it up to where Mr. Pepper is about to provide us testimony on the subject.
Thank you. James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I would start by just recognizing that the state's attorneys have a role in enforcing relief from abuse orders. They don't really come into play at this stage. So that just as a caveat, I think that this concern that's been raised by the network is a current concern that exists irrespective of COVID-19. However, it certainly is exacerbated when you think about the service and what it means and knocking on people's doors and having face-to-face contact. Certainly, this issue is important to think about during this emergency. It looks to me, and from the people that I've spoken to, that the network has really done their homework on talking to the right stakeholders about this and getting their support of this proposed language. The state's attorneys have no issue, certainly support kind of keeping the temporary order in place until actual service can happen of the final order. Defendants or the respondents to these RFAs usually have notice of the temporary order. They usually have notice of the hearing. And what we're saying is leave that temporary order in place until it can be replaced either by a judge dismissing the temporary order or until the final order can be actually served. So the state's attorneys have no problem support the language as proposed.
Okay, thank you. Judge Grierson?
Yes, good morning again.
Good morning.
With respect to this change, I will tell you that the proposal actually predates H610 and certainly predates the emergency situation we're in now. So this is something that has been discussed with the judiciary and other stakeholders that are listed in that memo and domestic violence folks long before the emergency period. Its adoption, I think, will address both the concerns that Karen has highlighted as well as Matt's concerns, because this would only come into play if the temporary order is actually served on the defendant. In other words, he will have notice or she will have notice of the final hearing. The way this works is that the temporary orders are often issued after hours. They're ex parte. The defendant is not part of the initial proceeding. But then that order is served and a hearing is scheduled, a final hearing is scheduled within a week to no more than 10 days after the order is issued. And what this would allow us, or allow the process to do, if the defendant is served with the temporary order and chooses not to come to the final order, what this will allow, the terms of the temporary order will still then remain in effect until the defendant is served with a final order. So they have had an opportunity to appear, and for whatever reason, they have chosen not to appear, but they certainly are aware of the terms of the temporary order. What this will also allow is, under the current statutory framework, that temporary order expires at the time of the final hearing. So within a week to 10 days, if the plaintiff comes in for a hearing and we have not been able to, or the defendant has not been served, and the plaintiff requests, we will extend the temporary order, but that means it's a new order that's being issued. And now there are 2 temporary orders out there potentially for service. So this would eliminate the subsequent temporary orders. It would mean one order is out there, and when it is served on the defendant, once it's served in hand, in person, the terms of the order will remain in effect unless it's dismissed by the court, or if a final order is issued without the individual being present, the temporary order will remain in effect, which they already have notice of, until they're served in hand with the final order. So I think it addresses, as I said, Matt's concerns about lack of notice or lack of opportunity to be heard, and addresses the concerns that Karen noted when she testified.
I guess I became a little confused, and that's not unusual during this pandemic where I get confused. So people are issued a relief from abuse order. It's not been able to be served. We want it to stay in effect until it can be served. And the problem is the difficulty of service in general, but that's exacerbated by the COVID-19 problem. Is that the problem we're trying to solve? Have I missed something?
Well, I think the COVID may have added to it, but as I was saying earlier, this is an issue that's been around long before the COVID.
But have I got a feeling for the issue that, is it possible I don't know I've got an RFA against me and I do something and then I get convicted, I get charged criminally?
No, because until you're served with the order, you're not bound by the terms of that order.
Okay.
So you could have an order out there, and that's the problem now. If there's an order out there and the defendant can't be located, there is no enforcement mechanism.
So if I'm not going to use Walmart, I was going to use Walmart. I'm in Price Chopper, and because I wouldn't go to Walmart during this pandemic. But I'm in the grocery store. There's an RFA. I don't know about it. I run into Karen, who's the person who put the RFA on me. I haven't violated the law because I wasn't aware.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. So this would allow the process, once the person has served that temporary order, they may choose, as I said, not to appear at that final hearing. Right. This will allow the order to remain in effect without having to renew it continually.
But
why is it controversial then? Why didn't this happen before?
I can't answer that. It's something that I think that's why it's something that's predated the COVID emergency. It's part of, it's one small piece
And then,
of H610.
right, and then it got hung up in all
Yes.
the other controversy of H610.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to say this has been discussed long before
Right, so
this
it
session.
really is an issue that
It's
predates
something-
610, but because it was brought up as a part of H610, it became much
Right.
more controversial because anything you said or tried to do in that bill had general opposition.
Right, and that's why I wanted the committee to be aware that this particular issue, this very narrow issue, had been discussed long before even the
I think, and
session.
again, I'm not sure what I've agreed to sometimes, but I think my agreement with House Chair Grad is that they would take it up first and try to pass something in the House.
Right.
But I could be stand corrected. Michelle, did you work, or Eric worked on this, didn't he?
Yes, Eric worked on this, so I'm just kind of covering for him on
Yeah,
this.
but so he's aware of this particular provision.
Yep.
Are there other questions for either any of the witnesses on the issue of the RFAs? Well, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
For us. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm beginning to realize that these Zoom meetings, sometimes we lose sight of, we're trying to find all the information and 3 computers and a cell phone, and sometimes you miss some of the testimony. Thank you very much. So if we can slide back to intercepts, and or should we take a 5-minute break? Senator Baruth votes for a 5-minute break. I think it's unanimous.
Okay.
So we'll shut down for about 5 minutes, and then hear
Okay.
from Robin Arnell at the Office of Child Support and Chris Delia about the intercepts, and then go to the controversy of court fees. the next witness was Robin Yarnell. Is Robin still with us?
Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. I can't see you. But.
Very good. So good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for inviting me to attend this hearing today to let you know what's going on with the stimulus payments and the Office of Child Support. I'll start with I guess what's known as the stimulus payments, commonly referred to as stimulus payments, but the economic impact payments. As Attorney Diamond alluded to earlier, there is indeed a federal directive that requires that those stimulus payments be subject to offset with folks who owe past due child support. So the CARES Act, as it turns out, excluded stimulus payments from being intercepted or offset for all debts owed to the government under the Internal Revenue Code, except past due child support. So as such, the IRS will be sending offset collections from individual stimulus payments to state child support agencies around the country. Fortunately, in Vermont, we're one of 5 or 6 states that have opted to distribute collections towards arrears to the family first. So most of the money that we will be receiving will be forwarded to custodial families, and then a much smaller portion will offset state debt that accrued when the custodial family received TANF or reach-up funds. We did some number crunching yesterday, and it turns out we wanted to kind of figure out exactly what that proportional breakout would look like. And it looks like that once we start receiving these payments, about 95% will actually be going to the custodial families, and the other 5% will be kept by the state for state debt. It's unfortunate. As soon as this happened, a lot of my colleagues around the country, directors, we were very concerned about whether or not we would have any flexibility with this law. As it turns out, there's very little discretion left to states and child support agencies. So, for example, if we had a situation where an individual owes past due child support to the state, if they had some sort of hardship situation, for example, we were concerned, we'll have the flexibility to actually refund that stimulus payment back to that individual. It turns out that they've really tied our hands, but despite that, what we've done internally is we've pulled together within OCS an internal stimulus work group. We're trying to find very creative ways to kind of work around that restriction. For example, we're thinking of pulling out relying on our debt collection protocol that we have, contacting the individuals, perhaps negotiating a modified order to 0 for some portion of time, whatever seems appropriate, to make sure that we can make sure people have a softer landing with respect to the financial crisis. The other thing that the committee may want to be aware of is that as soon as the governor came out with the emergency declaration, we suspended all enforcements. That would include any sort of attachment of bank accounts or assets in financial institutions. Our biggest priority was to reach out to folks, offer up modifications, making sure that if they're in a situation where their order is currently too high, that we can work with them and file a modification with the court. Currently, of course, under Administrative Order 49, there are no exceptions for emergency hearings, or I'm sorry, hearings for child support matters per se, but in given circumstances, we provided guidance to our staff to, to see if they could style the motion in such a way that they could get an emergency hearing if it seemed warranted. Happily, I guess I would say, most of the folks that we're talking to are going to be receiving these unemployment enhanced benefits. So when we sit down and we run the numbers with these individuals, they are pretty much made whole so that the modification is not necessary. But we are putting together stipulations wherever possible between parents. People don't normally hear about those folks that have amicable relationships, but there are quite a few out there. So happily we've been able to manage that, even though we are by and large teleworking. So with respect to the unemployment portions of the stimulus payments, stimulus benefits, I guess I should say, we are not, as Mr. Wood was saying, we are not currently receiving them. We are intercepting that state portion for those typical, I guess I call them the W-2 eligible earners. We have not received that other federal benefit, and nor are we receiving any portion of the pandemic unemployment assistance payment. Neither one of those have been programmed so that child support could be intercepted. But I will say that certainly I understand that people need these benefits, but on the other side of that, there are families who also need that financial assistance. So we will be in constant communication with the Department of Labor, to keep track of where they are with that programming, and hopefully we can get aid out to the families as quickly as possible.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes.
So basic, yeah, Senator Nitka.
So I'm just wondering, I wasn't quite clear with regard to the unemployment check that the payor would be receiving. Are you intercepting that whole thing, or are you leaving them, never mind the $600, are you intercepting their whole UI check as you normally would, or do they get left with anything of that?
Oh, certainly. As Mr. Wood testified, the most that we would be taking would be the up to about 50%, assuming that the child support order was higher. There is the Consumer Credit Protection Act protects folks from a complete, taking of the entire benefit.
And you're not at this time, although it sounds like you could in the future, take a portion of the $600?
That's right. That's right. And so
right now you're not set up to do it, so that's the only reason you're not taking it?
That's right.
Okay. I mean, I wonder if there will be any more in the future. Otherwise, question. Oh no, they're getting $600 a week extra. So as soon as you get set up, you'll start taking half of that?
Not half, but whatever the obligation, the child support obligation would be. But they would be left with at least half in their own benefit check.
Okay. Okay. And do you know when you'll be set, when you or they will be set up to do that?
I do not know. I mean, I think we all are aware of the challenges that they have. And I will say this morning that there were some wonky things happening this morning with our system. And because we are all saddled with this old mainframe system, it's been very, very challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Thanks very much, Robin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chris Delia from the Vermont Bankers Association. And Chris, I guess we're still working on this intercepts issue and whether or not, and what are the banks doing?
Well, good morning, Senator. Good morning, committee. Good to see you all. So I want to share with you that my association, as well as others across the country in our national trade, submitted a letter to Congress before the second, or excuse me, the 3.5 version of the CARES Act came out last week. We submitted a letter to Congress to ask that the funds coming out that are known as the economic impact payments would be protected, because would be protected benefits, if you will, because we find ourselves kind of stuck in the middle between the desire of the government to make sure that our citizens get these payments. And keep in mind that these payments are going to people who are impacted by COVID and those who are not impacted by COVID and still working. So there's plenty of people out there that are getting these, even though they're still gainfully employed. However, we wanted to make sure that it was clear in the legislation that these were protected. That did not happen, unfortunately. So if we were to get, say, a court order asking us to garnish funds in an account, we have no choice but to comply with that court order. We can't defy that. I'm really happy to hear what Robin talked about, which is not pursuing anything with the banks. We haven't seen anything come in from the tax department, because the tax department also has a system where if you owe state taxes, you're delinquent, they can ask us to search bank accounts for Chris D'Elia and then claim those accounts or a portion of the funds in those accounts. So at this point, the garnishment activity has dropped off to next to nothing, which is a good thing to see. So that's at this point, if a court order were to come through, we would have no choice, but we are not seeing that right now as far as court orders are concerned. Just to give you a quick update, you'll recall when I met with you a few weeks ago, the stimulus payments, the economic impact payments, were going out in two forms. The first was direct deposits to bank accounts. That was going to happen over 3 weeks. That process completed as of today. Last week, the second process began, which was the actual issuance of paper checks in the mail. And that's going to happen over a period of 10 to 12 weeks, that those who did not have direct deposit with the federal government will now get these paper checks. So that's what's been happening as far as garnishments are concerned.
Thank you. Questions for Chris? So, and while we're all, I guess the next witness would be Damian Leonard. And Michelle and Damian, and I know Robin's still around. It's my guess that we don't need legislation.
I think, I'm not sure if, oh, Damien is still there. Yep, and I pulled him in because obviously he's the man on all these labor issues, and I'm just trying to see if I can relieve a little bit of the burden off of him because he's got so many places to be. But I think that's generally what the sense is that we're getting on this, is that between the Attorney General's directive with regard to existing law in Title 12 around protection of those funds, combined with looking at the two places where we know that the state is garnishing some of that money, but doing it pursuant to federal requirements. And then Robin, talked to you about the working group that they have, trying to see how, what little wiggle room they have. I don't know that there's really much that you guys can do on your end at this point, other than for us to keep monitoring it. And as things, if they change, we'll let you know, or certainly if you're hearing of things that don't seem to fit into those categories, from your constituents. Because I think when you first brought this issue up last week, you were saying that you had constituents who were receiving money that was less than what they're expecting into their checking accounts, but they weren't sure where that money was going. And so I think now we're kind of tying it to, it's either going for child support or it's going for either overpaid wages, to DOL or things like that. But if you hear anything outside of that, please forward it to me and I'll see what I can track down.
Okay, good.
Good. Damien, thank you for being with us. I know you're
welcome.
Well, you've finished that bill that you drafted for Senator Probst, so you've got nothing else to do these weeks.
That's right. Smooth sailing from here on out.
Sailing from here on out.
I'll
Anything
be
to
taking
add?
a vacation in my backyard.
Yeah,
So.
right. Anything to add?
Nothing really to add. Just with the UI to date, the federal guidance has been explicit about maintaining these the various deductions from UI checks. And so it seems like the indication we're getting from Washington is that they have no intention of allowing for flexibility. Obviously, things change there on a weekly or daily basis, so that could change, and we'll let you know if we see something. But for right now, there's just no wiggle room on the deduction of overpaid UI benefits or child support obligations. And the one that hasn't been mentioned today is overpaid SNAP benefits. I don't know that occurs very often, but that's another thing that they can withhold from your unemployment check for. And Cameron gave you basically explained everything that I could tell you and more about what's happening right now with the withholding from UI.
All right. Good. I guess that's all good. Any other questions from the committee? So I think we'll just report back to the Senate that we've investigated it. Maybe Michelle, you could do a little summary of what we've done.
Yep, Damon and I were speaking about that, and I'll send that out to y'all. I know also Senator McCormick and Senator Ash had constituent questions around this. I'll send it to them.
I think it would be good to do a little summary that we investigated it. We believe that the Attorney General's order and federal requirements are the only ones. We've talked to the bankers, we've talked to people, we've done our investigation, and we don't believe that legislation is necessary at this time.
Sure. Yep. So I'll send something out to you guys this week, and you feel free to forward it on to folks. And
well, I think what we do is just forward it on to the full Senate.
Sure.
Okay with all the committee? We unanimous in this?
When, do you have an idea? Are we meeting next Wednesday? Is that?
Yes, we'd be meeting next Wednesday. Part of the agenda would be this DUI thing that we just discussed. And then the House is continuing to work on S338, which is the Justice Reinvestment Bill. And we'll have some testimony on that. Hopefully.
Great.
About some of their changes. Senator White has a question.
Well, this has nothing to do with this bill. So if you'd rather wait until afterwards, this has to do with scheduling.
Oh, okay.
So if you'd
right
rather
now, I'm planning to meet every Wednesday from 10 to 12:15, unless they tell us differently, or unless we start working on other bills, like, you know, some of the House bills that came over.
So that I guess is my question, is if we're going to be asked to be working half-time, then we need to be able to coordinate the different committees, because if you're working half-time, it means that we're out there potentially trying to find other work. And if Judiciary meets Wednesday, then and Government Operations meets on Tuesday and Thursday, which we've been doing, that we just need to do some coordination here.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, obviously I'm retired and live on Social Security, so I'm free to meet whenever you'd like.
I'll be happy to join you next week, but I'm not going to do any talking.
Oh, okay.
Well, that'll be a change.
I'm going to add you to my wife and Mazza, who think that's a great idea.
Hey, I thought we had on our agenda the.
We do. Our next item
Yeah.
is we were just finishing up, and then we got into something else.
Yeah,
But,
I'm sorry to
I don't think
sidetrack us.
to start off with, in our witness is Pat Gable. Pat, if you could join us. The issue is the fees, not what we're doing with the fees, but the fees that have created this firestorm within the Bar Association of people that I've been hearing from, who are upset about the fees. So if you could give us a little bit of a history. We did check back, and there's documents posted on our webpage.
Yes, I don't know if you can see me.
We can't see you.
What do I have to do, Peggy, for them to see me? Because I am here.
I think you have to, I don't know, we can't see anybody except.
There might be a thing up in the corner that has a little camera.
There we are.
There you are.
We can see you now.
You're on mute right now.
The issue, Michelle did a look
Trying to
back.
unmute. There I go.
Okay, now you're in good shape. Michelle did a look back. Evidently in 2014, we passed a law authorizing the judiciary to pursue the e-filing user fees, or the case management system. Then there was going to be a report back, and I don't remember a report back. I don't remember who approved the fees and who approved all this. Is this internal decision, or did some legislative body make this decision, or how did we end up with a fee that evidently many in the Bar Association didn't know was coming at them?
So might be helpful if I very briefly did a frame of how we got here, and then we can talk in particular about the fees. So it's true that the first time that I came to the legislature about our next generation case management system was 2014. And you may recall back then we did a number of presentations to various committee chairs, because at that time there had been a previous case management system in the judiciary several years before that had not worked out, and we really needed to get off paper and get onto an electronic case management system. And so we did many presentations that year, and in every year since then. So the committees of jurisdiction have been largely the Senate Institutions Committee and the House Corrections and Institutions Committee, because the funding was in the capital bill. So we did report to other committees about that, but we spent the most time in front of the institutions committees. And I did provide you just a sample presentation, because we probably made at least 20 of these over the years, maybe more, a sample presentation for your committee to see what update we had provided, I think 2 years ago. And you'll also see when you go back and look at the history that we committed to the legislature to have a very formal governance process regarding the case management system project. And we committed to following best practices. We were given strong direction from the legislature to choose a vendor that was a proven vendor with other state judiciaries. And so with the guidance of the legislature and the committees who are providing the funding in particular, but also the extensive research that we did, we again did a very formal procurement process that included engaging an external project manager to make sure that that was a robust process. And following all of that and looking at what had happened with other state judiciaries, in 2017, we chose Tyler Technologies. Tyler Technologies is by far the leading provider of state judiciary court case management systems, in addition to county and municipal and all the rest. They are already in at least 14 statewide judiciaries and their e-filing component, which we're going to talk about in a minute, is in over 16. And as a result of that robust procurement process, then we had a very intensive negotiation with Tyler to develop a contract, because the provider in this case is providing all electronic case management needs and certain periphery needs for the entire judiciary. Our rollout has been a phased rollout. And so we went live in the Judicial Bureau last summer. That was a successful rollout, but one of the reasons that it was successful is it gave us a lot of lessons learned about this very complex project. And if I may mention, although the judiciary is responsible for this project, and we have scores of people in the judiciary working on it, and that includes project member teams, judges, court staff, it also involves people outside the judiciary working on it. And I don't just mean Tyler or our consultants, but we reached out to external stakeholders very early on and have continued to engage with them, because we always knew that with a project like this, we had to be a team working together. And so when we went out and rolled out live with the Judicial Bureau, it wasn't just affecting the judiciary, it was affecting parties that interacted with the judiciary. And we had lessons learned about what we could do in preparation. And then we had lessons learned about how we might change some of the configuration in the system. And we continue to have a continuous improvement model for the Judicial Bureau, where we will continue to work on improving that project. The Superior Court, which, as you know, is the statewide trial court in Vermont, is rolling out in a geographic way. And we had to choose a pilot region. And after looking at the talent and the interest in innovation in the region, the regions that include Wyndham, Windsor, and Orange, which is the region we call the WOW region, we felt that that was the best region for us to do a pilot rollout, because it's a combination of things, but looking at both the people within the judiciary and their interests in improvement, the judges who are there, who were prepared to engage, and also our external stakeholders in that region who were interested, and many of them clamoring for an electronic case management system to replace our paper files. Therefore, about a month ago, it's more than a month ago now, and the reason I know that is we went live in our case management system project in the WOW region at the beginning of March. I think it might have been March 2 or March 3. And the week went by, and we really celebrated that week, because a lot of the lessons learned that we had developed from the first Judicial Bureau rollout, we were able to put into play. And that included a lot more training. So we did a lot more training and involved a lot more people within the judiciary. And then we also did a lot of external training. And so Judge Hayes, for example, led a training that took place in January of 2019, presented to the Vermont Bar Association meeting that takes place actually in Montreal. It's a continuing legal education program sponsored by the Young Lawyers Association. And that was I think it was maybe a 90-minute or a 2-hour presentation where hundreds of people were there from the bar, getting training on the system that included e-filing and the like. And interestingly, it also included the ethical obligations of lawyers. And the ethical obligations of lawyers are many, but among them are things such as competence and diligence. And Michael Kennedy, who's bar counsel, did point out that lawyers cannot avoid tech. I mean, I've been a lawyer for 45 years, and I can tell you the skill sets that supported me throughout my career didn't require a lot of tech knowledge. But Michael Kennedy will tell us all that that has changed. And because of the way technology affects lawyers' responsibilities to their clients, the understanding of technology becomes a part of our ethical obligation of competence and diligence. And that is one of the reasons we've partnered with the Bar Association on a number of occasions on a statewide basis, as well as partnering with local bars in bench bar meetings and the like to continue to do training.
But there's three questions
Okay.
that I have, and then I'm sure other committee members have a number of questions. Question number one is, when was this approved to have a $5.25 fee per envelope or whatever per document? When was that approved? And who in the legislature, let me finish, who in the legislature approved it? Was it the Judicial Rules Committee, which I don't remember doing? Was it the Finance Committee or the Ways and Means? Was it the full legislature? Or did we do that in 2020 and give you carte blanche to do that? And then the second question that I've been asked by a number of my constituent attorneys is, when did the decision to allow this with, is it Tyler?
Yes, Tyler Technologies.
Tyler Technologies, are they able to increase the fees without any oversight by either the judiciary or the legislative branch? So could they say, well, it's really costing us $6 per envelope and now we'll just increase the fee? Or do they have to go back through a process? Those are the two major questions that I've had, and then we'll hear. So I don't know if other committee members have further questions, but.
So Senator, on your first question, the e-filing user fee is not the same as court filing fees that are set by the legislature. So the legislature sets the court filing fees for cases. Those are in statute, and when we collect those court filing fees, they go right into the general fund. The Supreme Court has a number of levels of authority to set a different kind of cost recovery. And although there are constitutional bases that I could talk to you about, I don't need to do that because there is also a statute that recognizes the court's authority in this regard. Let's see if I can find that for you. It's in Title 32. I sent it to Michelle. Anyway, I'll find you the section in a minute. And Senator Benning may recognize this analogy. A similar kind of fee would be the cost of ordering transcripts of hearings. And so the Supreme Court has a contract, or the judiciary has a contract with a private vendor. And so when a lawyer would like to order a written transcript of a hearing, because our hearings are kept on audio now, they actually engage with the private vendor and pay a set fee, or within a fee range that's set by contract between the judiciary and the private vendor. And so in this case, the court has the authority to set this fee. The money doesn't go into the general fund. The money is only charged to users of the e-filing system, and it was set by contract when we negotiated the contract with Tyler back in 2017. And the contract term is in effect until June of 2022. And then after that, Tyler and the judiciary can renegotiate on a one-year to one-year basis. The other thing I would mention is that even though Tyler is hosting this service, an attorney doesn't need to go to Tyler if they don't want to. They could, if they could find another vendor willing to provide them the e-filing service, as long as that vendor can be certified with Tyler, they could choose to work with a different vendor. And so you don't have enough time today to talk about why that would or would not be a viable thing to do.
So all of my constituents who are attorneys who have complaints about this, I should just send them to you.
Yes, and you know what's interesting about this is we've been engaging ongoing with all kinds of people on this issue, and most particularly since I mentioned we went live on the case management system over a month ago. A week later, we went into the judicial emergency, but the e-filing rollout just happened this past week. And so we're used to engaging with attorneys who have issues, and attorneys do have some issues that where we partner with them and say, oh, you have this issue. Let's see, what is it? Is it an issue of how we configured the system? Is it an issue of how our staff are interpreting how we configured the system? Is it an issue of the e-filing rules? I mean, we're actively engaged right now, for example, with legal aid. What I wasn't expecting is to be engaged by a vulgar tweet out of somewhere else. So we were kind of surprised about that. So
was I.
Yes. However,
Senator White has a question.
Okay. I'm going to turn something off my screen. I hope it doesn't affect this.
I just have a couple issues. I think that although there were mentions of the fees, that I have to say that when you're doing IT training, and you had the big training thing, is that people are so intent on learning the system itself and the IT that the fee itself, I think, was probably just a very small part of that, and it doesn't even appear until something like page 26 or something of the whole report. But I guess my other concerns are, first of all, it isn't $525. It ends up being $560 because there's a credit card fee every time you do it that's attached onto the top of the user fee. So I guess I'm concerned about it because I think that if you had, first of all, I don't understand why criminal cases do not have to pay the user fee, and civil cases do. And it seems to me that if you have a civil case and you have somebody with a lot of means and somebody without a lot of means, that the person with the means could just use the the Chinese paper cut theory of death, is you keep cutting until they finally give up, because every time something has to be filed, there's a $5.65 fee to doing that. And people could continue to, I don't understand the court system all that well, but I do know that you have to keep filing and filing and filing. And I just wondered why, for example, in Rhode Island, the way they do it is they have an initial $17, I think it is, fee that you pay, and then you don't pay every time you file something. And it just seems to me that if you had to file 10 things or 20 things, you're starting to get into a lot of money here, and people without means will not have an equal access to justice is the way I look at this. So I wonder why, first of all, it was limited to civil, and why we didn't have a regular, just a standard fee for the whole case. And I have a concern about access to justice for people.
So on your first question, the criminal is exempt, and government lawyers are exempt. And
why?
I'll explain that in a minute. Indigent parties, indigent filings are exempt. And these track the legislature's choice of who's responsible for filing fees or not. And so in our contract with Tyler, if the legislature by statute has said that a lawyer or a filing is exempt for a category, that same category is also applied to the e-filing fee. And so that's a part of our contract with Tyler. On the issue of why we chose it, in the memorandum that I provided to the committee, you can see that many different states have chosen, and we were able to benefit from looking at the experience of states that had gone before us. And it goes back to an issue that Senator Sears and I have been engaged on a lot in different committees, which is unless you provide a general fund appropriation to cover all the costs of operating the judiciary, and you start looking at special fees and special funds, those only work as long as the funds relying on fees come in, and the policy of the legislature remains the same to charge those fees. And so we've looked at the policies in different states and also looked at what the impact would be on filers, because remember, when we're talking about this $5 plus fee, if you're in a civil case and you're not exempt, you're already paying a $200-something filing fee to begin with. And so one of the questions is, do you then want to add on to an initial filing fee that's already, for some people, quite substantial? And in some states, what they did with Tyler is they said, okay, we're going to estimate what we think the filings will be, and we will promise to pay Tyler the amount of money that we think covers those filings. And then when the filings come into us, it'll come off of our filing fee, then we'll turn that money around and pay it to Tyler. And what they found is they end up in deficits because for some reason the filings went down. And this was before COVID, right? So what we did is we were told, and this was the mission we were given by the institutions committees, and it wasn't just the institutions committees, by the way, because we talked to appropriations about this. We engaged with a wide variety of committees, because you recall that was back at the time right after the healthcare technology project had not done well, and legislators were very skeptical that a government project could succeed. And so we were given the mission that you're going to get this capital money to build your system, but you also need to make it sustainable. And so we made it sustainable by using the capital money for what we could use the capital money for using the tech fund for the things that were more appropriate for non-capital type money. And that is a little risky because the tech fund, has not been what was initially projected. And then to use the user fee for the filing fee. That way, Tyler wouldn't get overpaid if it was an underused system. And we also, because the contract is renewable, negotiable and renewable, the period of June to 2022, by June of 2022, we will have rolled out in all the regions. And that would give us the time, just like with all the other parts of the project, that we would be able to step back and say, well, what did we learn? How many filings were there? How much did Tyler make? How did that work in terms of their costs? And we felt, as we surveyed all the other states, that this was a good Vermont system because it's sustainable funding for the system. So I think there are a couple of places, as I started to say, where as we're learning about how the system works for particular parties, we're going to want to consider changes. And so some of the changes we can simply make ourselves because we can configure the system differently. Some of the changes can be made by the judiciary through the e-filing committee once we've learned. And then once we've looked at that, we can also consider a different arrangement with Tyler. But I will say that for those cases that are civil cases, that where lawyers are involved, because self-represented litigants don't have to e-file. This is only for lawyers who are required to e-file. Civil cases to come through the system, if you have a lawyer, are incredibly expensive. And I'm sure you've heard from different committees that the real barrier to access to justice are the costs of engaging, when you have to pay a lawyer, and the costs that we have built into our own procedures, and the costs of delay caused by backlogs. And so there are many, many costs that are imposed on parties in the system where we need to all work together to do a better job. And in the context of those costs, the $5 fee, which replaces postage, if you're mailing something, and this is per envelope, by the way, it's not per document, it's per envelope. And that means that a filer could put as many documents as they wanted to into the envelope for the 5 plus filing fee.
Any size envelope?
Yeah,
Senator-
that's what we're saying. I don't know, could crash the system depending how large it.
Senator Benning had a question, and I want to hear from the representative of the Bar Association, Terry Corsones, who's been patiently waiting.
Senator Benning has to leave right after he makes this comment because Senator Benning has to be in court. Pat, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. It was 2017 when you first approached the legislature about an e-filing system. Is that what you said?
No, in 2014 is when we first approached the legislature with a system.
Okay,
And we've been
well,
making presentations all along. It was 2017 when we engaged the vendor. But an e-filing system was always a part of the program that we started to talk about in 2014.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I became chair of institutions in 2019 and I had never heard that there was going to be a fee associated with this, to my recollection. I understood that this system was going to be put in place, but this is the first that I'm aware, once this kerfuffle came about, that a fee was going to be attached to it. Institutions doesn't have the authority to allow people who come to us to get money to charge fees. That would be a different committee. My other concern is, I'm going to mirror Jeanette to some extent, Senator White, that we are increasing the access cost for people who are trying to get into the system. And I do understand that although Defender General associated criminal lawyers can have the fee waived, private lawyers representing criminal clients cannot. Is that true?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
That
so
is incorrect.
all criminal cases can have that fee waived.
Correct.
Okay.
All criminal filings, there's no fee. And I would say in terms of the people who commented publicly in the press, most of those people are not from the region where we've done the rollout. And so the training has been concentrated on the lawyers who were most affected in the pilot region. So even though we have done state bar trainings, and we would have done another one in March just before the rollout if COVID had not canceled the Bar Association meeting. Many of the lawyers outside that region will not be familiar with what the lawyers in the region are familiar with.
Okay. Senator Sears, I do have to leave. I'm sorry
Okay.
that I can't stay on. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Benning. We'll see you soon. Terry,
And
did
if
you have?
Senator, if I might just comment, the authority to charge this user fee, which is basically covering the cost of the service, is not a legislatively mandated authority. It's an authority that comes under the Constitution, but separately, the legislature has given the Supreme Court that authority. And so it doesn't have to be done each time. The Supreme Court already has the authority to do that.
And Senator Sears, if I can just clarify, on the Senate Judiciary webpage, you have a link to that statute. It's 32 VSA 1403. And it talks about the Supreme Court under general rulemaking power has the ability to establish rules with regard to other fees that aren't specifically otherwise already addressed.
Yep.
And so you have that. And also I put, there's a link to the rule that was reviewed by Judicial Rules in last December that talks about the e-filing fees.
All right. Well, thank you. Terry Corsones from the Vermont Bar Association. Thank you for being patient with us. You may want to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
And I've heard from a number of attorneys who are not happy with the fee. So
Can you hear me okay?
we can. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to give the bar's perspective on this issue. And to give a little bit of background from the bar's perspective, we have had a simplified version of e-filing in the Rutland Civil Division and Windsor Civil Division and Environmental Division for almost 10 years now. And attorneys have been used to that, and attorneys very much welcome an e-filing system statewide. There was no separate e-filing fee in the pilot courts in Rutland Civil, Windsor Civil, or the Environmental Division. Attorneys have also been used to e-filing, a more full e-filing in the federal court system. And in the federal court system, similarly, there are no e-filing fees in addition to the court filing fees that you pay at the initiation of a case. And as Pat said, there have been trainings. I have not been to the local trainings, most recently in Wyndham, Windsor, or Orange. But persons who had been at those trainings have said there was nothing said to them about, or they did not take from the trainings that there's going to be a separate fee. So when e-filing first started last Monday, April 20th, as Pat said, the case management system was unrolled last summer in Judicial Bureau, but that wasn't e-filing, and it didn't involve people e-filing or paying an e-filing fee. So the first time that this e-filing fee, the $5.25 per filing, whether it's one page or many pages, it's $5.25 apparently, plus the added costs that were alluded to as well, was last Monday. And that's the first time that the bar, we got an email from Brad Meyerson, who I think also corresponded with you, Senator.
Yep. Yes.
With questions. And we got that email. That was kind of our first notice that there is this issue or concern. He didn't actually focus in on the $5.25 per page. He had a number of questions about it, and we tried to refer him to, some of them had to do with the court administration, calendaring and scheduling, et cetera. Otherwise, we then got an email on last Wednesday from Matt Valerio, whose public defenders and contract counsel had, I think, flooded him with concerns and complaints about the e-filing fee and confusion about who had to pay it, who didn't, per document or per filing. And there were some apparently contract counsel, at least in the comments we got, that were charged it even though it was criminal. And I'm hoping that that has been addressed, but that's the notice we had. So on Thursday, Beth Novotny and I have a weekly call with Chief Justice River and Judge Grierson and Pat Gable, although she was late coming to that meeting. And Jeff Lower was also on the meeting. So we said, we've gotten these concerns and these questions. And one question we had was the same you mentioned, Senator Sears. Is this a cost that can come up at any time, or what will be the next increase? And the response was, it's in the contract. We would have to look it up. We don't know. So with that, it appeared that there were a lot of questions and we got a lot more concerns. So the BBA on Friday, the board met a special meeting to create a committee that I've sent you the description of the committee that has the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, that description, when I went to go to it on my iPad, it doesn't exist in my anymore. So we'll have to get that resent to us.
Okay.
Peggy, if you could take care of getting that posted, or I don't know what happened. Technology, right?
Yeah. Peggy, if you need it again, let me know. Well, anyway, it sets forth, we have a broad variety of geographic and practice area committee from around the state, including the affected counties. And it's charge and designation. They're having their first meeting tomorrow. So
good.
The committee on Friday, they're meeting tomorrow. But to let you know, part of the charge and designation is to review all the comments that have come in, as well as the constitutional issues, ethical issues, the degree of training. I know trainings have been offered. The bar has been trying. We've been receptive and have asked for updates on the system. I have never seen, I haven't sat in on every one. We normally have 4 or 5 trainings going on at a time. So I've only been to parts of it, but this was not anything that was highlighted or focused on, certainly in the trainings. And so they're going to look at the trainings and then make a recommendation to the board. I must say that today, the memo that was filed, I'm going to assume the committee will also want to look at something that is new to me, certainly, and I've tried to stay abreast of things. The fact that there were other options available in this contract with Tyler. My understanding, whenever there was a question about an e-filing fee without any kind of further explanation or elaboration, was this is something that's standard in state e-filing systems. It's in the contract. That's it. It's just a given when you have this kind of system. So I was myself very surprised and also concerned that apparently there were a number of other options that could have been taken, such as what you mentioned, Senator Sears. Rhode Island has a one-time e-filing fee. And certainly if a $17 fee is going to cover more than who knows how many separate $5 charges there would be in the course of a case. And it's not just civil. Civil includes civil, family, and probate. The only division that's exempt from this is criminal. So any filings in the probate division, family division, or the civil division is going to be subject to this charge. And to find out that this was negotiated when there were a number of other options apparently available without, certainly without the bar being consulted, without the public being consulted, and it sounds like without the legislature being consulted, that is very concerning. And that is something that will, I think, be added to the charge and designation for this, our VBA e-filing committee to look at, because if that's the case, I feel like we should have been given the opportunity to weigh in on that, and it should have been highlighted and focused on, because for all the reasons you've mentioned and in all the comments we've received, there's definitely the feeling that it was not highlighted, focused on, and it wasn't until last Monday that people were even aware that this was something. And I'll mention, just as an example of one of the concerns, somebody was representing somebody low bono in a relief from abuse case. And she said there was no, you don't file a filing fee, a court filing fee for a relief from abuse case. This person who was representing an RFA litigant had to pay the e-filing fee. There was no option to waive out of that. So there's definitely issues or problems with the system which can be addressed, but that's just an example of one of the comments we've gotten. And you know, I'm also troubled by saying it's only attorneys that have to e-file. Right. So attorneys' clients are going to have extra charges when nobody else has an extra charge. So anyway, there are definitely, unfortunately, concerns that have come to light, and we would be very happy to work with, as we have all along. We've provided beta testers. We've tried to respond anytime there was a request for input, but there was not a request for input regarding this issue. So that's the bar's perspective.
Thank you. And I'm glad you're having this committee look at it. Will you also be looking at the constitutional issue that Brad Meyerson and others have raised?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to comment, Pat?
Yes, I'm not on everything that Terry said, but a couple of things. The lawyers who use the system have access to a number of different ways to learn how to use it. The trainings are just one. Our website, it's pretty easy to quickly go to instructions, and Tyler itself, because it's the vendor of this system, has trainings. If an attorney was charged an amount that isn't consistent with our e-filing rules and our contract with Tyler, we've learned that often because they didn't follow the directions to qualify for the waiver, because they do have to go in and qualify.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think we're having a hard time hearing you. Something is going on in our system. I'm gonna.
Should I try again?
I don't know what that is.
Terry, what are you doing? She's very clever. So is that better, or you still haven't? Sometimes when someone has their phone near the video, that can happen. Like if
There's a
someone's
lot of background noise. Sounds like somebody's taking a bath.
Terry, try muting for just a while. Pat?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just joking about Terry.
Okay.
So we're working with people. It's like 4 or 5 days now or so, that it's been going on. And so a lot of the things that people think, oh, I'm being charged for this, are simply because they need to learn how to work with the system. And I appreciate, it was great to have legal aid reach out directly to me so we could put a team together. And I would welcome if Matt wanted to just call or send me an email, that would have been great. And we probably could have avoided the whole hearing, but we're happy to continue to work with stakeholders, including the bar, as we have all along. And of course, we care about access to justice, but there is no free lunch. And so when we look at how to fund these important services, the legislature does have to be a true partner with us. If they don't want the court to exercise power it has to do one thing, then the funding for those services does need to be provided in another way. And as I said, Senator Sears and I have been working on this issue for a while now in a number of different areas. There are a lot of reasons why we wouldn't want to charge people fees, but then the funding needs to come from somewhere else. So I really appreciate that the committee is interested in this topic, and we welcome the input from the bar, and we're excited to keep going.
I want to make clear that we, the legislature, the Senate Judiciary Committee, did not have a role in establishing these fees. I understand that if we don't want that, somebody has to pay for these systems, and whether it's paid for by all the taxpayers or the users or how you've established it is one thing. It appears, and maybe it's COVID-19 related, but the rollout of this caught a lot of people by surprise, and the fees are what are the most objectionable part of this process. And if Rhode Island can do it for 17 for the whole case, then maybe we should look at some other systems. And I'm glad to hear that the Bar Association has a committee looking at this. And I think what I'll do is hopefully in a couple of weeks, we'll come back to this and see where we're at. But I do want to make clear, and I was just reading Brad Meyerson's email to me, that this was something that we had no idea was taking place. Senator, I mean, we knew there was a new case management system, don't get me wrong. But Senator White, we're actually overtime, so I don't want to hold people up. Go ahead.
I don't know how you identify an envelope when you're e-filing. If you, I mean, I guess each document that, do you just keep I don't quite understand.
You can put as many documents as you want in an envelope. It's not a real envelope, obviously. It's a technology version of an envelope.
And it actually works and lets you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, up till now, that might change. But
if we could hear from Matt Valerio very briefly. Matt,
yeah, no problem. And thank you for allowing me to do this. Look, as a practical matter, and first of all, I knew that the public defense system, both contractors, ad hocs, and staff system, was not going to be subject to any kind of fees because we can't be. And that was my understanding of anything that was going to happen. I didn't understand the details of how it was going to be rolled out or the like, but it really didn't matter to me because we weren't going to be, the fee issue wasn't part of what was our concern. The way this arose was that criminal defense lawyers around the state who were doing work in these WOW counties, as the court calls them, including contractors, were being charged fees and then for filing. And one thing led to another, and the issue blew up on the Defender General's listserv. And so over a 36-hour period, I got over 500 emails some of which had a lot of misinformation and some of which had very good information about the fees. Clearly, there were a bunch of fees that were accepted by Tyler Technology that should not have been accepted because they were in criminal cases. There were also, as we started to whittle things down, discussions about the trainings in those particular counties. And there are some lawyers who very diligently took those trainings and came away with no understanding that there were going to be pay-as-you-go filing fees in non-criminal cases. That what was expressed to me was that the focus was on there was going to be some sort of fee, and the trainings focused on how you get your credit card information in so that Tyler could take the fee, but not what the fees were going to be and over what period of time. This is not an issue really for the Defender General's office. I just happen to be the repository of the 500 emails that I got over this short amount of time that I had to deal with. And so I brought it to the bar and said, look, you got a problem here because nobody knows what's going on and they're angry. And so my part in this really is to try to make sure that those interests, and I'm a board member, and I have been on the board of bar managers for, I don't know, a long time, 25 years or longer, that interest is satisfied. This is not a Defender General issue per se, but as an attorney and as a board member, it is something that I'm going to be paying attention to in that capacity. And so we'll see how the committee comes out. I don't think that the advertising and training regarding these issues or even the development of the system was something that was completely transparent. And that's a concern to me, but I guess we'll see what happens with the committee. And, but to be clear, from my position as Defender General, I am not concerned about, once people understand that they shouldn't be charged these fees. I do have concern that Tyler was even able to take fees for filing in criminal cases if that was not something that should have happened.
Okay, well, we've run out of time, and hopefully in 2 weeks we'll have a little bit of an update from Terry and Pat, and perhaps anyone else who wants to give us an update on progress. Thank you all very much.
here we go. Greetings, everybody. This is a meeting of the Joint Rules Committee, and we've invited Senator Sorokin and Representative Marcotte as the respective chairs of the committees that handle UI, since our one topic on the agenda is to get an update and have dialogue with the Commissioner of Labor, Mike Harrington. And so, Commissioner Harrington, thanks for joining us today. I think it probably makes sense to just turn it right over to you to give an update from the point of view of the department about where things stand. It would, I think, be particularly helpful if you could maybe have it start with a discussion about the original unemployment, the conventional unemployment bucket of people, talk about where that stands, then with the new group of people under the PUA program, and
Sure.
speak about how you guys believe those two universes, where they're at right now in terms of getting the benefits processed and so on. And then we'll open it up for questions from there, if that works.
Where they collide, if you will. As you know, traditional unemployment insurance, I think out of the gate, we ended up with about 82,000 initial claims. Within that population, about 57,000 to 60,000 were eligible for traditional UI, and most of those are being paid. There's a variety of reasons why they would not be paid, and I'll go through those. The additional population are people who were ineligible under general UI, so this would be self-employed individuals, independent contractors, but there's also this other population of what we consider to be non-monetarily eligible Vermonters. So one application I looked at just this afternoon was someone who worked in the food service industry and only had $444 recorded under Q1 of this year. So in that sense, they fall into the not monetarily eligible category. Before we shift to that group and the PUA group, most people are collecting benefits. What we are seeing is a change in type of issues we're seeing people running into. So we're seeing more issues that are more related to either I didn't understand or I didn't completely comprehend the question that was being asked of me, or we've had a couple where people just aren't filing their weekly benefits. I'm seeing that more and more often, people wondering why they opened their claim but haven't started to receive benefits, needing to have them go back in and start filing their weekly benefits. There are multiple populations within that group, but the different cohorts of people, I would say, that are likely to not be receiving benefits right now are those that are outside of the self-employed and independent contractors, those not monetarily eligible group. There's also a group that have gone to adjudications, and unfortunately that typically requires us to meet with the person and the employer. We're working on some broad solutions that might open up these valves on these streams of people. So in those two categories, that's what we're typically running into. Or it's just someone who's completely not eligible. So they might have past misconduct on their file from a prior employment. They may be incarcerated. They may have quit their job for an unrelated, something not related to COVID-19. There's a handful of different quit issues that come up in those cases. With the group of adjudications, we are moving through these by groups of people that are impacted. So for instance, there was an entire group of people who fall under the educational wages adjudication. So if you have educational wages on the books, we have to validate those and then cross-match those against to make sure that people aren't collecting unemployment on designated school breaks. So we obviously run into an issue with spring break, which just happened, which caused a lot of issues. So I think we've devised a way to work through that issue. There's a couple of other large batch issues that I think we're hoping we can automate some process to move through those in a relatively quick fashion. The not monetarily eligible population creates a little bit more difficulty. And so for those who know the UI system, there are three methods of determining monetary eligibility. The first method is calculated in the system and it's completely automated. However, if someone does not meet that criteria or that threshold, method 2 and method 3 are actually manual determinations and calculations. So that creates an entire group of people that we're having to do some type of touch with. So we have been working with our technical support staff to see if there is a way to either calibrate the system to do some of that monetary calculation or other method so that we're not trying to bottleneck the system again for weeks on end trying to process these. But there are two. The issue we're running into is that method 2 and method 3 not only are manual, but in some cases require us reaching out to the employer to follow up on wages for an individual. For those that we've already done, about 30% of the ones that we've done outreach to employers are because the employer misstated the employee's social security number. And so what we are constantly running into are, I'll call them user error for lack of a better term, but they're either a messed up social security number or someone not filing or incorrect answering of a question. That was another issue we've tried to resolve too recently. So that has created the majority of the issues we're running into. Under the pandemic, once we're able to resolve and get these what we call non-mons or not monetarily eligible individuals through the PUA system, it should be relatively smooth from there on out. We've already begun to issue payments through the PUA system. As of as of noon today, I think we had about 9,300 PUA applications that have been completed. We had issued direct deposits as of today, and we have a check writing process that should be issuing checks by the end of the week, hopefully, as long as everything lines up with the banking institutions. And we're going through the process of training up. With every new program, we need administrators or subject matter experts of those programs. So we are training our staff right now to be the subject matter experts in how to administer the PUA program. Not only the program as it relates to the federal regulations, but also the program as it relates to actually how do you use the actual system to maybe update someone's information or change a piece of information, an answer that they answered incorrectly, or help them file a weekly claim and move it through on the back end for payment. So that's kind of the landscape as it is right now.
Commissioner,
I'll answer questions if you want to go from there.
Commissioner, can you give, from your best knowledge, the grand total number of people in both categories who have not yet received a benefit?
We're scraping that information today. It looks like it'll in the adjudications world, that could be as high as 7,000 to 9,000. And in the not monetarily eligible category, that would be around 10,000. Again, those are people who are eligible, and at least for the most part, those are going to be a majority of people that are eligible and able to move through the process once we resolve either the adjudication issue or the not monetarily eligible issue.
And just for simplicity, for those of us who aren't expert in Labor Department regs, if you're non-monetarily eligible, under the conventional UI system, you are likely going to qualify for the PUA program. Is that the issue? They applied for one, they're ineligible, but they will be eligible for the other, but somehow the system has to move them over there. Is that?
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is determine, is there one, how do we satisfy method 2 and method 3 of the calculation in a more efficient way so that we're not going hands-on with these 10,000 claims? And then I think the technical part of actually moving the claim into the system, what happens is if we don't satisfy method 2 and method 3, if we just move them into PUA and start paying them out of PUA, and then we determine 5 weeks from now that they actually were eligible, let's say under method 3 of the calculation, we actually have to move them back to UI. We have to figure out how to pay them for the missed weeks in UI, and they have to actually pay us back for the PUA. So we end up putting them in overpayment to pay for the PUA payments they received, and then we have to essentially make the system whole. So we have to pay back the PUA funds, and then we have to pay out the general UI funds. So I know it's frustrating because I feel like it's taking a long time for us to get there. I think the biggest thing we're trying to prevent is moving too quickly to the point where it actually creates a bigger issue on the back end, both for the claimant and for the system.
So you've described the 7,000 to 9,000 of the adjudication, maybe approximately 10,000 of the non-monetarily eligible. Is that the exhaustive list, or is the PUA list on top of that?
No, that's the exhaustive list. There's a couple of outliers. So there are people who aren't getting paid because they simply are not filing. So there is a group out there that have an open claim but are not filing. There are people, it's not adjudications, but there's an outlying group of people who are, and you may see this come through your channels, people who are serving penalty weeks. So these are people who were fired from their last job for misconduct or gross misconduct, and then they're serving penalty weeks. So again, there's a couple of smaller outlier populations.
Okay,
but those are when we talk about the universe, I mean, the big chunk are the adjudications and the adjudications, the not monetarily eligible group.
So Becca had her questions up first. I see Michael and Mitzi. I would only skip Becca in the order if Michael or Mitzi, your question was very specifically to what the commissioner finished with, or should it wait?
It's on this.
So Mitzi, why don't you go first, just so to keep the continuity, then we'll turn to Becca, then Michael.
In the category of the 7,000 to 9,000 of adjudicated that you mentioned, roughly how many of those do you clear a day? I'm thinking about this a lot in terms of, throughput. Like how many people can we serve and wrap up in a bow and move on in a day?
Mm-hmm. It's not a clear number. We have about 12 or 14 people doing adjudications. They can do somewhere between 50 and 200 in a day. It depends on whether or not they're clearing an easy, like they can look at it and say, well, it's clear by looking at this that this person is actually eligible, and they misfiled in some way, and we move them through. If they are actually having to adjudicate with both the claimant and or the employer, then it's a much smaller number.
So we're looking at give or take a week to move through those.
Yeah, so, but for instance, so the educational wages one, that was a group of like 800 to 900, and I think we were able to clear 90% of those in bulk. There's another group in there that I just saw a number today where we might be able to clear in bulk almost 3,000 or 3,500 of those. So again, yes, it's multiple weeks, but I think we're trying to figure out, are there are there batches of people we can clear because it's not an actual adjudication issue or something that has to be really adjudicated in full.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Becca?
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for joining us. I know you're very busy.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
I got a lot of questions. So I want to start with the call center if I could, because I had an all county call with all my House members and senators this weekend, and we're all still getting phone messages and emails from people who still can't get through. And I just want to know what's the status there. I had one woman who redialed 7.5 hours and still couldn't get through. Another who was on hold for an hour got through to someone, but the person who was trying to help them didn't have the knowledge that they needed to be able to help them. And so I know everyone's working as hard as they can, but I feel like the customer service that we're giving Vermonters right now is really lacking. And I have a lot of anxious constituents who don't understand how in this day and age, they can't get somebody on the line to help them. So I just would love an update if you could start there.
Sure. Well, one, I appreciate the frustration. There's a lot of people on hold for a long time and spending large portions of their day calling to get through. So I certainly understand that. What I have used as the example in the past is we have constantly talked about this crisis from a medical perspective in terms of what is our capacity and how do we not exceed our capacity, whether it's hospital beds or ventilators or whatever. If you took the capacity of the department at the start of COVID-19, our capacity was probably at the most 6,000 claims to 9,000 claims that we could handle. We were handling roughly 3,200 claims. So if we put that in terms of perspective to the healthcare crisis, we essentially had 9,000 beds and we ended up with 80,000 patients. And so, we are way over and above, not even close to what our capacity was. It's been, the vendor for Maximus came online at the end of last week, Thursday and Friday. They started, I think, Wednesday night actually, or Wednesday late day. They've been ramping up staff that are going through staging that have to go through training. Today they had, I think, roughly 50 people on the line. They have another cohort of people who are going through training to the tune of 25. So we're on the dash to get us, within a week's time, 70 plus call center representatives. That's in addition to the 150 that we have through our other partner organizations. We were seeing the number of calls coming in on any one line. On one line alone, we had 700,000 calls in a day. So there's not enough people. In the world, I shouldn't say that. There's not enough people in the state for us to answer that volume of calls. But that volume has steadily dropped. So on the same line, I think we saw 20,000 pings on the line or 30,000 pings on the line as of numbers I looked at yesterday. So down from 600,000 or 700,000. That's a big change in terms of the number of calls. That doesn't answer your question. I'm just trying to set the scope of what we're talking about. So we are adding more and more people. We are finding that a lot of people are calling, actually don't have an issue they're trying to resolve. They're actually calling just to find out the status of their claim that they recently filed. So we're also trying to find other ways to reach out to these people and follow up. We will ramp up beyond the 70,000 customer service representatives and have full intentions to do so till we can get there. But their onboarding staff, their training staff, their staff go through background checks. So they even ran into some delays on background checks that they were trying to get done because every call center in the country is ramping up. So those are the hurdles we're running into right now. And we know call volume remains high. So we're still adding people as we talk.
And so I think what's confusing, and I appreciate all of that, I really do. I think what's confusing is we had a statement from the governor saying that for anyone who was still in the backlog, they were going to get a check sent out to tide them over till things cleared. And I'm not hearing that in my county. I'm hearing people who never got through. How are you going to capture those people who never got through? How do you know who they are? How are those checks going to get to them? I'm just a little confused about how do you know what the universe is?
Mm-hmm. So most, if not all, are coming through on our online application. So if they have completed the online application for the initial claim, they are in the system. And then we can track those in terms of when they filled out that initial claim, that's when we determine eligibility. So if they filled out the initial application and they were eligible, there is a method right now for them to go in and begin applying through the claimant portal for back weeks even. So not even just for the current week, for back weeks. But at the same time, if they fill out that application, we are also reaching out to them or doing clearing on issues. You know, the issue with UI across the country is that it's a system designed for face-to-face, person-to-person contact to minimize fraud. I mean, it's the number one reason the system is built the way it is to minimize fraud. And so we're trying to circumvent a system that is inherently designed for touch points of people to people. And the fact that we're using our system that was implemented in 1970 when the entire system was face-to-face contact, where you went to the unemployment insurance office and there was a person on the other end who filed your claim for you face-to-face, you know, that creates a lot of challenges in our system right now. There are people who continue to file daily on their claims, both their initial claims and their weekly claims. But we're also, again, clearing issues. I can't tell you without knowing who those people are, whether they fall into the not monetarily eligible category, whether they fall into the adjudications category. You know, those, again, we're hoping to resolve over the coming days.
Commissioner, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Becca, can you clarify who it was that received the $1,200 checks from the state funds? Like who was the universe?
So
was intended.
At the time, it was those individuals prior to PUA, because PUA wasn't implemented yet. It was those individuals who were determined to be monetarily eligible, but were stuck in the bottleneck, if you will. And so they had a weekly benefit amount that had been determined, and they didn't have any major issues on their account. So we cleared a bunch of general issues that allowed for payment to process up front. And then there was a handful of, we call them issues, but they're numbers in our system. So a 6 issue equals something, a 22 issue equals something. So these were issues, individual issue codes that we had said, these are ones we're not willing to waive. So again, it could be that someone had misconduct on their file.
So are any of the 17 to 19,000 people you outlined at the beginning, did any of them receive the 1,200, and so that they're still being adjudicated, but because it was a lesser concern, they got the 1,200 in the meantime?
There is a cohort of the and I'm just pulling up to see if I have some new numbers, but there is a cohort of the 8,300 that received checks that also fall into the adjudications category. Not all of them, but some of them. But none of them were in the potentially PUA eligible. So you had to have a weekly benefit amount. So we had to determine that you were at least somewhat eligible for UI for us to issue the check. And so if you are self-employed or an independent contractor, if you were not monetarily eligible for other reasons, then you were not on that list to get a check because we hadn't rolled out the PUA program yet.
Okay, Becca, back to you.
Okay, so I would like to, Tim, just go through a couple of these more specific questions. Or does that work?
Yeah, I would, if you're selecting from ones that some members of the Senate, I would pick ones that you think are of the broadest benefit.
Yes.
And then the others maybe could be submitted, in writing so that we can distribute them after.
Okay. So Commissioner, for self-employed people who applied for PUA last week, I just want to be clear that I understand. You expect that they would get checks out sometime this week. Is that what you said?
So we've paid probably 50 or 55% through direct deposit, and those have gone out already. And then the others that had already been processed, we're going through a vendor. So that's what we're looking at right now, and hope to have that resolved and issuing checks. Again, them mailing checks by the end of the week.
Okay. And I got this question from quite a few people. If you've applied for PUA and only qualify for the minimum benefit amount, do they still need to file their 2019 tax return within 21 days?
So I would say yes, because that allows us to then validate after the fact. But the real advantage to someone submitting their 2019 tax return is that they may actually be eligible for more, depending on their tax return. So the system will calculate their benefit amount, but will only issue the minimum if they haven't uploaded their tax return. So if based on what they filed, they were only eligible for the minimum, then the tax return may not make a difference, other than it's an important piece for the department to complete its validation on the back end, so we can meet the federal requirements.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to somebody else while I go back in my emails and try to find some others. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Senator Sorokin. We'll let him hang for a minute.
That was all thank yous and accolades and all the hard.
It was well said.
Thank
well
you.
said. Yeah.
You wouldn't believe how well said it was. Anyhow, going to what Senator Ballant said, I just sort of want to hear it again, because your presentation was all about people who were hung up in the system. And I think the issue that we hear more about is customer service and the people not getting through. And I just want to hear that you feel you're doing absolutely everything you can do, forget about resources, to address that problem, because we're hearing it over and over again. And probably more than any politician or legislator out there, I've had more conversations with you between the bill and my committee and the joint rules, and we keep hearing the same thing, and it seems like it's just on the edge of getting there, but we don't get there. And it's really, we're hearing the same thing from our constituents. So is there anything else that can be done at this point to make people feel more comfortable?
Respectfully, what I would like to do is take your question, Senator, go back to our logistics team and ask that of them. Again, just to say, okay, let's tear down any preconceived notions we have, and let's relook at this maybe from a different angle. And is there anything else we can be doing? My hope had been that once we had the PUA application up and we were resolving some of these issues, that the call level would go to a manageable level. I think what we're finding, though, is that in the PUA system, there's just a lot of questions on how do I answer this question, right? So it's not even I'm frustrated and want to figure out how to get my payment that I haven't been getting. It's even just in the initial application, how do I fill out, how do I answer question this or that? So
Commissioner, can you just on this point, can you, and I think we all appreciate that this is a lot of having to modify practices on the fly and not easy with a system that is effectively both computer system, but also bureaucratic structure. And I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, just it is what it is. Well, things like having people be able to leave a voicemail seem to the average person not innovative or complicated, but would mean the world to people who are hitting that 6 or 7 week period without income. And I think that's why every call that we get now is more frantic, because the bill paying ability is getting more and more challenged. And so I appreciate you'll go back to your team, but can you say something? Can you tell us, like, why isn't having the ability to leave a message, what blocks that from being a simple solution to give people a place to at least know they've registered their name somewhere, and then doesn't have them hitting redial, hundreds of times, blocking the phones and causing a lot of the issues that your staff have to deal with?
Well, so I think what creates the issue is email is another one, right? I mean, we could set up all the email boxes in the world, but I mean, we have email boxes with 4,500 emails in them, right? And right now we have as many people as we can answering the phone lines or clearing adjudications issues or processing non-monetarily eligible determinations. So we can create another system to capture these people. The issue is we then have to designate someone or a group of someone's to follow up with these, right? So when we get a voicemail box now that has 200 voicemails in it on a day, then we're now pulling someone who's performing another task off of a phone line that they're answering to now listen to a voicemail and then call the person back. And
well,
then
it would seem using that example that the capacity of a staff person to talk to human beings calling is no different if they're responding to voicemails versus picking up a live call. The only difference is that with the voicemail, the person hasn't had to endure 8 hours calling and getting busy signals or being told to call back at some other time. So I get that someone then would have to go in and check a voicemail box, but from a workload point of view, it actually seems more sane.
I think what you would find from those that are running call centers is it's actually more efficient to handle a call as opposed to having to listen to a 3-minute or 5-minute message and then call the person back and have to then rehash what was said in the message to resolve the issue. So, I mean, if we look at numbers, the average call takes roughly about 8 to 10 minutes. And so if we're adding now a 3-minute voicemail message on it that has to be listened to ahead of time, we're now taking an 8-minute call and turning it into a 11-minute call or a 10-minute call and turning it into a 13-minute call. So from the numbers perspective, it's actually more efficient for us to have more people on the lines handling the volume of calls as opposed to reducing the number of people on the lines to now follow up on voicemail messages. The same thing we're running into with emails, to be honest. I read an email, I then have to follow the person up and then they have to explain it to me again as we walk through it, and then we resolve it. So
I'll make a brief response and then go let Senator Sorokin go again. I mean, I think, if we had the benefit of going back in time, we might be willing to be slightly less efficient in order to address the human side of the equation. Because some people have been contacting us say, I can be patient if I know that someone has heard that I need help or something like that. But Michael, did you have additional questions?
Yeah, I did. I had a couple. I think what the pro tem was getting at prior to this point in time about the people who got the $1,200 check and the people who are in issue category right now, is there any comparability in your mind that the governor or you should consider another batch of $1,200 checks?
I can't speak for the governor on this. I know that it was asked during the press conference on Monday. And I think the governor's response was appropriate in saying, you know, we're going to see what we can do out of the immediate. If we get to a point where we reach that threshold where another group of people need to get paid, we will cross that bridge. And I think the question is, when do we reach that bridge? We are finding that even in the first round of checks, there's actually quite a few people who have returned the check because they didn't want it or need it. And we also are finding that there is a whole host of people in that first round of checks who were paid who actually aren't eligible for UI to whatever extent. So again, we just have to be cognizant of the fact that that will happen anytime we would do a batch payment without the necessary processing. But I think the governor's, the governor's response was, I think all options are on the table if we're not able to do this in a timely and appropriate manner.
So I think what we're hearing and what you're hearing from us is this is taking on a human element, that perfection and possible error down the road has to be weighed against what people are suffering from upfront. And your example of 10,000 people who are non-monetary eligible for the traditional UI program, I understand how that program works with option 2 and 3 very well. It seems to me that it would make sense to pay those people right now under the PUA system. And even though it's hard for you administratively 5 weeks down the road to do the correction, to side on getting money into people's pockets now. And I think we need to look, I mean, if everybody on this panel said, we want those people declared eligible now, and then figure out how to get the money back from the traditional program later on, that's a choice you have. It's not impossible. And, I think to the extent you feel that the feds are going to come down on you hard in one case or another, I think we have to balance the human interest of people going without money, without any kind of resources, and the anxiety they're putting through. So, it's like getting the problem, sort of the immediate problem fixed now, and figuring out the solution 5 weeks later in the repayment system. Mm-hmm. And I think it's getting to the tipping point at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I've got, I see Speaker Johnson and anyone else who wants to get in the queue. Marcotte. Okay, so Speaker, and then Michael.
I just want to wholeheartedly second Senator Sorokin's comments. That I've had 2 different reps text me saying, what do I do? Each of these reps had somebody saying that they were basically like emptying whatever little change they could find in their house to just go get milk and bread. And that's what they have. They are now at the end of their resources. And this is really critical. The National Guard is doing everything they can, distributing MREs. Food shelves are pushing out as much food as they can. We're at a really critical stage for people. And so whatever we can do, understanding that it's going to take a lot of extra work on the back end, understanding that the state may be on the hook for some money that went out that shouldn't have, that is a preferable situation than Vermonters having absolutely no resources to when we're still asking them to stay home and stay safe, but they don't have the resources to do that. It's really problematic. And I think we also just can't underestimate how incredibly frustrating and draining and how damaging it is on Vermonters' mental health, just calling and calling and calling and calling when there's no there's no rhyme or reason, and there's no kind of known process. There's no there's nothing that they can count on in terms of an anticipation. I think most people are willing to wait when they know what they're waiting for and when they know how long it's going to take, to the degree that anybody can wait right now, given the lack of resources. But
So I appreciate what you're saying about how it's more efficient to just answer phone calls. But it's really hurting Vermonters on the back end that don't have any predictability in a system.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Michael, a couple of comments and a question also, but I had some constituents who I was able to touch base with Amanda, and she was able to get someone to call them. But the person that they talked to then said they should be fine. I'll touch base with you again Friday. And they called me yesterday and they hadn't heard a word back, and they still couldn't get in the system. And I think we've got to be very careful on promising people that we're going to call them, somebody's going to call them back, and then nothing happens, because that really, really upsets people and really frustrates them. So
Agreed.
I think we want to be careful on doing that.
Yeah, and we, you know, you and I are on the same page with that, so I'd love the opportunity to just follow up on that. One, with that claimant, but two, just I'll reiterate to my staff that, you know, if we say we're going to do something, we need to do it.
Yeah, agreed. My son had an issue. It took a couple of times for him to be able to get through. I just texted him, wanted to make sure that he was able to file his claim Sunday, and he was able to do that, and he got his check. And thank you and the staff for being able to get that. But one interesting thing he said was that he tried to file on the phone and he still couldn't, but online he could. So is there an issue with maybe the phones and the ability for people to file, and they're better off using a computer to file? I don't know, but I found that an interesting comment that he made.
That I will follow up on. He's filing under general UI.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not aware, but I will follow up on that.
Yeah, I thought it was just strange that one worked and one didn't. And I think we should make sure that people understand that are filing with PUA, that there is a threshold of the amount of UI that they receive in order for them to receive the extra $600. That it's different than the regular general UI, that it's only $1 on general UI and you would get the 600. But with the PUA, you have to get a benefit, I believe, of $191 before the federal extra $600 kicks in. And so,
yeah, kind of. So let me just clarify too that so in general UI there is no minimum. So you could earn you could be eligible for $1.
Right.
In PUA, the minimum is $191. So in both scenarios, if you're eligible for the minimum, essentially the feds have said if you're eligible for $1 of UI, whether it's PUA or general UI, you get the $600. It's just that the minimum, there is no minimum in traditional UI.
Okay.
So it could be less, you know, it could be $5 that you're eligible for that would trigger the $600. It's just that the minimum in PUA is $190.
So that's the minimum that they will receive.
Yes. So it will, if they, let's say they filed losses for the prior year, then at the minimum they would be eligible for $191 plus $600.
Okay, so everybody is eligible for the 600.
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
If they are,
Okay.
as long as they're eligible for PUA, they're eligible for the 600.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions from committee members? Becca.
So Commissioner, back to the PUA program. I'm assuming this is because it's a federal program that even though they've extended the deadlines for tax returns, they haven't extended the deadline to have to upload your tax return, right? So people still need to have their taxes done to be able to upload within that 21-day period. Is that right?
Yeah, so correct. Even if they don't upload their taxes, they still get the minimum. There's a 21-day buffer. I even asked today, like, what happens when they don't, let's say in 21 days, they haven't had their taxes done, then what? Unless the feds change their guidance, which they are coming out with new guidance on a weekly basis now for PUA, unless they change that, the only disadvantage to someone who doesn't meet that 21-day threshold right now, unless the rules change, is that their monetary determination their weekly benefit amount will still recalculate when they submit their tax return if they're eligible for more. But if they do it within the 21-day window, it can be retroactive to when they started filing for PUA. If it's outside the 21-day window, it's only for claims going forward, is my understanding.
Okay, just jotting that down.
Yep.
Also, and again, like, I know that you're in one particular wheelhouse, but we deal with lots of
Wheelhouses.
competing interests. Yes, many wheelhouses.
Yes.
And so I had a senator ask me, why is it that we as a state, we send money out to our designated agencies and other entities, and we push the money out the door, we reconcile later. But with this basic issue of getting people, checks in order to be able to live, we don't have that same ability to reconcile. So I just want you to bring that to your team and to the governor, that we do this all the time in other areas of state government. And I think we're all, what you're getting from us is what we're getting from our constituents, which is people are at the breaking point right now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Commissioner, just, I'll just maybe ask a couple more summary questions. The number of individuals in the two categories you gave obviously doesn't include people who've never yet been able to get into the system. Or do you suspect there are still people who, after all this time, either because they held out to the PUA program at the encouragement of the website and the department, do you suspect that there's a whole nother group who have yet to successfully do that initial submission, such that they're not even yet categorized, but they've been trying to call but unsuccessfully?
Possibly. I will say that just from the initial claims application piece, at the height, we were processing 6,000 of those electronic applications a day. And then it went to like 3,000, then it went to 1,200. I think, and I'll pull it up here to see what I've seen recently. As of Monday, we are still around the 1,100 initial claims mark. So people are still getting through. I think if we're talking about, it sounds like if I'm picking up what you're putting out there is, someone who maybe is not technologically savvy or doesn't have internet connection or a computer, who's still trying to call and get their initial claim answered. I think we've got a good handle from the Green Mountain Power team on the initial claims form, in terms of those people who are calling for initial claims are pressing the right number and are getting through. And to be honest, I have not heard. I think if there was still a large cohort of those people out there, we would be hearing about it either through them contacting their legislator and that person contacting us. But I'm not seeing a lot, personally, any that are about how I haven't been able to file my initial claim. What I am finding is I'm stuck in limbo, right? I've filed my initial claim. I either know I'm eligible, but I'm not getting benefits, and why, or I know that I'm not eligible and how do I get into the PUA system? That's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing, unless you are, and people who are unable to file their initial claim.
Well, obviously, the people that we hear from are the ones who've reached their wits' end, and so and they're all the hard cases. Something's gone wrong, or they've reached a level of frustration. Senator Mazza, are you?
Yeah, I just think that some of this responsibility is, we haven't kept up probably with the system that they should have had a long time ago, and it come to light like the state colleges. And I think it's, no one ever expected this kind of input, but maybe it's if that system would have been updated and we'd have taken, what it was going to cost, probably this wouldn't have been happening. But we look back now and say, well, we could have, should have done. But maybe now, if that system comes forward and it's $100 million, whatever it is, I bet it's going to pass, because we're going to have the responsibility to keep this in the future. No one expected this to happen. So that's just, not that it's going to solve the problem today, but I'm just looking at the future. Thank you.
That's a good point. The computer system, for all the reasons is what it is not helping.
I would say, and I just wanted to say, there's another group of calls that are being answered, and those are calls that are going outside of the UI system. Those are calls that are going directly to our career resource centers, and we do have those people monitoring those as well, and assisting where they can. So these are people that haven't been assigned elsewhere because they're doing other programmatic work. And my understanding, I'm not hearing that. Normally those would be the people I'd worry about, because they're used to coming into our career resource center, sitting at one of our computers and filling out the application. And my understanding is, I think in most cases, our staff have literally worked with them over the phone to make sure they get into the system.
Couple last questions. One is an observation. One of the things that we've been hearing on individual cases is that the form emails and the form letters are totally baffling to people who aren't accustomed to utilizing programs like this. Yep. I think that's something that when we get on the other side of this, we really need, and it's probably not limited to this department, but things that are automatically triggered that go by email or hard copy letter often have very little to do with the actual issue that has been presented or the conflict with the system. And I think that's another one of those dehumanizing aspects when people say, well, what the heck, I did everything they said and now I get a letter which seems completely contradictory to what I was told. So I hope we can, when the dust settles a little bit, have some process of thinking about that a little bit. But
I think we're also in our communications where every time we circumvent the system, right, or try to do something to expedite something, I know that there's also miscommunication that's going, right? Because the system processes something and puts something in the mail, and then we might resolve that issue the next day before the mail ever gets to that person, right? So there's a lot of miscommunication just because of all the different avenues we've created for trying to correct or move people through the process. But yes, I would agree that we need to look at that communication.
So a question I have in terms of capacity, you used an analogy that came up when we first had you here, when we urged you to think about it in the same context of medical surge capacity. And hearing you talk about the actual task of taking a phone call or responding to an email, all those things, is it the position of the department that more call takers wouldn't help?
Again, I think if we're trying to, if we're wanting to give people just a voice on the other end, then we could do that, and more call takers would probably help. The only part that slows that, there are two issues. One is it's just a slower ramp up when you're trying to actually get someone educated in UI, not only in the system, but they have to be able to pass on whether or not someone's eligible or not. And I think that's a harder part. So it's one thing to be able to navigate the system, help them file a back benefit week. But if there's an issue on their account that needs to be adjudicated, or they need to be able to determine whether someone is eligible, that's a much different conversation. And we are onboarding and expediting people in those methods as well. training people in those methods. So that, I think that's one component where we're seeing, you know, I'm not opposed to bringing on more people. We are actually bringing on more people. It's just a slower path to follow to get them skilled up.
Well, let me just suggest on that note that this is, I think we've heard this from the administration before on this issue of the level of knowledge that's required for someone. You know, I think it's maybe looking at, maybe the legislative side is looking at this slightly different from the administrative side, in that many of us are looking more for like a, you know, oftentimes if you call after hours to, you know, a plumber or something, hi, this is Tim's plumbing service, you know, after hour answering center, give me your name and number and we'll get it to them and they'll call you back, not requiring that person to know whether my, you know, my heating system is about to go kaput. And there are so many people in the state workforce, some of whom probably have the capacity right now because other work has diminished with the stay-at-home order, seem doing that answering service function, but don't require, we're not asking for them to be, you know, understanding monetary eligibility and all that, just understanding how to take a name and number.
Okay.
Speaker Johnson, and Senator Sorokin, and we'll start to ramp up or ramp down, sorry. So if others have questions after we go for Mitzi and Michael, we'll do one last go around and wrap. Speaker Johnson.
Thank you. So we just launched a tool so that legislators could actually take some very basic information so that there could be some triaging on the back end. It seems to me that, and then we have about 24 legislative volunteers that will be doing some of the call taking or trying to call people back to get information with some additional training. It seems to me that if we got more legislators not trained to do the call taking, but even just trained in some of the problem sorting, have you tried X, have you tried Y, then we've got 180 people. We're fielding the calls anyway. We know the people anyway. We're having the conversations anyway. If we could get more information ourselves on how to be helpful, we could at least direct somebody to the right system.
Yeah, and just so you know, our team, I think we were trying to cater, like you said, call it whatever you want, the FAQ or the desk guide or whatever, so that it was less about how to navigate the technical system and more to how to navigate the process system. So that was my understanding, and it was being worked on today. So I hope to be able to provide that to you.
Super, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Sorokin, and then after Senator Sorokin, I see Senator Ballant. Anybody else who'd like to ask a question before we wrap? Okay, Senator Sorokin.
Thank you. So I heard from a number of people today, I think senators, that they would want to know if there's a value to reinstituting a dashboard in terms of number of claims, waiting time in terms of processing the claims, how many benefit checks have gone out. It would be a metric that could show some how much progress is being made that people could look at. I think I know that you did have that at one point and it was taken down. Is there any thought about possibly putting that up again?
There is, actually, I think, we're on the cusp of that. So we've had to really do some serious, for lack of a better term, data mining to get this data, because it doesn't all reside in a place, and it comes from obscure locations deep within the depths of our mainframe, and other ancillary systems and programs and applications. So there's been a whole team of people who are working on setting up the system to automatically capture and aggregate this information. And right now we're truth testing it, doing testing on it to make sure it withstands scrutiny, but then there will be a public facing side of that data to get you what you're looking for.
And how many PUA applications do you have at this point?
As of, I'll see if I can pull it up here, but as of this morning, like 10 o'clock this morning, I think we're at 9,200. So 1 second here.
I thought I remember you in the press at least, or you said that you're expecting 30 to 50,000 PUA
Yeah.
applications.
Yeah, we're at 9,536 right now. Again, that's only since Thursday of last week. So that's a pretty good clip. There will be an additional probably 10,000 once we get those non-mons, as we call them, into the system. Again, our guess was based solely on the fact that we know that there are roughly between 40 and 60,000 independent contractors or self-employed individuals in the state. It's not a number that is easily tracked across the state. So we were only basing that information on what we knew the potential population was. So again, I would love for it to be smaller if that meant it was the true number of people in need, as long as it's not a small number because people are struggling to get through or get into the system. So
I have one last, thank you. I have one last question. Do you have a record of when people have applied? Do they have a date of application in their file? And the reason I'm asking, I'm coming back to the idea of maybe cutting another check of $1,200 to people. And if you have people backed up 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, and I know some of the problems are you can't get in touch with the employer to verify, or you have a conflict in the amount of money. Well, sometimes that doesn't fall on the claimant and they're waiting for 4 or 5 weeks. And if you could go back and say, I've got, 5,000 claimants that are dated back until April 1st, maybe they should be in line for a payment like the governor did on the first 8,000 people.
There is a date of filing. So yes, that is a number we can pull. The PUA applications are moving through at a pretty good clip. There's only a small portion of those that need some adjustment on the back end. But I think you're talking more about those people that filed in general UI, 5 weeks ago. Yeah.
Well, there's 2 groups. There's the delayed group, and then
right.
I hope you'll consider the idea of getting the money out the door under the PUA program,
Yes.
collecting it back on the back end.
Yes.
10,000 people in that category. That's a big number.
Yes, sir. And yes, I am following up even on those not monetarily eligible people as we speak.
Senator Ballant?
So I just want to reiterate, we know, Commissioner, that your team is working as hard as they can. We know that. And I just want them to know that we know that. But at the same time, I think it's really important for us to start doing a postmortem, because this is our first pandemic. None of us have been through this. From everything we've heard from the science, we can anticipate there's going to be another surge in cases at some point. And if I leave you with one thing that I have learned so deeply over the past week, it's that people want to feel like they've been seen and heard. And what we have heard over and over again is, I feel like nobody cares about me. And that is not what we want to leave Vermonters thinking about, all of us who are working so hard on their behalf. And it just strikes me so much that it's a basic thing. They just want to be seen and heard, and we can figure out the details, because I understand you've got important work to do, but we have got to take that to heart and focus our plan around that idea.
Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, I think unless anyone who hasn't yet asked a question wanted to take the occasion that we have here, I think we will wrap. So thanks for joining us. There are some items that you were going to look into, and I think what I would ask is, if you have follow up with those, that you send them to the list of people here, because of course we include the two chairs who can then distribute it to their members if it's generally interesting. So, or of interest, I should say. It's all interesting, as you know. So Commissioner, thanks for joining us. We'll let you go. Before the rest of us leave, I'd just like to ask if there are any other things that anyone on the committee wants to raise, any known reasons for us to have a scheduled next meeting, or if we want to just take it as it comes. Anything that anyone's aware of? 3 seconds, 2, 1. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Have a great evening. And thanks again, Commissioner, for joining us.
Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Thank you for all your support. I really do appreciate it. And I know our team does as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Where should we start, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we start by saying welcome, everyone. This is Churchill Hines, Chair of the Board of the Vermont State Colleges System, calling to order a meeting duly called for 7 in the evening on April 29th, 2020. Trustees and guests are participating in this meeting through Zoom teletechnology. And I would welcome everyone and begin asking Jen Poirier, our assistant to the board, to satisfy that we have enough information for a roll call, or would she like to take that verbally?
Chair Hines, I would be happy to do a roll call right now, if you would like that.
If you would, please.
Absolutely. Okay, remember to please unmute yourself. Janet Bombardier.
Here.
Megan Kluver.
I'm here.
Lynn Dickinson.
Here.
Peg Flory.
Here.
Dylan Giambattista.
Here.
Izzy Gogarty.
Here.
Adam Grinold.
Here.
Bill Lippert.
Here.
Karen Luno. I see you.
Here.
Jim Masland.
Here.
Linda Milne.
Here.
Mike Pichak.
Hi, Jen. I'm here.
David Silverman.
Here.
And Church Hines is here. That's everyone. Chair Hines, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a meeting where the predominant agenda items are going to be personnel related. And while I absolutely appreciate the public interest in everything that this board does, this board, along with most any other of its type, would conduct personnel matters through the executive session mechanism. We shall do so. However, we will not take any action during executive session, and we'll come out as efficiently as we can and conduct the rest of our meeting in public session. We do anticipate that there will be some action taken by the board when we do come out of executive session. So before entertaining a motion to do that, I would ask if there are any preliminary comments from any member of the family that we have gathered here electronically. Okay. I would also note that when we do reconvene into public session, the board will have some other things to do, and we do anticipate taking a limited amount of time tonight for public comment. Again, as we said at our most recent meeting, the board has had significant public input regarding its work over the past week or 10 days. So tonight we will probably be limiting our public comment time to about 15 minutes. And with that, Trustee Dickinson, I would request that you bring a motion forward to bring us into executive session.
Okay, I move the VSC Board of Trustees enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313 subsection A1F for the purpose of receiving confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services. Because premature general public knowledge of these discussions would place VSC at a substantial disadvantage, it is appropriate for the committee to enter executive session. I further move the board enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA subsection section 313 subsection A3 to discuss the employment of a public officer. The board shall make a final decision regarding any such public officer in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for this final decision during the open meeting. The board does not anticipate taking any action during executive session. Along with members of the board present at this meeting, in its discretion, the board invites the chancellor, the council of presidents, the interim provost of Castleton University, along with the VSC General Counsel and VSC Associate General Counsel, to attend portions of this session. So moved.
Thank you, Lynn. Is there a second?
Sure. Jim.
Second by Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor of entering executive session, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We have the required 2/3 majority and plus, so we will enter into executive session at this time using the usual switch that we have to follow. And I hope at some point Zoom will get smart enough so we don't really have to do this backing out and going back in. But I believe that is our only option. Thank you. Okay, we are back in public session. We had an extensive executive session, as everyone notices, who may have been staying with us. No decisions were made during the executive session. However, we are now at this point ready to take up a motion that relates to our executive session. And I would ask Trustee Dickinson to do so.
Okay, the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees has a resolution 2020-001 for the appointment of Sophie. Okay, Sophie, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's as it looks, it just terrifies people. It's Zadatny.
Zadatny, right. Zadatny. As interim chancellor, whereas the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees is responsible under 16 VSA Section 2174 and under Article 3, Section 3 of the Vermont State College System bylaws for the appointment of a chancellor. And whereas outgoing Chancellor Jeb Spalding has resigned effective today, April 29th, 2020, and whereas the board intends to search for a long-term interim chancellor over the coming weeks, and whereas the outgoing chancellor and the chair of the board recommend that the vacancy created for an interim chancellor be filled in the near term by Vermont State College System General Counsel Sophie Zadatny. Therefore, be it resolved that Sophie Zadatny be appointed as interim chancellor with all the associated authority and responsibility of the office of chancellor from today, April 29th, 2020, until the board appoints a successor. So moved. There's a motion.
Yes, now we transition to the motion that references this resolution.
Okay, I move that the Vermont State Colleges System Board of Trustees accept the chancellor's resignation effective immediately, and further, that the board adopt the resolution as read, appointing Vermont State College System General Counsel Sophie Zadatny as interim chancellor to lead the Vermont State Colleges system until a longer-term interim chancellor can be selected. The board believes Ms. Zadatny is the best person to lead the system at this time. I further move that the VSCS board chair, in consultation with the interim chancellor, support an orderly transition between the outgoing chancellor and the interim chancellor, including waiving the 90-day notice provision of the outgoing chancellor's appointment.
That is a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Karen Luno. Is there discussion among the board? Dylan.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge a lot of people are tuning in tonight and have been in touch with us as board members individually and collectively. And just going forward, I think it's very important that we stress an openness, a candor, a willingness to take feedback, and a public process that encourages a path forward and doesn't discourage folks in our campus communities. And so I just want to extend that offer. I know that many people on the board are putting in many hours trying to figure out the right path forward, but I feel it's important that we continue to put that at the center of all we do. And certainly I'm committed to doing so. I believe others are, and I'm looking forward to moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dylan, for that good reminder. David, then Linda.
Before we vote on this, I want to take the opportunity to thank Chancellor Spalding for his service. I believe Governor Scott had some words that I didn't have a chance to see, but my wife relayed to me that essentially acknowledged that the system was having difficulties when the chancellor arrived. And these events are not his doing, including the COVID pandemic. And there's been a lot of very, very good things that have happened on our campuses that we all have a lot to be proud of. And so I just wanted to say thank you publicly. And also thank you for, it was a pleasure to get to know you, Jeb.
Thank you very much, David. Appreciate it.
I forgot a hand. Linda, I'm sorry. You're on mute, Linda. Linda?
I got it now. I remember. Thanks.
Now we hear you.
You can, thank you. Yes, I wanted to, before we take this vote, thank Jeb for his 5 years of good work, much good work. I think as difficult as this last couple weeks have been, and actually probably longer with the months, the weeks since the COVID, Jeb and his getting us started with the long range planning and other things has us in a lot better place to go forward from than we would have been without those long range planning efforts under his chancellorship. And so I'm glad we had those steps, because I think they have us in a better place to go forward. And I also want to thank Sophie for being willing to step up to the plate at this difficult time. And I like, it sounds like there's some energy she's hearing and feeling. And I'm glad to hear that. And I thank her for being willing to step up to the plate.
Thank you, Linda. Michael.
Thank you, Church. And I also want to reiterate thanks for Jeb and for his service to the Vermont State Colleges and to the state of Vermont as well for many years. And, you know, we have a lot of hard work ahead of us as a system and as a board. We all know Sophie and have known Sophie for a long time on the board and within the campus communities as well. And I'm really looking forward to the energy and the competency, the expertise that Sophie has and that she's going to bring to the table to continue the hard work that's ahead of us. So I feel fortunate that we have Sophie at this time to move forward and get on with our work. It's important. But I do also, of course, say that in the same breath that I do want to thank Jeb for his efforts and his support for the system over the last 5 years.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Chairman, when the time is right, either before or after, if the Board of Trustees and other participants would allow, I did have, you know, probably 5 minutes worth of comments to make. I know it's late at night. I can always just print them, I guess, but I think it's important for me to acknowledge some things. And
I think we'd like to join you with that, Jeb, but I'd like to, since we have a motion on the floor, let's go ahead and adopt the motion and we can move directly to your remarks. Further comments and discussion? Then all those in favor of the motion as presented by Trustee Dickinson, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. Any not voting, please so indicate. It is unanimous. And Jeb, with heartfelt thanks and acknowledgement for all that you have brought to us. Sometimes there just aren't words that can be said. And Sophie, your eloquence and self-confidence and willingness to tackle this. I think every one of us are very pleased that you're willing to do this, and just light us on fire. And
I'll try not to do that literally.
But you know what I mean. Jeb, you have the floor.
Well, I guess I'm speaking to you as a former chancellor, and I appreciate just a few minutes. As everybody knows now, I did submit my letter of resignation to you, the Board of Trustees, earlier today. I want to emphasize this was my decision based on the facts as I see them, and that I'm saddened by feeling the obligation to do so. I've truly cherished the opportunity to serve as Chancellor of the Vermont State Colleges System. I am and will remain passionate about our mission. We're a diverse set of institutions, including Community College of Vermont, Vermont Technical College, Castleton University, and Northern Vermont University, all with multiple campuses or sites. And as a group, they have long provided access to high quality and affordable post-secondary education and training in all corners of the state. You are the extension of the public school system into the post-secondary years, proudly serving a wide range of students, all shapes, sizes, and persuasions, from valedictorians to those who have struggled in school and often in life. The family of these colleges and universities value and welcome them all and relish their many successes. And you are a critical pipeline delivering and supporting entrepreneurs and workers to power our state's economy. We are the cultural and economic and community foundation of several rural parts of Vermont. At the same time, we have to acknowledge and not ignore the fact that higher education is in the midst of a major sea change. This is not the time to recite again all the significant forces bearing down on us. They were well documented in the Serving Vermont Students by Securing the Future of the Vermont State Colleges System Initiative and white paper last summer and fall. Related materials in the white paper are still available on the VSC website. But just the fact that in Vermont alone, in the past year, we will have had 4 private, small, rural, tuition-dependent residential colleges close should make it clear to all that the forces are real and can be existential. And that was all before COVID-19. If the VSCS is to continue our mission, it must find the ability to adapt, and soon. The enormous financial challenges facing our Vermont State Colleges system are now more than ever front and center in the public and policymakers' eyes. That at least is a good thing. I believe that collectively we've accomplished a great deal during my chancellorship. So why then am I submitting my resignation? Clearly, the process leading to my recommendations, later withdrawn, has not turned out the way I would have hoped. I take full responsibility and apologize to those that were hurt. I've become more of a liability than an asset to the Vermont State Colleges system. My ability to be an effective chancellor has eroded, and I don't believe that can be repaired quickly, if ever, and the VSCS does not have time to find out. I would no longer be a welcome messenger and leader on our campuses, in the legislature, and elsewhere. That's not a good thing for the Vermont State Colleges system, and it's what is good for the Vermont State Colleges system that is the most important thing. A week ago, Monday, I presented, after considering the options available, presented what I felt to be a challenging but important plan to enable us the Vermont State Colleges to withstand the immediate and impending challenges facing our colleges and universities. I made the strongest case I could that my recommendation was the best available option to preserve the entirety of the Vermont State Colleges system, and that decisive action was necessary. Though dramatic, painful, presented under the cloud of the most stressed out period of time in many generations, and raising many legitimate questions and concerns, I believe then and now it was the best available path forward. Time will tell whether I was right or wrong. Either way, it became abundantly clear to me that my recommendations would not be able to move forward. Legislative leaders have indicated they hope to come up with a one-year bridge funding plan that would keep the three campuses in question operational for at least the 2021 academic year, while options and decisions about the future design of the Vermont State Colleges system are openly and thoroughly considered and crafted. The campuses do plan to stay open and are going all out to prepare for students who they expect to be arriving and returning in August, finding new ways to adapt, to meet, to serve, and protect them. But without a clear commitment of additional support from the legislature soon, that effort becomes ever more difficult to sustain. The case is made, a clear response ASAP is necessary. I laid out the best plan my team could develop in the situation we found ourselves in. There may be another way, possibly a better way, to position and configure our colleges and university system for sustainability. But a fresh perspective and new leadership will be necessary to find and execute on that. I have to acknowledge many people are disappointed with me and the process leading up to my recommendations, specifically the speed, perceived lack of transparency, and hurtful impacts on many people. Just to mention Elaine Collins and Karen Scalfaro as two. Many people were caught off guard. Although I'm confident I've stated clearly and publicly in recent weeks that due to COVID-19, we are experiencing the most serious financial challenges in VSCS history. I telegraphed the changes in our campus configuration to be likely, but I did not detail publicly in advance the specific campus configurations or changes that I would be recommending. There may be a better way to do it, a better process, and I hope there is. But again, it's going to take fresh perspective and leadership, and I support that. The Vermont State Colleges needs to move forward to confront the challenges ahead swiftly and boldly. I cannot predict what the future will bring, but I do know effective and courageous leadership at all levels, and I know it will come from this Board of Trustees, will be necessary to sustain the enterprise in a meaningful form. I am glad that the board has shown confidence in Sophie Zadatny, our current general counsel. She's more than capable of keeping our ship running smoothly and headed in the right direction, while our Board of Trustees identifies a strong longer-term interim in the coming days and weeks. Thank you for being willing to step up, Sophie. You are strong, smart, experienced, and dedicated. And to the members that are participating in this meeting or viewers that are viewing the meeting, if you have any thoughts on who the right person might be to serve as a longer-term interim, please share those with Chairman Hines or other trustees. I'd like to thank my leadership team, the entire office of the Chancellor, our college presidents, and the whole Vermont State Colleges family, including faculty, staff, alumni, the Board of Trustees, and others for their passion and perseverance on behalf of our students, past students, present, and future. The Vermont State Colleges system is way too important to be about any one person. What is important is preserving the mission. For the benefit of Vermont, the Vermont State Colleges system provides affordable, high-quality, student-centered, and accessible education, fully integrating professional, liberal, and career study consistent with student aspirations and regional and state needs. I ardently wish the Vermont State Colleges system success in sustaining that mission in whatever form or configuration it takes. Vermont's future depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Virtual applause.
Yeah.
Jeb, your trademark forthrightness is so refreshing when we think of other leaders that we may know who are not so willing to step up and express such sincere candor. I think it's another facet of your caring. Caring can be a liability. You care greatly about the VSC, about the state of Vermont, and I feel this board feels very well cared for and appreciates so much what you've brought to us. I remember in 1985, when you first arrived on the scene in the Senate, and there was a buzz in the State House. I was working for Madeline Cunin at the time about that new tall guy from Washington County. Wasn't he a radio fella? What about him? And how quickly the State House started talking about, where is this guy going to go? He can go only up. What a future he must have. And all I can say, Jeb, it ain't over yet. I wish you very, very well in whatever the next steps happen to be, because they all believed in that tall, lanky guy from Washington County back then, and I still do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, everybody. When I look at our agenda for this evening, we are not going to act this evening on the transition in Castleton. We need a little more time, but we will be taking action on that and working with you, Karen, in that regard. But Karen, I also want to say that it's highly likely that this will be the last time that we may have you at a board meeting. Maybe we'll have one more, but just in case, I want to express my thanks for you. The transition that you began, a lot of people said, how in the world is this ever going to happen? We have a president in Castleton that was almost bigger than Castleton. And we knew it would take a remarkably talented individual to move in and establish a new presidency, a new spirit at Castleton, while honoring the past and still becoming, in short order, the new face of the university. And you pulled that off better than I could ever have imagined. And then you transitioned into tackling the very difficult work of balancing a budget, of doing it in such a way that Castle did not lose its pride and its momentum. And I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't done that as well. And you also bring to us something that I think is rare in a leader, and that is your willingness to show your humanity, and especially your relationship with your family. I don't know how many times I've told people that if you know Karen, you know the family, you know her kids, you can see it in her face. You walk into her office and you see it on the walls. And that speaks so much about your profound fundamental character that we find so attractive. I personally wish you very, very well. And thank you. Karen?
Yeah, so I guess with that, I should probably share my decision, because I've not shared it yet with anyone. So because you've sort of shared it here, so I appreciate the things you just said, Chair Hines, and I just wanted to say that it's certainly been an honor to serve as president of Castleton University, and it's definitely with a heavy heart that I share my decision that my last day will be May 31st. And I think what's most important right now is that we remain focused on our students, which is why we're all here. And they must remain the focus of our work every single day, and we cannot lose sight of it for even a moment. And I know that as Castleton moves into the future and offers expertise and sound judgment in terms of reconfiguration and innovation to help the system move forward, one thing is for certain, and that is that Castleton will succeed. I inherited a great team with exceptional skills and insightful perspectives, and it has truly been an honor to work with them. Our faculty inspired me to be a better leader. They held me accountable while holding themselves to the highest standards on behalf of our students. Our staff has provided guidance and support to our students. This has been the most dedicated team of professionals I've ever worked with. And it's been an honor. I have full confidence that our team will continue to move the university forward and to ensure that our Spartans enjoy the legacy for decades to come, because this is the Castleton way. I'm so grateful for your faith in me, the faculty, the staff, students, alumni, community, all the people that came out when I initially interviewed, and to the board of trustees who unanimously appointed me. In a span of just 3 academic years, we have strengthened our financial position, developed new programs, formed new partnerships, opened 2 new locations, launched a fundraising campaign, and welcomed a record-breaking class to campus this past fall. We have truly positioned Castleton for a bright future, and I'm grateful to have been a part of it. I, like Jeb, will remain passionate about the mission of the Vermont State Colleges, and I will always have a special place in my heart for our Spartans. Go Spartans!
Thank you so much.
As a former chancellor, I just want to thank you very much, Karen. And I'm sorry the way things turned out. You've been a wonderful president, and you can see the passion that you have.
Thank you, Jeb.
Trustees, there are 2 more items on the agenda. One is other business, and I'm going to, and also comments from the public. I'm going to ask Yasmin if she is manning the magic machine that tells us whether there are in fact people who would like to speak with us.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. We can post a sign-up opportunity for those who are attending. We haven't done that yet, so that would be whenever you're ready to do that.
You can go ahead and do that while we're taking care of just one more question I have for the board. As we were speaking earlier about proceeding with a search for a new longer-term leader, I'd like to get some sense of the board whether they would like to have us act this evening to essentially commission that search, or whether they would prefer that we do that at a later time. We do have a resolution ready tonight if we wanted to at least officially start that process, and then the details we will, I'm going to propose that we have an initial meeting next week to start framing some options for a search and to collect ideas about that. The only question I have before you is whether you'd like to formally commission that search now or wait until a later time. And I can't see everybody, but no, I can't see everybody. Could I have any response to whether you'd like to commission the search tonight or later?
This is Janet. I would prefer later because I think we need a good conversation about the job itself, the skills we're looking for. Maybe commissioning it doesn't get in the way of that conversation, but it certainly can't begin until we do that.
No. To be clear, that would be that to commission it means we can begin that conversation. It would legitimize the conversation. I could not agree with you more.
Church, I would support starting it in some fashion. I think it's clear that the board is eager to understand what that would look like, but I think the sooner we start, the better.
Then again, I have a hard time seeing everybody. I'm looking for the little arrows. Perhaps the most expeditious thing is to ask Lynn to read the motion, and we can either support it or not. And there's no harm in not at this point in time. But I do feel that to give the search process some legitimacy, we ought to express the opinion of the board that we need to do this. So Lynn, would you go ahead and read a motion that would position us to begin the process that Janet described of framing priorities, framing having those very important initial discussions that would get this going.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Vermont State College System Board authorize the Vermont State College System Board Chair, in consultation with the interim chancellor, trustees, and others, to establish and carry out a process for identifying and interviewing a candidate or candidates for a long-term interim chancellor.
Is there a second for that rather broadly written motion?
I second.
Karen seconds. I'd welcome discussion. Izzy?
I just want to point out before I vote, would this include having a conversation about what the chancellor's position would look like in the future if there would be one? I think that's important to note before I vote. If the option is that we reconfigure the chancellor's office, is that also involved in those discussions?
I think that very discussion that you and Janet have both described would be very fundamental first discussions.
Church?
Yes, wherever you are.
Yeah, here I am.
Oh, I'm
Anyway.
sorry. Lynn.
As I read the motion, I would like to make an amendment to it. And the amendment would read that the Vermont State College System Board authorized the VSCS Board Chair in consultation with the interim chancellor and with the Board of Trustees. Well, in consultation, it does say it, in consultation with the interim chancellor, trustees, and others. I guess it says it already. Forget it.
Yeah, the full intent was, and if you prefer to insert board of, that's fine with me, if it's okay with your seconder. To make it even clearer. Karen, shall we go ahead and do that?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Dylan?
Yeah, and just to confirm, our intent here would be in starting this process to have opportunities for public input, I would hope, and a broader community discussion with campuses, with some of the stakeholders. Is that right? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I think that it goes without saying that this position, traditionally in the past, I hope, it is an inclusive, open process. That would, to the extent that I can influence it, that's what it would be.
Thank you.
Other thoughts or questions? Then why don't we go ahead and see where the board is on this resolution? Michael, were you raising your hand? Okay. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the resolution as read and further amended by its maker and agreed to by its seconder, please say aye.
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 And are those opposed? Any not voting? We have commissioned the beginning of the discussion that would likely lead to a search. While Yasmin is checking to see if we have anyone who wishes to speak with us, who's signed up or however it's done, is there any other business to come before the board? Any other thoughts or discussion from the board? Okay, Yasmin?
Yes, so we have right now 4 speakers signed up. The first one is Aaron Brown.
Okay.
And I think my understanding is we're trying to allow for 1 minute of comment. So Aaron, you'll be unmuted. Next up after that will be Cynthia Moulton.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Erin with Channel 3. So we just have 3 questions we wanted to ask. The first one is it realistic for students to expect these 3 campuses to be fully open and operational by the fall?
The board and the leadership of the state colleges are absolutely committed to make that happen. It is at all possible.
Okay. Has there been any talks of reopening the campuses at this point?
I guess I have to think whether you're asking a COVID-19 question or not? That
Yeah, COVID-19, any either, related to COVID or the financial challenges.
Whatever we are committed to be open for business in August, if that is at all possible. And obviously, everything we do has an asterisk on it, subject to whatever requirements that we have to follow concerning the novel coronavirus.
Okay, so it sounds like nothing is.
Yeah, it is our hope that we will have students on campus, but it would be unrealistic to say we can answer that right now.
Okay, got it. And how does the board plan to fund the 3 campuses, and where do you guys plan on getting the money to keep those campuses open?
The Vermont State Colleges has its own resources, but as a public institution, we also rely heavily on public support. We are working collaboratively and closely with the executive and legislative branches to secure the support that we require.
Got it. Okay. And then we wanted to ask about UVM has announced that they said that they're planning to reopen by the fall. We just wanted to ask what your opinion is on that.
Well, I believe the university has indicated also CDC willing, and I think we would be in a similar situation as well. I think we would want to be as open to students as the public health officials allow.
Got it. All right, that's it from us. Thank you so much.
I guess I'd also pause since we got a little bit of time and invite any of our presidents who are online with us here to add to any of the responses I provided. Okay, Yasmin?
Yes, so the next speaker is Beth Foy, followed by Rebecca Fleeter.
Thank you. Welcome, Beth.
Beth Foy. So Beth Foy is unmuted. Beth. So I think we should probably go on to Rebecca Fleeter.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Rebecca, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rebecca Fleeter. I'm a student at Northern Vermont University Johnson. I'm a junior. And I'm just wondering how exactly the board plans to take student, faculty, staff, and alumni responses to appointing a chancellor. If this is truly a community, then how does the board plan to get everybody involved in making that decision to find an interim chancellor?
Well, I think if you were listening to our earlier comments, we recognize that we have to start with some framing and planning of the process and and the way it's going to proceed. I would think that would be a very early topic of discussion. I think I would be very surprised if kind of the framers of the search process aren't very open to what you described.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and the next speaker is Lola Duffert, followed by Dr. Andrea McManus.
Roland?
Lola.
I'm sorry. Oh, Lola.
Lola, yes.
My ears are tired, Lola.
That's okay. Sorry about that. I was hoping that I could, you guys might speak a little bit about what you guys are thinking in terms of filling Karen Scolforo's post when she leaves May 31st. And I was also wondering if she would be willing to speak a little bit more about her decision to leave. I'm assuming that it has something to do with what 7 Days reported today.
Lola, I think I don't think there's been any material discussion at all about how to proceed yet. So I honestly don't know that we have an answer to your first question. It's everything is brand new and there's been no discussion.
Okay. Oh, when were you told about President Scalfaro's decision to
I
step
think
down?
I'd let President Scalfaro speak for herself.
Okay.
Hi, Lola. How are you?
Hi, Karen.
I was planning to announce my decision in the morning to my team first. So I think that so I didn't actually do a formal announcement until that all just happened. So there it is.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of announcements are happening like that right now.
Well, I do think things are just happening quickly and in general, and you know we're all dealing with unprecedented times, and you know the uncertainty that we're all facing, and everybody's just trying to do the best they can, I guess.
Do you want to speak a little bit more about, you know, why you've decided to take this decision?
Sure. You know, I think I would just say that the circumstances that have occurred over the past couple of weeks have put me in a position where I feel that I can't lead at the same level. You know, I fear that you know that folks. I don't want folks to be distracted by trying to understand some of the decisions that have been made, because we don't have time for the distractions. And I have every faith in this team, and I'm really disappointed because I had made a commitment to stay at Castleton for a long time. You know, I think I've shared with people that going through the challenges with COVID-19, my little mantra has been, it's forcing us to stand still and appreciate what we have. And there's just so much that I have to appreciate about being at Castleton University on this magical campus. And so I'm deeply disappointed to share my decision.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lola.
Our next speaker is Dr. Andrea Silva McManus, followed by Beth Foy. And Beth is the final speaker who signed up, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I just want to thank you for your continued good work and to let you know that Yasmin and I have a phone call scheduled for tomorrow at 11, where I'm going to talk with her about what I might be able to do to provide some assistance. Karen, I'm very sad to hear that you're going to go, and I appreciate your warm words about Castleton and the kind of family and magical place that it is, because it really is. And Sophie, I want to welcome you. I don't see Jeb on anymore, but I'm going to write him a letter and send it to him, but I'll help in any way I can. And I just wanted to thank you all again. And with that, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. And final speaker is Beth Foy.
Welcome.
Beth? She was able to sign back up again, but maybe her mic is not working. Beth, you are unmuted. Apologies to Beth if she's not able to. We do have her unmuted, but
Well, if she is able to hear us, we would obviously welcome whatever questions or comments she might want to pass on to us. I think it's probably best if she would send those to the office of the chancellor, and we can get back to you and fill in any missing information that you might need, or be happy to hear any thoughts or opinions that you would have shared with us this evening.
Church, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yay.
Okay. We
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know what was wrong. Karen, first thing I just want to say real quick is, Karen, you were thrown some curveballs clearly, and you've handled them extremely eloquently. Well done. I have no doubt you'll succeed wildly in life. The other question that I have for the board, and also for Sophie in her new role, congratulations, Sophie, is there's a whole lot of instability, additional instability over the past few weeks that will definitely impact our campuses beyond the instability that COVID caused, and beyond the financial statuses of the schools. So my question to Sophie and to the board is, what are you going to do right now to try to both keep and obtain new students, and get a message out that we want to support the schools, and we're committed to supporting the schools and are working toward these programs and supporting these programs, because that confidence, public confidence is not there right now. And it is desperately needed. Thank you.
I'm looking. Beth, I would say that from a lot of this is going to depend on where we sit. I know that each of our college presidents are steadfast in presenting a positive, constructive outlook to everyone who asks about the status of their individual college, their plans, and commitment to reduce any sense of instability and uncertainty as best we can. From where I sit, I am committed to work as closely as possible with the Vermont General Assembly and the Executive Office in Vermont to be sure that we can fill in one of the most important missing pieces right now in bringing back stability and positivity, and that would be a vote of confidence from our public partners and the resources that we need to truly fulfill the promise that we think have in us. I'd invite Sophie to respond as well.
Yeah, I would just add that I know the colleges are working hard. They're reaching out to the current students they have. They're reaching out to the students that are interested in coming and that are hoping to come in the fall. I think enrollment and retention is probably, top of their list in terms of looking ahead for the fall and what we can expect. And it's obviously vitally important that people have confidence that the colleges will be around and will be successful and sustainable. And the more we can do to get that message out. Again, as Church says, if we can get the support of the legislature in making that happen, I think that's what we need to do to encourage students to come and to enjoy the colleges and get an excellent education when they're there.
Thank you, Sophie. I mean, the Vermont State Colleges are really the jewel of economic and human development in Vermont. I mean, I can think of no resource available to the state that has more potential to improve the lives of individuals, their families, the communities in which they live. We are, in fact, a giant human development machine and economic engine. And we have a tremendous amount to offer Vermont. We just need to work very hard to get back on a consistent, solid track and demonstrate that we are ready to fulfill that promise. Are there other thoughts or business before the board? I know it's late. Hearing none, Michael.
Church, I just wanted to end by saying I know there's a lot of hard work ahead of us, as we heard from the comments and people in the community know. I know the board, it's late and we're tired, but I know the board is energized. I know Sophie is going to do a great job. The presidents are going to do a great job, and we're going to work our hardest on this. So, you know, it's late and we're tired, but don't mistake that for us not being energized and ready to take on this challenge.
I'm buying new running shoes so I can keep up with Sophie. Okay. May we entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We are adjourned. Stay tuned. There will be more. This is going to continue to be one of Vermont's busiest boards. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good night, all.
Good night. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Jeb.
Thank you.
Yeah, I figured I should not be part of that.